burst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
Maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, but kind of sunny California, Los Angeles. It's partially sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is April 14th, Thursday, April 16th. My fuck, I said 14th. Thursday, April 16th. Hi from Nairobi, says Persian Queen. Hello, hi. It's Thursday, April 16th, 2026. I'm a little fucked up. Sorry. I've been all around the world, all around the United States of America. You already know, going from one stolen land, Quinnipiac land, stolen Quinnipiac land, stolen Algonquin land, and now finally back in the home front, on home turf, on home territory. It's stolen Tongva land. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what it is. We got the soundboard back.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Had to wear a nice shirt today because I have a very special guest coming on later. My queen, Amy Goodman. That's right. She's going to be in the building later. We're going to be talking about her new documentary that just came out, celebrating her long and storied career as an investigative reporter, a journalist, overall great person, and an icon, someone that has been unbelievably influential in what I do. You know, I try to have a mere fraction of the impact by the time I'm done with my career. If I could have even a mere fraction of the impact that she has had over her life, I will have accomplished my mission. So don't show her the soundboard. I will be showing her the soundboard. I'm sorry. It's going to happen. All that white hair in your beard at the age of 34 is getting to you. Too much stress, I assume. No. I mean, it's normal. It happens. But also, maybe, perhaps, it's because of chatters like yourself that are deeply parasocial and try to pull on strings that don't exist, that, you know, cause me to have a little bit of accelerated aging. No, I had it there at 34. Yeah, I think it's normal. Also, I don't really mind it. People say you can kind of see it on the sides, and it's like coming in the middle as well, because I have a red beard. I used to have a red beard, and in my experience, I think maybe some people with like more red beards can also explain this, but like I think the parts that are red they turn gray faster, maybe. I don't know. I got a white hair in my beard when I turned 29 and I loved it, but I personally don't care. Guys, I'm a I'm a political commentator. Okay. It's time. It's time that I get a little bit, it's time that I age a little bit, you know? And the best you can hope for is age like fine wine. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, I'm a chud-ass loser, and I have nothing going on in my life. I ended the broadcast last night. I went and I hung out with some friends, went to dinner, and it was a wonderful time. Got to see my New York homies a little bit, you know, chop it up. And then I got back to my hotel, went to sleep for a couple hours, woke up early, immediately rushed to JFK, got on an airplane, took some photos with some HasanAbi heads that were on the flight. So there's that. Got off the plane, came to home base, and here we are. That's pretty much it. I took a shower, I pooped, I took a shower, and I'm here. I literally don't do anything. I don't do anything at all. I just slept. I slept the entire flight. That was pretty good. Yeah, paid chatters is not a meme anymore. Yeah, I saw that. Like, that's a little bit unethical, but it's fine, I guess. I don't know. Chuck Park basically took me reading a chat comment or telling him to look into the candidate and use it as promo. Like, that's pretty crazy. Were any secret stalker photos taken on the plane? I don't know, because I was sleeping. So maybe we'll find out. Maybe there's new JetBlue Mint. HasanAbi Piker flies first class. Comments. But you know, yeah, I'm paid, dude. I'm freaking caked up. You already know what it is. Yeah. Okay. So, where was I? All right. Yeah. But, big day today as always. Oh my God. That's the post I got age shamed on IG. They put a fa in Invincible. Nice. Okay. Laura Loomer was on the flight with you. Who knows? Yeah. Fox News keeps posting hit pieces about you on Facebook. Yeah, it's awesome. I think they're going to eventually, they're going to help me radicalize the proletarian vanguard of the olds, right? The olds. But we got some really good news on the flight, and I'm going to be talking about that, obviously. The Iran War Powers Resolution obviously it failed in the House. We'll be talking about that. We're going to talk a lot about congressional ineptitude today. Seems like all this negative press is actually helping the left flank. Yeah, I think so too. I think so as well. There was a very fun Nation article that someone wrote that didn't seem to be all that like positive about me, but the article still came out cool in my opinion. But yeah, Trump versus Pope, new ABDUL poll shows our boy surging. Trump wants Cuba next. Israel, Lebanon, ceasefire, ? 7 Senate Dems vote to continue sending bombs to Israel. War powers fails. Situation monitored. EF Day 48. Amy Goodman in the building. Get in now. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be good. I obviously, you guys know this already. I'm a big fan of Amy Goodman, and I'm actually very excited to share that experience with all of you and like go through her work and get to talk to her about, you know, her journey, her life story, how she became who she is. And I'll talk about, you know, how important she is to me. Are you going to play Peak Modulator today? Yeah, with Amy Goodman. I don't even know what that is, but yeah, I'm going to have Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Play Peak Moda. What time will Amy be on? Your camera angle on the road has become better than this one where you look like a floating head. Lamau, lower the camera and zoom out a little bit. Yeah. The problem with this camera angle is that this desk setup is different. I mean, we can go back to this one, which is not great either, right? We can do this. But again, the camera angle on this is, first one makes your head look giant. Good, that's why I'm doing it. Amy Goodman is the one with the chimpanzees? No, dude, that's Jane Goodall. I mean, I kind of understand why you would think that. No, that's Jane Goodall. She passed away recently. And no, Amy Goodman is Democracy Now! Jesus Christ. But yeah, I like the old style better. We can see the fried chicken bake in the back. This is a more professional setup. That's why I like this angle. That's why I'm going to continue this angle. Yeah, it's funny. You saw like an old white lady and you were like, damn.
The left.
Fox News has another clip compy on me. This time it's my queen, Laura Ingraham. We'll obviously be taking a look at that as well. Fox News put the crosshairs on me again. You know, another day, baby. Another day, another hit piece. The hits keep coming. And I personally like it. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment. Maybe I personally think that this is not bad, but good. You know, the line of demarcation being drawn. People openly coming out and contesting this worldview, trying to disparage it aggressively. I feel like having this battle, having this conversation on the boundaries of a Twitch streamer is a good thing because a Twitch streamer has a lot more liberties as opposed to a politician. A politician is limited in the response that a politician can give. I am not. I talk for 8 hours a day. Therefore, I can talk and talk and talk. My Fox News brainwash MAGA father probably hates your guts. Hard to get through to that guy. What is this? Hasan Piker is a heterosexual paid partnership. Yeah, I saw this. Yuck. I don't know. Is this a Benny Johnson meme or something? Like someone posted Benny Johnson as a heterosexual and it was a paid partnership. Is that why? Has this kind of counterfactual opposition tactic ever truly worked to move the dial? This kind of stuff, these kinds of conversations taking place is good because it moves the Overton window in our direction. Okay? I don't think I'm coping when I say this. I mean it. I sincerely believe it. I think these kinds of conversations happening in mainstream media, especially if there's like a back and forth rather than slapping on, rather than just like slapping it on to Bernie Sanders and then having him in the midst of like an election campaign turn around and be like, oh no, I don't like Cuba or whatever, right? Like that is unproductive. You don't get to the meat of the story. You don't get to explain your position at all. You're forced to take a quick and easily digestible stance. There are some who excel in that field. Zoran Mamdani obviously is very good at finding like liberal adjacent responses that are very fast, that get to the heart of the issue, and that plays a big role in entering collective consciousness, getting people to really think deeper about these issues. I sometimes have the ability to do that as well. Like I joke about it, but like the whole I'm a lesser evil voter. As a harm reduction voter, I would vote for Hamas over Israel. Like, that really pisses off conservatives, but they don't really have a decent message against that other than just going, oh, you're a terrorist, right? So, that's a really good, that is a really good conversation to have, right? And politicians can't do that. They don't have the bandwidth to do that. They don't have the time frame to do that. Yes, I heard the Northern Line cruise got canceled, dude. Please. I know. I got it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay. I'm trying to get a word in edgewise over here. And you're like, you have to, you're like one of the reporters on the press pool with the Pope. Okay. It's just like, hey, did you hear Trump said this? Trump said this about you. Trump's talking mad shit about you. Pope. Question about Trump. Are you guys doing drama? Like, okay, I heard the fucking Northern Line cruise got canceled. I'm devastated. I'm sorry. I was going to go. I was one of the secret guests, actually. Okay. So I knew about it already. Far left streamer Hasan Piker continues sympathizing with America's enemies, this time seeming to mourn the loss of the Soviet Union at Yale University debate. When I studied Russian, one of my teachers lived under Joseph Stalin. Every time the phrase Soviet Union was said in class, he would always say, thank God it no longer exists. Someone should explain to him that the Beatles back in the USSR was a parody. I'm not defending this guy at all, but in some aspects, his statement holds some water. The whole region fell apart. No one knew who had control over the nuclear weapons-grade uranium and plutonium and all the other conventional weaponry, and it took quite some time for all those new countries to get their feet underneath them. But I do not lament the dissolution of the Soviet Union. See, even, dude, if a MAGA boomer on Facebook comments, a MAGA boomer that is like responding to Facebook comments on the Fox News Facebook page, like is capable of comprehending the nuance of that statement, that's good. That's a productive conversation that's taking place. Okay? It's such a radical take, it triggers reflection. Yeah, it's also not exactly an indefensible point of view, right? Almost like the hate tweet. Yeah, The Nation wrote this article, and it was kind of fire. But I don't think it was like very positive on me, but I still liked it. We'll read that as well. But yeah, from my perspective, having these sorts of issues, like I'm willing to tank this stuff, right? I can tank the damage, because if these sorts of questions are brought up in front of congresspersons without broad awareness shifts taking place, they have to be very fast on their feet, and they have to address things in a very black or white manner. And it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for them to address complex geopolitical points of view, or they have to keep account of where the public is, right? Nowadays, you can say whatever the fuck you want about Israel for the most part, right? Because like the public's on your side. They can call you an anti-Semite, terrorist, whatever. It doesn't matter. But that didn't used to be the case. And even if politicians who had, similar points of view, for example, to people like ourselves, they didn't have the same bandwidth. They didn't have the same allowance to be able to openly say this kind of stuff, right? Even I myself could not be as forthcoming about the full scope of my opinion, because you just have to you have to go through the motions. You have to abide by like what is the most permissible thing you can say, right? Yeah, Norm Finkelstein got ultra canceled for his honesty. Yeah, that's why I will always respect people who are bold and will stand on their principles and say the truth, no matter how unfavorable it may seem at the moment and at the time, right? You've said this in the past. One of your biggest streaming regrets was saying you're a socialist. Do you still feel that way? I don't really give a shit anymore. We're almost a decade in at this point, you know? What are you going to do? It is what it is, all right? Jesse Waters and Laura Ingraham obsessed with you. Red Scare propaganda bothers me most because it's an excuse to blur the line between socialism and communism. Yeah, I mean, it's just, there is a tide shift, okay? There's a tide shift that's taking place, and we're in it. One day, certain statements that are used to disparage you will be seen as a marker of your bravery and your honesty. Will be seen as a marker of your consistency, right? For the longest time, even saying that you were a socialist was immediately grounds for antagonism. People would hear that and go, "Oh, I can't take this guy seriously at all. This is dangerous. This is danger, danger, danger," right? Bernie Sanders ate it for many, many years. But he ran as a disruptor, as a unique candidate in 2016 and said he was a democratic socialist. And now we're living in the aftermath of that brave decision. You know? Sometimes you meet the moment. Sometimes you're there. But I don't know. I have a more stoic approach to this sort of stuff. I don't cry over spilt milk. Listen to this clown. Hasan Piker roots for America's demise. Stoic Lamau, you're trash. Thanks, chatter. All right. Yeah, we'll start off here, and then we'll look at some of the Fox News hits, and then we'll talk about how those hits haven't actually worked because we now have evidence. New Emerson poll came out in the state of Michigan, and it's got some really good, really juicy tidbits in it. Really good stuff. Not to spoil it ahead of time, but here, we'll start off with this. We'll start off with this Nation piece, okay? With the monk fit? What do you mean? Inside Yale's Hasan Piker spectacle. The Twitch streamer's invitation to debate at the Yale Political Union drew the ire of Laura Loomer, Rick Scott, and Turning Point USA. This was written by Zachary Clifton, who I guess is a Yale student. It had been 6 months, almost to the day, since Florida Senator Rick Scott gave a speech at Yale Political Union when, on April 14th, the oldest collegiate debate society in the United States heard from Hasan Piker. Piker is a left-wing online streamer who said in a March 2025 live stream, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, the former CEO of a healthcare company who had overseen $1.7 billion of settlement for Medicare and Medicaid fraud. This was apparently the relevant criteria for what Piker would later call maximum punishment. For the first couple of days, even from that point, I'm like, oh, maybe. I mean, he's a really good writer, so even if he's a hater, I'll give him credit, you know? For the first couple of days after the Yale Political Union announced the event, it seemed as though it might pass without any serious backlash. Then Laura Loomer got a hold of the event's advertisement. Loomer complained that parents were paying nearly $100,000 a year to send their children to a communist indoctrination camp where they were being taught to destroy America by a Muslim communist streamer who was, she noted, captured on video saying America deserved 9/11. Senator Rick Scott saw Loomer's post and reshared it. This is wild, he wrote. I spoke at Yale Political Union last year. Now they're hosting a guy who said I should be killed. At least he gave a little bit of the context. Sure. So one of the things that I find fascinating. Hold on. I gotta do the paywall thing, the paywall remover real quick. But one of the things I find, well, not even fascinating necessarily, but like one of the things I find very annoying is the Republican retort to any sort of nuanced conversation on ideas that they are antagonistic to immediately resorts to, oh, you're a danger. You're a danger. I don't want to hear what you have to say at all. I'm not even remotely intellectually curious. You're a bad guy. You're a terrorist, right? And I feel like political discourse perhaps always was like this. And, on our side, we certainly have our fair share of this as well. As a matter of fact, many people in this community will actively demand I tar and feather anyone that is remotely to my right. And I still try to maintain like a more decent, more open-minded posture that factors people's social conditioning and their background into their decision-making, into their ideology, and try to be as charitable as possible. However, like for a lot of these people that talk about debate, for almost every single person that says like, they love debating, for all the debate purgatory out there and all the celebration of meeting interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas, none of it is about the actual ideas. Like almost none of it at all is about the ideas. And that's a very frustrating concept, right? And I kind of hate that. I don't know why. It's like, we can have a conversation about, like, we should be able to have a conversation about why certain ideas are bad and why certain ideas are good, instead of trying to utilize the language being used and weaponize that against your opposition, against your ideological opponents. And we do it, and they certainly do it as well on the right. And it's very frustrating because it automatically destroys any sort of productive conversation. And I guess it's partially because debates are fucking boring, right? Debates are boring. Drama is exciting. Lol, you just gave it away now. Haters will do it more. I mean, okay. That's an unchanging fact about my career, at least, right? So, that's, I think Iran cast you in their latest Lego music video. That's a lie. They did not do that. You're lying to me. I've seen this one already. I was not a part of this. How dare you? Like, if we're going to have a real conversation, it shouldn't be around like what you want to shove down my throat or what you want to warn others about, right? Like, let's have a conversation. One of the best examples of this is about the USSR take. Like, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. Or even another one. The other highlighted moment was like when I was talking about, if a dictatorship is inevitable, as you say, rather have it be a proletarian dictatorship rather than a bourgeois one. That has been roundly condemned, criticized by people. They're like, oh, the language that he's using is scary. He said dictatorship, right? Like, they're not listening to the words that I'm using. Like, that's a response. That's a response to someone else. It's a retort. If you rob it of its context, then it makes no sense. Anyway, just something that I've been increasingly more frustrated by. I expect it from the right, obviously, the likes of Rick Scott and Laura Loomer. They're going to be disingenuous. They're going to cry. It's bad faith. But I get very frustrated when liberals do it as well. When they do the most bad faith interpretation, robbing the clip of its nuance, the statement of its nuance, of the context. If it's a retort, they just act as though I just said that, In any case, this is wild, Rick Scott wrote. I spoke at the Yale Political Union last year, and now they're hosting a guy who said I should be killed. Scott called for action. Yale receives billions of federal government funding. He declared President Trump and Congress need to immediately revoke it. Scott's words seem to imply that he wanted federal input on the Yale Political Union's debate docket. But the group makes those decisions independently of the university, and it does not appear that anyone defrauded by Scott's company was given any say about Yale Political Union's decision to host Scott last October. Yeah, Scott's victims that were defrauded in his Medicare fraud scheme should have had a say on whether or not he was allowed to participate in the Yale Debate Union, right? This spectacle, the announcement, the backlash, Scott's rallying cry finally made its way back to Yale when reporters at the Yale Daily News reached the president of the new Turning Point USA chapter on campus who called Piker's language anti-American and added, more pointedly, that it was antithetical to Yale's mission to promote free speech. Before the YDN had received those comments about what was American and what wasn't, who could have free speech and who couldn't, the discussion about the debate had been about Piker's past words, about Scott, about 9/11, about anti-Semitism. But the Turning Point USA chapter president had come along and added free speech to the spectacle. Then Piker weighed in. On Monday, from his stream, Piker scrolled through the Yale Daily News article previewing his visit to Yale until he reached the relevant quotes at the bottom. He read the words about free speech and anti-Americanism and said, Charlie Kirk clearly had enough respect for me. He wanted to debate me at Dartmouth, continuing, so I don't know what the fuck this guy's chirping about. On Tuesday, Piker began his 7-hour stream from a hotel room with distracting wallpaper in New Haven, Connecticut. It's true, the wallpaper was ass. He talked for more than 4 hours about the news of the day. Then around 6:45, he left and got into a car heading for the Sheffield Sterling Strathcona Hall. 400 students sat around me, eyeing the hall's exit door and backroom entrance, longing for a glimpse of Piker's arrival. The crowd thought they had spotted him entering a few times and clapped for rank-and-file Yale political union members whom they mistook for Piker. Piker finally walked in about 20 minutes later after leaving his hotel room stream and was, according to a post by Stop Anti-Semitism, orgasmically welcomed by the audience. Piker on Wednesday reshared Stop Anti-Semitism's characterization of the crowd, asking, "Did you bust?" A question that was viewed almost 400,000 times. Piker's team, who had arrived before him, started a new stream that was being watched by 15,000 viewers. I don't know where they got this from, because that's not what happened. We were just streaming contiguously, and it had 33,000 viewers. Excuse me. The numbers are wrong. And would go on to be viewed more than 600,000 times. He passed. Hold on. Doors open. Yeah. Okay. He passed through one of the aisles and climbed to the stairs of the stage, finally settling in a chair between the Yale Political Union's president and its speaker. While he was being introduced, several onlookers noticed that Piker tucked the Zinn behind his lip, uncapped a dark, shiny pen, and made notes in the margins of his prepared remarks. For a moment, he hadn't yet looked up at the crowd. Then he did. I'm sad to see Senator Rick Scott did not make it. The stomping was almost immediate, as the applause had been when Piker entered the room and when he had been introduced. At the Yale Political Union, approval is stomping and disapproval is hissing. And on this night, there was a raucous, near constant demonstration of both, sometimes before the end of a sentence, sometimes before the sentence had begun. What Piker had come to argue was not exactly the resolution as it had been advertised to the people in the room and the streamers at home. End the American empire. Piker instead argued something adjacent. He argued that the United States is already in terminable decline. He asked, how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? He quoted Lenin. He quoted Mao. He said Benjamin Netanyahu was the real American president. He said the U.S. maintained roughly 800 military bases abroad, each representing not just a presence, but a possible place where it might stage invasions. Then he called the fall of the Soviet Union one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century, and the hissing was deafening. His comment about the USSR had gone viral by the next morning. According to X's own count, there were more than 59,000 posts about the speech. The people who had most loudly used free speech to explain the importance of tolerating campus speakers seemed to have set that aside. Yale is poison, more than one post said. Yale is disgusting. Hello? Hi? Hello? Oh my God. Little ladies here. Little ladies here. Hi. Hi. You smell so good. Hi. Okay. Hi. Come here. Hi. Did you go out? Or no? Oh, she hasn't been out yet? Okay. Goofy. Anyway, stop hitting her. I will never. Here. Kai Cam is not exactly getting her, but it's fine. She don't fuck with you anymore with all that traveling. She gets so sad. when I'm leaving. Like, she gets like depressed. It's kind of funny. I don't know why. Anyway, Yale is poison, more than one post said. Yale is disgusting, another post said. Yale students have been indoctrinated, more than a few posts said, and many more implied. A great many of the posts, for reasons that remain unclear, mentioned tuition. It seemed these people could not believe the students whose parents had spent so much money on their education would choose to attend a political debate at the Yale Political Union. When Piker's speech ended, 5 students split speeches between the affirmative and the negative. The first in the negative, Kaishan Kwekrup, spoke deliberately, taking the resolution at face value. He glazes him a little bit. That's why I said he wasn't like fond of my speech, because he was saying like I sidestepped the actual resolution. I didn't respect the actual resolution, and I cheated. Whereas the person who replied to me did. Power does not disappear. It is assumed by others. The hissing and stomping still came for Kwekrup, but later than they had come for Piker, and at the ends of sentences rather than the middle of them. When it came time for Piker to conclude, his earlier sympathy for the USSR had become a little sullied, maybe by how long the debate was dragging on for, or maybe by how warm and stuffy the room was getting. Capitalism, he said, had built things worth keeping: skyscrapers, infrastructure, the internet. But those things had been built by labor, and the fruits of that labor had not been evenly distributed. He ended with a line that brought raucous applause. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat. The room did not clear immediately. Students stood in the aisles, attempting to rush the stage for photographs. The Yale this is also, he cleaned this up a little bit too, so that's why I was saying, like, he's a good writer. Because a bad writer, or not a bad writer, but like a writer that was trying to seem contentious here would have just like, you know, chopped it up. The room did not clear immediately. Students stood in the aisles, attempting to rush the stage for photographs. The Yale Political Union's president, a member of the Party of the Right, told me he was pleased with how the night had gone. In recent weeks, he said, the union had hosted figures from across the political spectrum, including Kevin Roberts, one of the architects of Project 2025. We have people on the right and people on the left, he said, and they stayed until the end, and they asked questions, and they were respectful. By then, the members who had already voted 54 to 31 in favor of the resolution. For 53 students at Yale and Hasan Piker, who also got to vote, the American empire was something to be brought to an end. The event had drawn to a close. Piker had left the Gothic Revival Hall. The federal government had not cut Yale's funding. The people who had used free speech to argue that a private institution should not allow a speaker to speak had not mobilized soon enough. But everything that had made the spectacle matter remained intact, and certainly did not conclude with the vote. Zachary Clifton is a writer, student at Yale University. He's written for Salon, Oxford American, Yale Daily News, National Civic League, and more. So, it's a good piece. It's more so talking about like all of the spectacle surrounding the event rather than, you know, the meat of it. But dictatorship of the proletariat has some oxymoron in it. No, man, it doesn't. It literally is the same as tyranny of minority versus tyranny of majority. It's the same principle. Mob rule is democracy. Okay, in America, we think representative democracy is mob rule. We call it tyranny of the majority. Well, guess what? Saying tyranny of the majority actually hides the inverse of that, which is the case currently, which is the tyranny of minority. Okay? The positive way to respond to that, like the positive way to describe that, is just the democratic process, having true representative democracy, giving power back to the people rather than keeping it in the hands of the select few that have no interest in the people. Okay? That's it. So, Zoran did an infinitely better job, a more liberalized version of that as well. And we can talk about that in a second. But just wanted to do this real quick. Wait, hold on. Yeah. Zoran hit the CBS airwaves, and he said something not dissimilar, but one that is infinitely more palatable for regular liberals, right? Let's hear what he has to say.
What I find is that New Yorkers ask me less about how I describe my politics and more about whether my politics includes them. And I think what we can see is that a democratic socialist politics is one that should be judged on its delivery, like any ideology. And what we're showing in this city is we can we can pursue the big things like universal child care and do the pothole politics at the same time that we're showing, and not just filling in the potholes, changing the catch basins, but also repaving over 1,000 miles of roadway.
But Mr. Mayor, presidential and statewide elections are often decided in battleground regions that do not look like New York City.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Before I was the mayor, I was an assembly member of Astoria in Long Island City. At that time, I was told that you could only be a Democratic Socialist in Northwest Queens. Then I became the mayor. Now the next question is the state. Then the next question will be the country. I think that this is a politics that can flourish anywhere because, frankly, there is only one majority in this country. That's the working class.
Fuck, that's so good. There's only one majority in this country, and that's the working class. Is bars, okay? Bars. Fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. So good, so effective, so easy to understand, okay? Incredible delivery. Now, of course, this delivery would be less consequential if he also wasn't a very popular figure of government, right? If he was an unpopular mayor, people would go, oh, all you do is yap, right? If he wasn't actually delivering on the sewer socialism, if he wasn't actually filling the potholes, if he wasn't actually desperately, and dare I say successfully, changing the city and the trajectory of the city in a positive way, right? Then his words would ring hollow. You got to have both. And Zoran, to his credit, has both. And it's fantastic. That's why, while everybody glazes him super hard, sometimes I might have criticisms of him, the way he carries himself, the way he conducts himself every now and then, I think is like maybe too conciliatory to reactionary forces when he has a lot more room to be bold, right? Especially given his unbelievable popularity, especially given the success of his governance in such a short period of time. He has a lot more bandwidth to promote others, promote other candidates, to say, like, this is our movement, this is who we are, here are some of the people that are associated with it, right? Because that's, a big part of it. He's supposed to be a movement guy, right? But ultimately, you can't criticize the guy too much. I mean, he's cooking. He's doing a great job, right?
And it's time we have a politics that puts them at the heart of what it is that we're pursuing and not as part of the appendix.
So, I cannot believe what you did to Mélenchon. Wait, what did I do? Oh, is it because he's like streaming on Twitch or something? Is that because of me? Did I do that? I don't think I did that. Melengoat. Yeah, and of course, his policies, Zoran's policies, are very popular nationwide. And there's a different type of Zoran out there for every city, to each according to their needs, right? So, that's where we're at. But before we talk further about Zoran's tax policy and the hubbub surrounding it and the anger surrounding Zoran's actually pretty solid tax policy, Fox News has decided to put me in the crosshairs once again, as I talked about earlier. They're doing like multiple daily hits at this point, which I personally appreciate. I like it. I'm excited for it every time. Because while that might not get all the MAGA boomers to listen to what I have to say, right? They might be fearful of who I am and what I'm saying and what I'm doing. There are definitely boomers on the other side that have a negative opinion of Fox News and have a negative opinion of right-wing politics, Trump, who hate Trump just as much as I do, who will hear some of these words coming from the mouth of a Fox News host and go, I kind of like what this guy has to say. There's a negative polarization that takes place in these moments, and therefore I welcome this stuff, right? Now, if I was a different person, if this was a different time, if, for example, I did not have the opportunity to reach my own audience organically, and that, you know, I was limited to whatever mainstream media was saying about me and I had no way to retort, obviously this would be devastating. If the large majority of people only encounter what you have to say through a negative filter, they're going to develop a negative attitude. But that's not the case any longer. A lot of people have access to the internet. A lot of people are actually interested in getting or incorporating independent outlets into their media diet, even old people. And therefore, when this kind of stuff happens, people don't just watch it and go, well, I'm horrified. I'm not going to look into this person, right? They do the opposite. Plenty of people do the opposite.
Listen to this clown.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time.
Why is it so
Because if
low?
we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way.
The part that he doesn't mention is that he's rooting for the destruction of the country. The ideas that they're introducing now, this new socialist movement, and they get a lot of support. Zoran Mandani, who's only been an American for about 7 years, became a citizen, and he got elected on these platforms that totally disagree with our value system. They don't want law and
Anti-American streamer warns American empire will end. Yeah.
order, right? They believe that if you work hard in this country, you get a good job, and you get a little bit of wealth, that the government should be able to strip that away and give it to someone else. They don't believe in national defense. They believe we should just allow the enemy in and deal with the consequences there. That will destroy this country, and they're rooting for it to take place because they believe that at our core, we're a racist country.
Yeah.
And you can't have those people running.
They love communism. They're glad that 9/11 happened.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Awesome, dude. And what's even better, wait, there's more? Oh, this is the Laura Ingraham. Hasan Piker is hinting at civil war. That's back to back, baby. That's crazy. Yeah, and it's pretty funny that Brian Kilme's sitting there in the corner going,
I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme.
It's funny. I like that. Thank you, Brian. Love how little of a clip they play before they mischaracterize their statements. I mean, that's expected. That's expected. No matter what happens. I need you to understand something, okay? They're not offended at what I'm saying. They're offended at the entire worldview that I represent. So from that perspective, they're going to do everything they can. They're going to do everything they can to disparage the messenger. They're going to bastardize the message. They're going to chop it up. Okay? What is this? They want you on the Sean Hannity podcast? Fox and Friends? I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, invite him on your podcast. I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. I want someone who's brilliant, who can say that to him that will happen. Oh, there's more. There was more.
You didn't hear it in that soundbite, but he got applause at Yale for his literally, he's called the pole of America. Invited number one and number two, he says it and gets applause.
I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, I said, invite him on your podcast because I want a long format. I want him to understand what he is.
I would love that. Oh my God, I would love that. Oh, hell yes. Oh my God. Okay. Oh yeah. They're going to be like,
do not come.
And I'm going to be like,
I'm going to come.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it's going to be like. I'm just saying,
I'm going to come.
Reach out immediately before they forget. Yes. Did you see the highlight reel from Fox? No, not yet. We're going to look at that in a second. I didn't even know that there was more additional commentary on this.
I don't think he's lived through communism. He hasn't lived through, I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. How old is he? He looks young.
Yeah, he's around.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God, the glaze. Oh my God. Fox News, I'm blushing. Oh my Lord. They said, I got gray beard hairs. And I got this is the oldest I can possibly look, right? Because like there's different variants. If I shave all of it off, including the mustache, I look like a child. It's horrible. Everyone makes fun of me. If I shave the beard off, or if it's at least like a little scruffy, I de-age by like a decade. So it's pretty funny that she thinks that I'm not 34 years old. Bro, she literally said you look younger than 25. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That's wild that she thought I was younger than 25. That's wild. Damn, I don't even use any like facial creams or nothing. I don't got no. I'm so happy to live in this time. Yeah.
I just want him to understand the consequences for what he's saying and what would happen if America did fall. Where would he go if America fell?
But the thing is, Ainsley, people like that are uncoachable.
I want to know. I want to know why he believes this.
Oh, Brian's like, no. Sean should not debate him.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh no! Wait, hold up, Brian. No, Sean will destroy me. He will destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. Let me do it.
Huh?
I want to know why he believes this, and I want someone who understands these issues, who is brilliant, who can say to him, what you're saying, this is what...
Who's brilliant. And then the person that she's using as a brilliant orator is Sean Hannity.
What will happen if America falls? This is what will happen if America becomes a communist country.
All right.
Oh my God, I'm licking my lips, dude. Oh my God. I give Sean Hannity a kissy poo. Yeah, Sean Hannity, known brilliant person. Oh my Lord. All right, then there's more that we got. You shouldn't debate him. Such a bad idea. He'll make you look so bad and destroy your position. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm scared. I'm so scared about that. I would hate that. I would hate for that to happen. I would never do that. I'm terrified. Okay. I want to know. Okay. Oh, this is Sean Hannity's fiance. I would hate to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas by the likes of Sean Hannity. I love that she is glazing her fiance, which is cute. That's cute. You know they will 100% edit their video to make you look bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna film it myself as well. There's no way that that's gonna be. I would hate to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas by the likes of Sean Hannity. Oh yeah, the one where Trump leaked their relationship. Yeah, that's the one. If you get invited, you'd be forced to do it. You'd hate that, but you'd do it. Yeah, I would hate it. I added him, chat. I did. I already did. Fox and Friends first covered you too. What the fuck is going
Shift
on,
gears
man?
now to
What the fuck? What is happening, bro? Why? Why is there so much? What? I don't understand it. It's like, I know liberals think it's because like my ideas are terrifying because they think it's bad and terrifying. So like liberals think like, oh, they're glazing or they're highlighting Hasan because they want to like use Hasan as a cudgel, except like it hasn't worked, right? It hasn't really worked. And I think part of it is because these guys have a much more conservative estimate on like where America's anger and resentment is right now. Like they think independents are resentful of America because like, I guess Trump is not conservative enough or something. Like, no, they're resentful and angry for the same reasons that I'm resentful and angry. Like you can try to disparage me all day, every day and be like, no, he just like hates America. If I hated America, I'd be excited at what Donald Trump is doing, right? Like, I'd be so elated at the prospect. I'd be like, wow, look at Donald Trump punishing the heartland. Look at Donald Trump robbing the poor blind, robbing his own supporters in the Rust Belt, robbing his own supporters in places like West Virginia, ensuring that they don't get a leg up, ensuring that their infrastructure is never fixed, and wasting away all of that productive output, all of those resources on Israel, you know? Fantastic. And doing it in this incredibly shitty way where he's also failing on the main stage, right? Like he's crippling the force projection capabilities of American empire. He's almost single-handedly destroying the petrodollar, right? So, great. You know, if I hated America, I'd be a Trump supporter. I'd be dick riding Trump into oblivion. I think a lot of people have that anger and resentment. And since Donald Trump actually won the election and has been governing like a madman for the last 2 years, many Americans have realized, even those who voted for him, some, right, especially the independents and the swing voters and whatnot that voted for him, have now recognized that, oh no, it wasn't actually the trans people or the immigrants that we were dominating that was causing all of this, all of these issues, right? Perhaps there's an alternative out there. And the Democrats don't actually fill that void. The Democrats are refusing to communicate where this frustration is coming from, right? They're refusing to explain correctly why Americans are feeling the pain, perhaps even a worsened version of the pain that they felt even under Biden. You know? Hasan, instead of spending a whole time defending shit you said, you should bring up some Sean Hannity controversy and grill him on it. I mean, yeah, there will be a little bit of that too in this situation like that. Hold on, I gotta pee.
Far-left Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, who made some controversial comments while speaking at Yale University. Listen here, and then we'll get your reaction on the other side.
Okay. It's an interesting resolution. End the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? Because that's the situation with the American empire as it stands today.
So, as you heard, he makes it seem like America's downfall is inevitable. It's going to happen, and that it's on my generation to figure it out and sort of mitigate the damage. Your reaction to what he said there?
Well, Nate, not only what Hasan Piker just said there, but I think I heard cheers from that audience at Yale. So scratch off another school that my daughter and son aren't going to go to. That's certainly for sure. It'll be a real hoot seeing Hasan Piker be the keynote speaker at the Democratic National Convention one day, won't it? Because more and more Democrats are lining up to be on this maniac's podcast. Ilhan Omar was just on there this week. Ro Khanna last week. AOC, Zohra Mandani. Even the New York Times, Ezra Klein, just recently gave him the written version of what you could call, I guess, a hot stone massage in a piece titled, let's see, Hasan Piker is not the enemy. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's the enemy, considering that this is the same guy who was rude.
Again, an enemy to what? An enemy to you? Absolutely. An enemy to the people? I don't think so. I think people are smarter than we give them credit. I think Americans are smarter than we give them credit. Okay? As long as someone is just telling the truth, eventually more and more Americans will hear that over and over again, and they'll start recognizing that there is an alternative vision out there. There is an alternative trajectory that we could be on. One that actually doesn't destroy this country. Okay? One that maybe even manages the decline that we're experiencing currently. Because we are experiencing a decline. Things are not working. Donald Trump was able to identify that pain, was able to identify that resentment, and then he channeled it to unproductive outlets, vulnerable populations. He took that anger that people were feeling at a time when the liberal side was seemingly communicating that there was nothing to be angry at all, that the system was fine, that we were just going to do business as usual politics, right? So, put me in front of people, coach. I think the more they see it in an unfiltered manner, the more they hear this message in an unfiltered manner, the more they will recognize that while some of these concepts might come across as foreign, right, at first, to the uninitiated or to those who have been taught to hate these sorts of concepts, right, who have this unnecessary antagonism towards the word socialism, the word communism. They don't even think about it. They're like, this is an enemy thing. This is an enemy thing. It's fine. Those labels are unnecessary at the end of the day. I just want you to have healthcare. I want you to have a better future. I want you to have education. I want I want this country, the wealthiest country on the planet, to do better for all of its citizens and not just work at the behest of these lifeless, faceless, parasitic corporations that have loyalty to no one but generating profits. Okay?
For the violent fall of this country and just did again recently. The same guy who said America deserved 9/11, the same guy who calls Jews inbreds, that's a quote, and the same guy who quotes Hamas and supports them 1,000 times more than Israel. So if Democrats want to make Hasan Piker its next team mascot in an effort,
like if they just kept it at like, oh, he calls Jews inbreds, like I think more people would probably be like, wow, that's fucked up. Why did he say that? But when they actually end up associating like a bunch of anti-Israel comments right at the end of that, not to give them, tips on how to do better fuck us on propaganda, but like when they do that, people understand that it's not, oh shit, never mind, it's not, this is probably not about Jews at all. It's probably about Israel in general, right?
to capture more anti-American, anti-Semitic voters. Roll the dice and take your chances, guys. But this is not somebody they should want to be aligned with yet. They keep lining up to be on this podcast. Go figure.
Yeah, and he just called Republicans.
It's just funny because, like, this literally failed with Trump. Like, I'm not obviously running for office, right? But this is unironically what the liberals try to do with Donald Trump, where they were like, oh, he says so many offensive things. He says so many terrifying things, right? And people didn't give a shit because they understood what he was talking about. He called the Republicans what? Terrorists.
The biggest domestic terrorists in the country on the Pod Save America podcast. And it should be emphasized with an underline that he was at Yale University, speaking to young people who, as you said, did cheer when he said, how do you end something that is already in the process of dying, referring to the United States of America. Those are just the facts there. Joe, we do have to leave it. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Peter Savodnik on the Free Press, the freest of all press, wrote an article saying, my latest on the Democrats' Hasan Piker problem, where Ezra Klein doesn't get it, and what has to happen next if the party wants to avoid 25 years in the wilderness. Okay? Yeah. When I want to hear about what liberals should do, what the Democratic Party should do, I go to the Free Press, which is a publication that basically operates as a propaganda mouthpiece for a foreign state, Israel, and is also the most pro-Trump outlet out there. What is this?
I am shivering right now, having just watched that footage of Hasan Piker saying that our country deserved 9/11.
I'm shivering right now. Okay, well, we don't have to watch Newsmax. Come on. Anyway. There is also Elon Levy, former spokesman for the state of Israel. Elon Levy. It's tragic to see the monumental self-sabotage of the Senate Democrats are performing because of Hasan Pikerization of their party. This is something that I never thought I would see. Because this is Hasan derangement syndrome. This is a telltale marker of Hasan derangement syndrome. The idea that Chris Van Hollen and Democratic Party senators are actually moving in this way against Israel for the first time ever in a very meaningful way, by the way. 40 votes is nothing to cast aside. It is an implication. It is basically the clearest example. You might say it's too little, too late, and I agree with that. But it's the clearest example that this is now going to be a partisan issue. Right? It's over. Like, Israel is losing the Hill. Israel had complete dominance in the Hill. Israel has to now move to just the White House and just the Donald Trump. That's the last bastion that they have of Israel defense. When they lose the uniparty approach to Israel in the Hill, well, things are going to change dramatically in American foreign policy and certainly in the way that Israel conducts itself in the region. But the idea that someone like Chris Van Hollen is taking this approach now, not because of the events that have unfolded, but because he knows who I am and I've been able to convince him, is so idiotic. And the expectation, or I've heard this statement before, right? Like, I've heard people say shit like this before. It's usually like Ethan Klein fans, people that have no understanding of politics whatsoever, people who treat politics like drama that surrounds like certain villains and certain characters that they watch and consume the content of. I wouldn't expect the motherfucking former spokesman of the state of Israel to say such a thing, right? Like, this is a legitimate war criminal, right? Like an adult. And he's calling this the Hasan Pikerization of the party. Israel's your bravest, most dependable ally. We're crossing off your most wanted list, fighting your wars. You're spiting yourself, he says. It's so strange that they think like I am responsible for this, or they would rather associate my name with this initiative. It's very, very strange. Okay. Why are we spending an hour on posts with 160 likes? Did you not hear what I just said? This is the fucking former spokesman for the state of Israel, dude. Like, this is a person who was doing press releases for the apartheid state during the peak of the genocide. And his assessment of the situation is not that like Israel's actions have caused a serious fissure in the Democratic Party, which they previously had tremendous control over, and they've lost that control in a very meaningful manner. And by the next election cycle, hopefully, inshallah, Israel will completely lose control over the Democrats. They will no longer be able to dominate the Democratic Party as they did in the past. Because this kind of stuff was unthinkable, okay? And even then, it's too little, too late. But it doesn't matter. It's still fairly significant. It's like moving the needle in the right direction. It takes a long time. It should be faster. It's an injustice that it's not fast enough, that our politicians are not responsive enough, that the fact that Chuck Schumer is still, voting against this provision to block the bombs, like, it's unbelievable to me. But it's a huge deal in comparison to where this like previous bills like this were regarded by the Democrats in the Senate. Okay, I'll get to that in a second though, because Eitan Nechin, who actually is fairly sympathetic to anti-Zionism, he did a wonderful piece on Adam Friedland recently. He said it would be more substantive to not it would be more substantive to not to of the Ben-Gvirization of the Israeli government since he's in power and Hasan Piker isn't. Just last week, Smotrich announced the goal of the war is to expand Israel's border. The Dems aren't going to subsidize the war for the settlers. Yeah, Eitan Nechin is a Haaretz reporter in New York, and he actually recently wrote he recently wrote a piece about Adam Friedland. Yeah, but he's right. He says it's probably a lot smarter to point to Ben-Gvir's impact on the Israeli government and even Benjamin Netanyahu's impact on the Israeli government and what the Israeli government has done that has caused this kind of backlash from the Democrats, previously loyal allies of the state of Israel, than some random fucking Twitch streamer. And he's right. This is very much on BB. Yup. But for Hosber, apparently it doesn't matter who's leading Israel and what policies they're enacting. It's in war or otherwise. Must be nice to live in a world where actions don't have consequences. Yeah. What you cooking on the top left? Chicken. Rotisserie chicken. So yeah, that part was really stupid. So this was one of the Fox News hits, but the hits keep coming. Here's the Ingram angle.
The commie and the billionaire. That's the focus of tonight's angle. What an evolution for the Democrat Party. Now, in the JFK era, it was pro-life and patriotic. In the Clinton era, it was anti-illegal immigration and...
Yeah, except you guys opposed all of that even back then. So why are you bringing it up now? This is the same. I guess this, in some respects, is not dissimilar to like the Democrats going back to like the George W. Bush era and being like, well, at least they were a competent party. At least they weren't run by the orange man, you know? And Democrats are doing this. Republicans are now doing the same thing as well. Now, you had never heard this from the Republicans, though. Republicans normally don't do this. Okay? Why are they doing this? Because they're retreating. Because even a fucking Twitch streamer can cause the Republican propaganda apparatus to retreat, to show that there are moderate Democrats out there, to no longer call Nancy Pelosi a fucking communist. When they see someone who's actually saying communist shit, they turn around and go, yeah, actually, maybe there are some moderate Democrats. They were glazing Elisa Slotkin the other day. Okay? They were glazing Elisa Slotkin the other day, saying, like, of course she's not going to go on this mean man's podcast. Like, this cuts away at their bravado. It shows that they are also paper tigers. This is important to acknowledge, okay? Because I think, genuinely, this plays a formative role in combating the ratchet effect, okay? Because for the longest time, Republicans have been able to move the Overton window, shift the Overton window to the right over and over again, because the National Democratic Party has always been conciliatory. They've always offered concession after concession after concession, whether because they are backed by the same corporate entities and that's what they were supposed to do, or whether it's because they genuinely thought that this was the only way to win elections, right? I'm not going to say if it's I'm not going to make an assessment on how sinister the National Party's attitude on this issue was, and what if there was an ulterior purpose there, an ulterior motive there or not. But I'm simply saying that the outcome of Democrats consistently conceding to the Republicans on right-wing framing on issues only made this country go to the right. But the moment that someone says, no, fuck that, Republicans are terrorists, what are we doing here? You know, uses maybe even similar language that Republicans use with regular frequency, and not just like Republican propagandists, but straight up Republican politicians, including the president. When Democrats do just a fraction of that, they will receive tremendous results in terms of pulling back the Overton window to a place of normalcy. Now, of course, my goal is not to just like recenter American politics. I don't want that. I want to shift it so far to the left that we never elect another Republican ever again. That the idea of fascism is impossible to contend with. People are like, what? What are you talking about? It's ridiculous. That's what I want to do. But the fact that even like a Twitch streamer is capable of making these guys retreat should be important. Should be important for even centrist Democrats to take note of, okay? Because this is the exact opposite of the method that they've applied and lost on over and over again. This is the exact same reason why they lost to Trump twice. Not once, but twice. Because they were far too forgiving of the insanity of the Republicans. They did not fight back against the Republicans. They did not actively try to sever the ties that Republican politicians have with Republican voters. Okay? And that's the reason why Republicans got away with saying whatever the fuck they wanted about the Democrats for years. And that conversation got only more toxic and more violent as time went on. And Democrats could do nothing but just sit there and cower. But the moment that you have someone that speaks a similar language to the Republican Party from the actual leftmost position possible, they immediately retreat and they immediately start glazing moderate Democrats. When have you ever heard them glaze moderate Democrats before?
Anti-deficit spending. So Democrats used to believe that America was basically a force for good in the world. But now, the left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way.
I love the applause he gets at Yale. Glad I went to Dartmouth. Of course, he presupposes that we are...
Does she think Dartmouth wouldn't be just as excited to receive me? That's so stupid of her. Yale is more conservative than Dartmouth. What are you talking about? I mean, these are elite Ivy League institutions. Most of the people there are not going to be receptive to that message in any way, shape, or form.
An empire, which we are not. Piker either doesn't know his history, maybe Rutgers didn't teach that, or purposely distorts it for effect.
America's not an empire. It's so funny. Like, who believes that? What are you talking about? At this point, there's not even a handful of people in positions of power or in the think tank orbit that still maintains the position that, like, liberal interventionism is a force for good. Okay? Also, elitist, shitting on a state school. You notice that? Again, this is how they operate.
But it's irrelevant anyway. It's slipshod, lazy thinking that is par for the course for this once great party. Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
This is so insane. America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR.
The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism.
I love this. I love when they bang the... That's the new applause. Ooh, the Yaleys are actually impressed by the word multipolarity. Very revealing, as was this exchange.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal?
I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot. I love that they've, I guess, like, at this point, at a certain point, they have to, like, give up on the cheap shots and actually get to the meat of it. Okay. But this is just posting my W's. Like, I have no issue with this. Okay. At this point, Fox News viewers watch you as much as we do. Yeah. Yeah. Your grandparents are getting a very quick, short summary of at least some of my high notes, my highlights. This turns into a highlight reel. The moment that they don't the moment that they're not trying to do the cheap shots that are not resembling my worldview whatsoever, and actually showcasing some of the things that I believe, I'm happy with that. You know, this is a little bit more productive. People, I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well.
Well, Piker's not a socialist. He's not a progressive. He's a communist. Hasan Piker is the ultimate privileged Nepo baby.
Wait, that's cool. They're also now, again, another rhetorical retreat. Not only is Laura Ingraham glazing moderate, centrist, neoliberal Democrats, she's also separating communism from progressives and socialism. Okay? Again, that is another rhetorical retreat. It almost feels like the politics that I am representing is forcing Republicans to take a more serious look at what the broad scope of the broad scope of ideological representation within the Democratic Party. Have you noticed that? Again, this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. These are the same people who say Jeff Bezos is a communist, Nancy Pelosi is a communist. All of a sudden, when they hear someone say communist things, they turn around and go, actually, Bill Clinton was pretty good. I mean, he wanted to protect America. He wanted to glorify America. And that Hasan Piker is a communist, very different than socialist or progressive. Great.
He cut his teeth as an intern at the Young Turk show, which his uncle, Cenk Uygur, founded. What he learned there was how to get attention, and he's getting a lot of it. Nothing is off the table, including resurfaced comments about property owners who choose not to rent out their empty homes. He said, quote, kill them, kill those MFers and murder those MFers in the streets.
Then they go back to this, and it's like, okay, ask me, do I believe this is this a sincere policy perspective? No, it's not. Okay, let's move on.
The streets soak in their bleeping red capitalist blood, dude. And he's gotten so much traction among younger voters that he's plotting.
I like that she added dude, but she wouldn't add fucking in a video game.
To take over the whole party.
I think we do have a real opportunity to make some significant changes and build a real left caucus in the party and hopefully maybe even bully some other Democrats into coming on board with positions that they previously would never have the moral courage to openly fight for. Also, to Laura Ingraham, I have to say,
Legalize comedy.
And another reminder that having a social media following doesn't mean having a brain. But it's not just the Gen Xers who are moving hard left. One of the Democrat Party's most prominent donors, billionaire Tom Steyer, is now the frontrunner for governor of California, and he's a total fanatic.
I'm very straightforward about this. ICE should be abolished. You really can't reform an organization which is absolutely wrong and criminal from top to bottom.
Yeah, he's even more open borders than Gavin Newsom, if that's possible.
Be sure to like and...
Yeah, and then the rest of it is... Wait, I don't understand why it says, like, they're hinting at civil war, but this one actually banged for them. Fox News Clips, this one got a lot higher view count than their other clips that usually don't get this level of view count, so that's good, that's cool. And they're obviously very mad. Pays air for the Middle East. I think he'd be happy there. This guy's in big trouble. He needs arresting for blatant treason, calling for the fall of this great country. Piker's a sick individual. Do not give $1 to Yale. Yale should be closed for what they're doing to America. These people need to be addressed by courageous patriots. He should be arrested. It's like, what happened? What happened to fucking free speech? None of y'all believe in any of that shit, okay? It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Nick Sorter did the whole, we must end the American empire. He got mad about it too. Obviously, I guess like this is, they're reposting banger after banger over and over again. Rick Scott goes, Hasan Piker hates America, glorifies terrorism, and his call for me and others to be murdered. He should not be given any type of platform, let alone a college campus that receives federal funding. Not realizing that, again, this is exactly what the Democrats failed at, okay? Democrats tried to do this. Liberals tried to fucking do this in 2016 and even leading up to 2016 and certainly after 2016, and it failed. It failed. Trump is president. I don't know why I mean, fuck it. Like, I don't want them to stop because it's beneficial. It's beneficial to this movement. It's beneficial for me personally to get my message in front of as many people as possible. This is creating unnecessary friction, and it's also demonstrably a failure. At this point, yeah, we are close to Trump talking about me. Literally everyone except Trump has talked about you. I'm honestly shocked he hasn't yet. In some ways, I don't want that to happen because I feel like I'm going to get assassinated after that happens. But yeah. Sounds like you're soft launching a presidential run. I'm not even interested in fucking running for a local office, dude. That's the funniest part about all of this is that like, they're treating me like I'm running for president, but I'm not. Like I don't think America's ready for a person like me to be in a position of power. Okay. It's not going to happen. I also personally think that I have a lot more impact doing this where I can highlight other candidates and help out other candidates and work to build a movement rather than spend all of my time, all of my energy on trying to win one fucking race. And there's no guarantee that I win regardless, right? So it's very silly. Just know, if I'm even entertaining a run for any position whatsoever, that means that American politics have already moved in our direction so severely, that I'm running as a fucking moderate. Anyway. You could just grift for millions of dollars every 4 years like Jill Stein. Why would I do that? Right, because AOC and Bernie don't campaign with others. Buddy, I've seen a fraction of what it takes to do even one day of campaign rallies. Okay? Do you know how much time and effort is expended on running? Everything in your life is about winning that race. Okay? I wouldn't be able to cover the news. I wouldn't be able to promote other candidates. I wouldn't be able to do the necessary background research on other candidates. I wouldn't be able to adequately fundraise for other candidates. I'd have to be fundraising for myself. Like, you guys don't even understand. Like, it's just not, it's a complete time suck. It consumes every aspect of your life. There's also limitations on what I could and couldn't say regardless. It's just not, it's not possible. And on top of that, there is no guarantee. And on top of that, I don't even want to do it. Like, it's silly. People have always, throughout my career, told me what I should and shouldn't do, what I should do instead, right? Oh, you have all this money. Why don't you start a charity? You have all this money. Why don't you, why don't you build socialism? Why don't you build Medicare for all? And it's like, there are certain things that I'm good at and certain things that are within my power. And I'm trying to maximize my utility. That's it. That's what I'm trying to do. Inner Heaven, thank you for the 50 bones. At the end of the day, that is what I'm doing. I'm maxing out on my utility. I'm very good at one thing and one thing only, and that is going live every day and yapping and talking about the news and trying to help out with movements both all around the world and also certainly in the United States of America, and move this country's politics in a more productive direction that is better for the working class. That's I don't hide that. intention at all. I say it. Sometimes people disagree with my methods. There are plenty of people who disagree with my methods, actually. There's even people to my left that disagree with my methods. But this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. And I'm radically transparent about it, too. So much so that people actually, people will take advantage of that radical transparency. Now, one of the positive news hits that has come out of this in the last couple of weeks of like endless smears that I in this community and the campaigns that I align with have withstood is the fact that there is a lot of increased attention, increased eyeballs on some candidates. One of them is Dr. ABDUL Sayed. Now, you already know, I went to Michigan before. I went to Dearborn. I worked out with them. We had kebabs. And then, a couple weeks ago, I went to Michigan to MSU and University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And I stumped for Dr. ABDUL Sayed. Now, I personally didn't think this was a new thing at all. I just didn't understand that, like, going on a campaign rally alongside a candidate would be perceived as something so totally different than having the candidate on my broadcast, right? It was only last week. Oh, it was? God damn, I've been traveling a lot. I thought it was like it feels like a lifetime ago. So, as Dr. Jihad, I stood alongside Dr. ABDUL Sayed. Dr. Jihad. And I was there with Summer Lee as well, Rashida Tlaib as well, and in the crowd at University of Michigan, Debbie Dingell was there too. And it's a big deal. But one of the main problems for Dr. ABDUL Sayed wasn't his policies or wasn't his background. Those are, he is a fantastic candidate, right? He is exactly what we're looking for. Now, we don't fully align on everything, but that doesn't matter, right? He is far better than the average Democratic Party senator. And I would be elated to have as many Dr. ABDUL Sayeds in Congress as possible, right? That's the whole goal here, to move the Overton window to a more productive place, a place that actually is helpful for the American working class. So there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of pontificating on how dangerous it is that someone like Dr. ABDUL Sayed running for such an important seat like the Michigan Senate seat would align with someone so radical. But he didn't cave. He didn't cave, and he said, fuck it, we're doing it, right? He didn't back away, which in my opinion would have shown weakness regardless if he had. And it turns out, as I had suspected, it's actually been quite fucking beneficial. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new Emerson poll in the Michigan race. Now, as I said over and over again in the lead up to this stump that I did, one of the biggest problems with Dr. ABDUL Sayed and his race was that he didn't have enough name recognition. The race wasn't getting a lot of media attention, and it seems like it now has gotten a lot of name recognition and media attention. And in that time frame, some people might even call it the Piker bump, but probably not. It's not, once again, it's not me. It's not even us. It's also the candidate, right? It wouldn't work if ABDUL Sayed didn't have the proper policies that communicate to the actual economic anxieties of the working class, right? Michigan Senate Dem primary with crosstabs shows Dr. Abdul El-Sayed at 24%, up 8 points from the last time that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed was polled on this exact same poll when he was in third place. Mallory McMorrow only gets a 1.2% bump at 23.6%, and Haley Stevens has dropped 3 points at 13.4%. And the not sure is still at 35. Now, Emerson is huge because Emerson actually is one of the few pollsters that has actually factored in the increase of youth voter participation. Okay? This is why it's a big deal. Okay? This is not an internal number. This is not an internal poll. This is a legitimate pollster, an independent one, that is looking at this race, that has developed a very reliable reputation so far, was one of the closest to Zoran's victory in the New York mayoral race as well. One of the pollsters that got it fairly right, and even then they weren't able to weigh in youth voter participation as well as what came out on election night. Okay? This is huge. Abdul El-Sayed last time, when he was polled last time, amongst likely Dem primary voters on January 24th to January 25th, was at 16%. Since then, he's at 24%. Mallory McMorrow was at 22%. Since then, she has gotten up to 24% as well. And Haley Stevens was at 17% and now is at 13%. And the undecideds went from 38% to 36%. Only 2% of undecided voters have actually moved in the direction of voting for one candidate over the other. This is huge. Obviously, there is a lot more work to do. Okay? There is a lot more work to do here. Which one's AIPAC? Haley Stevens is the pure AIPAC candidate, and Mallory McMorrow is the one that is trying to present herself as the Goldilocks candidate, as they like to call it, who is, presenting herself as an Israel skeptic because she knows it's deeply unpopular, but at the same time is perfectly willing to work with Israel. She has given a policy paper to AIPAC privately. We still don't know what her policy paper looked like, but it's AIPAC and AIPAC light, pretty much, versus someone who AIPAC's going to dump tens of millions of dollars against, Abdul El-Sayed. So, in any case, we have an incredibly important opportunity ahead of ourselves. We have to make sure we turn out every single young voter and even older voters in our lives for this primary, because a lot of people forget that primaries are even more important than the general election as far as changing the trajectory of the Democratic Party. So if you're frustrated when you see stuff like, why did Chuck Schumer vote to send Israel bulldozers or send Israel dumb bombs when he's supposed to be the leader of the party? Why are there still 7 Democratic senators? At a time when this is a 90-10 issue, you still have 7 Democratic senators that are signing off on sending Israel $500 million worth of tools and weapons so they can continue their apartheid, so they can continue their genocide, at a time when the overwhelming majority of Americans are recognizing that Israel's doing a genocide and that they don't want to contribute to it with their tax dollars. There are still Democrats out there who are putting Israel first, who are putting the interests of this foreign entity, this very violent foreign entity, against the interests of the American population, against the needs of the American population. So if you're wondering how that happens, why there is no real Democratic representation in the Democratic Party, it's because we don't participate in the primaries. It's because we lost that opportunity with Bernie Sanders in 2016 and also in 2020. So you have to work within the Democratic Party's primary system if you want the Democrats to resemble the actual, if you want the Democrats to be more responsive to your needs, you have to participate in the primaries, okay? The primaries will change the direction that the party is heading in, and the general is just about, whether fascists win or not, okay? Is it going to be fascism or fascism light? Or if you vote in the primaries, is it going to be fascism against socialism? I've always had this attitude. Yeah, Dan, the Twitch CEO is being asked about me at Semaphore. It's really funny. But look, here's the thing. A lot of people talk about voter apathy. A lot of people talk about, what the need, like why we vote for these do-nothing Democrats, right? Well, now you have someone to vote for. Now you have someone to vote for. And it's not just Abdul. There's people to vote for all around the country in the primaries. But it's important to activate our friends, to get them out there, to do something that is relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, but will have massive impact on the future of this country. Okay? Just remember that. It's huge. Ariana Jasmine says, despite widespread voter opposition in the war in Gaza, 7 Democratic senators voted against a resolution to block arms sales to Israel. Chuck Schumer received $6.5 million from the Israeli lobby. John Fetterman received $1.9 million from the Israeli lobby. Richard Blumenthal received $1.6 million from the Israeli lobby. Chris Coons received $1.7 million from the Israeli lobby. Catherine Cortez Masto received $3.1 million from the Israeli lobby. Jackie Rosen, $7.6 million from the Israeli lobby. And Kirsten Gillibrand received $3.2 million from the Israeli lobby. Midterms are coming up. Make sure you support the people primarying establishment politicians. That's right. That's why I always say voting is the least significant, most consequential thing you can do. You take a couple hours out of your day, you can turn it into an event if you want with your friends, and you go and you vote, especially in the primaries, and you can have tremendous impact on the future of this country, on the future of American politics. Okay? This is our opportunity. If you hate plugging your nose every time you vote, when you go out and vote every 4 years in the general for the president, and you say, why the fuck are we voting for these goddamn Democrats that are, establishment Democrats that don't respond to our needs? Why do we have to always make this decision to vote, make this calculation to vote for harm reduction as opposed to the fascist Republicans? Well, here's your opportunity to vote for something. Just like with Zoran. There's an opportunity to vote for something. And I think that matters. Because I think that once people start seeing, like I said, let 1,000 Zorans bloom, but once people start seeing that there are more responsive politicians out there who will fight for our needs, who will place our needs first, not the needs of Israel, not the needs of corporate lobbyists, not the needs of mega corporations that pay zero in fucking tax dollars and keep sucking up everything in the form of subsidies, sucking up all of our productive output, ensuring that it does not go back to fixing your potholes, fixing our infrastructure, giving us high-speed broadband, internet, something I'm personally pissed off about, spending all that wealth and all of our resources on healthcare and education instead of doing all that. If you're wondering Why there are no politicians who fight for that? Well, it's because people don't vote in the fucking primaries. And for the longest time, politicians like this didn't actually run. And even when they did run, they didn't have the opportunity to get in front of a lot of people. They didn't have the opportunity to spread that message far and wide. They didn't have that viability. They would always get pummeled. They would always get bullied by mainstream media as insincere and silly candidates, unelectable against the Republicans. But now, a lot of people recognize that the Bernie-crat wing of the party is the most electable wing of the party. They realize that centrist Democrat attitudes, pro-corporate Democrats, are precisely what has caused the Democratic Party to lose to Trump, not once, but twice. Bernie would have won is a resounding message now for many people who previously thought Bernie was unelectable. So if you have somebody in your district that is the leftmost candidate you could possibly vote for that has electoral viability, you have to go out and get other people to vote for them. You have to go out and door knock. And ABDUL Al-Sayed obviously is the guy in the Michigan race, in the Michigan Senate race. Okay? Emerson Poll has El-Sayed surging into the lead with basically all of the movement coming from him, growing as a no-name. People have said, well, ABDUL Al-Sayed went all around the state when he was running for governor. Very different dynamic, I think. People forget. This is a totally new race. And it's a totally new electorate in some ways. Their attitude towards Bernie's message is entirely different than it was in 2018. Okay? Here's some more information from the Emerson poll we're looking at. U.S. Senate Michigan primary, Democratic primary 2026, ABDUL Al-Sayed. If the Democratic primary election for the U.S. Senate were held today, who would you vote for at this time? As we've seen, Stevens is losing support. What is this? Is this AI? No, this is real. This is a real video. So, remember that. There are some crosstabs I wanted to look at and also some responses that I've seen. Shannon Watts, one of my primary ops, who absolutely despises me and is super, super pro-Israel, weirdly enough. I don't even know where that came from for her, right? She was an organizer for gun violence prevention, and now she's I guess she doesn't want school shootings to happen in America, which is an honorable cause. I'm on board with that, but she's perfectly fine with school shootings taking place in Gaza every day, it seems, and Lebanon, and maybe even Syria, and certainly in Iran, right? It's very odd how you can be like an anti-school shooting guy in America, but then also consistently demand we funnel more weapons so that Israel can blow up schools overseas. Kind of doesn't make sense. You don't have this like universal perspective on anti-school shooting, right? Weird. Anyway, she saw the poll numbers and went, seems like one of these people should drop out for the sake of the party. Exactly. I agree. That person should be McMorrow. Okay? That's what I think. That's what I think. But of course, she's trying to say, McMorrow should drop out. So they're starting to hit the Graham Plattner lines, which is good. Okay? Because if you recall, if you were paying attention to the Graham Plattner race, they're Stevens, you mean? No, I think she wants, did I say McMorrow? Yeah, I meant she wants ABDUL to drop out in favor of McMorrow. Sorry. She wants ABDUL to drop out so that McMorrow can thrive against Stevens. Now, I misspoke. I apologize. What's really interesting, ABDUL winning black voters is going to shatter a lot of narratives here as well. This is also a huge part of the crosstabs that we need to look at as well. Top line, Abdul El-Sayed is at plus 0.4. On the Democratic side, El-Sayed with plus 5.4. For independent and other, McMorrow is at plus 10. For white, McMorrow is at 3.3. For black, Abdul El-Sayed is at plus 6.7. Plus 6.7. Okay? That's huge because everyone always tries to cynically weaponize the black electorate against the progressive flank of the party, the progressive wing of the party. But guess what? One, black voters are nowhere near as conservative as liberal media presents it. Okay, that's number one. And number two, you know who understands racist attacks better than anybody else? Black voters do. Okay? That's it. It's like when you do racist attacks like this, who do you think is going to see that better than anybody else? Who do you think is going to understand what's going on there? For the male vote, El-Sayed is at plus 2.5. For the female vote, McMorrow is at 1.7. For ages 18 to 30, El-Sayed cleans up. Okay? Ages 18 to 29, it's a plus 10.8. For ages 30 to 39, El-Sayed is at plus 23.4. Okay? The millennial wing is going crazy for Abdul. For 40 to 49, McMorrow's lead is marginal, which is huge. Again, remember. And then plus 50, McMorrow's lead grows. Now, this is significant because plus 50, if we're looking at the actual electorate of who votes in the Democratic Party primaries, plus 50 in the Democratic primaries is basically the damn near entirety, pretty much, of people who vote. Like it's definitely going to be the majority. The majority of voters are plus 50. Okay? And McMorrow cleans up, and that's the reason why she's so competitive against Abdul. Plus 50 to 59. McMorrow's at plus 7.2. 60 to 69, McMorrow's at plus 9.7. And at 70 plus, McMorrow's at 10.5. Okay? And this is part of the reason why. This is part of the reason why even, I believe it was, where is it? Yeah, it was Haley Stevens' pollster that pushed back against the Emerson poll. Brian Stryker, who's conducted internal polls for Haley Stevens, pushes back and says, and UMich voter, who is, again, a McMorrow fan, says, this is interesting. For Dem primary voters, this would be a stunning change for the Michigan August primary electorate. 52% under 50 electorate, 48% above 50 electorate. Now, the reason why Emerson is weighing the under 50 electorate higher than other pollsters is also the reason why they've been more successful at reaching the final results, like closer to the final results in the Zohran Mamdani election as well. Even in that race, they were undercounting youth turnout. Okay, because youth turnout is usually not great. Okay, historically, youth turnout is disastrous. It's terrible. So they are increasing the likelihood of youth turnout in their calculations because they've seen it happen in other primaries. That's the reason why Abdul is so competitive. Okay? Emerson is clearly pegging the likely Democratic primary electorate to be younger than it was in 2022 and in 2018, per L2, see chart below. They might be right or wrong about that assumption for the model, but hardly irresponsible or worthy of being ashamed, says Adam Carlson, another pollster. There has to be some sort of respectful middle ground between doing your job advocating on behalf of your client, Stevens, and publicly shitting on another polling firm's model and assumptions. And this is Adam Carlson, obviously dunking on the pollster that does internal polls for the Stevens campaign, right? The reason why it's significant is because Emerson has weighed youth turnout fairly well. That's why they've gotten closer to the final results than any other pollster so far. Okay? That's what I'm trying to stress here. That's why it's a very significant poll. Brian Stryker says, partner at Impact Research, Stevens campaign's own internal pollster, says, yeah, this poll methodology is irresponsibly flawed. Emerson should be ashamed to put it out. It massively underrepresents the older non-college Democratic primary voters that support Haley Stevens the most in every poll. In 2018, the most similar election, nearly half, 45% of voters were over 60. In this poll, it's 31%. It projects more voters are under 30 than over 70. Wrong, wrong, wrong. In 2018, about 2 in 3 voters did not have a college degree. This poll says it's only half. Wrong again. Black voters, a strength of Haley's, are way off. 56% are under 40 in this poll on primary day. Fewer than 20% will be this wrong. Will be this young. Why is it so wrong? It projects literally 0 voters will vote in the general election and skip the primary. That's not how primaries work. In 2018 in Michigan, a similar election with competitive statewide GOP and Dem primaries, most November voters did not vote in a primary. Again, looking at 2018, at least 2.1 million people had voted in November, but one of the 2 primaries. The general had 4.2 million votes. The Dem primary had 1.1 million. The GOP had 1 million. So he is trying to desperately reframe the message by saying the electorate will broadly represent the 2018 primary structure, and it will not look differently in 2026. Emerson is saying it will look different in 2026. Yeah, and for the record, the 2 polls that were the closest to being correct were Emerson and Data for Progress. All the other pollsters actually undermined or underestimated Zohran Mamdani's successes. Okay? Emerson had Mamdani at plus 26. Where's DFP? I don't see it. But Emerson had Mamdani at 26. Most of the other pollsters were at like 18, 16, all this stuff. Okay? The reason why they had the reason why they were closest to the final outcome was because they were weighing youth turnout heavily. Okay? Going into election night, Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate, led most pre-election polls by double digits, though these results varied widely, from 7 to 26 points. It remains to be seen whether the polls that assume that older, more typical mayoral electorate will prove accurate, or whether the younger, early voting turnout in primary electorate will signal a different composition that could benefit Mamdani. What is this? No, I won't ever stop criticizing DSA. The org is just a funnel for the Dems at the end of the day. ICP for life. Oh my God. Okay, chatter. Yes. You got it. Like I don't even criticize more. Like I don't even criticize the anti-electoral left wing. The communists and whatnot. Like please. Just, yeah, ICP, Insane Clown Posse. Anyway. Dave Weigel offers some perspective. Again, notable to see Mallory on top, but it's tete-a-tete in Michigan. McMorrow's clearest path is convincing the moderate Dems that Stevens is toast, and she's the Goldilocks candidate who can win the primary, a non-Schumer pick without El Sayed's vulnerabilities. This is why the time graph about how Schumer is okay with McMorrow beating Stevens helped El Sayed. He instantly said he was the only candidate Schumer, who activist Dems now think is a loser, wasn't okay with. I wrote a bit about the early dynamics last year. The entire primary, basically, Dave says, El Sayed, I'm taking the most maximal left-wing position. McMorrow, I wouldn't go that far. Stevens, oh golly, I love manufacturing. I mean, Stevens is toast. We know that already. But the matchup is McMorrow versus El Sayed. if McMorrow can suck up a lot of the Stevens conservative voters, and El-Sayed can't get all of the progressive voters in the primaries, it's going to be a tough matchup, right? That's the case. So it's something to consider. Now, there's still a lot going on, right? There's still a lot of, it's not going to be an easy race regardless, right? Even in the primaries. It's a tough primary. Let's be real. It's a very competitive primary. Let's take a look at what Abdul's statements are, and then, I got more to say. He says, this is movement building. The momentum for getting money out of politics, putting money in pockets, and passing Medicare for all is undeniable, and it's all because of you. Keep it going and chip in $5 today. Now, the reason why he's doing that is because he doesn't have any corporate PACs, okay? He's not backed by any corporate PACs whatsoever. And he's anti-corporate PACs, and therefore, it's much, much more difficult for him to fundraise in this very competitive race, right? And part of that has been seen in the data as well, right? You have McMorrow that has been able to outraise Abdul El-Sayed, in spite of the fact that El-Sayed has a lot more real momentum backing him, as we have seen from these Emerson poll results. There are also still a lot of undecideds in this race, okay? A lot, almost a third, more than a third of the primary voter eligible population or likely voter, Dem primary voters, have not decided who they're going to vote for yet, okay? And so the number one thing that they need, the El-Sayed campaign needs, is obviously going to be money, right? Here's I had a data on this as well. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up. I think it was UMich Voter that posted this as well. Let me find it real quick. Here it is. This was from April 15th. This is from yesterday. Michigan U.S. Senate race fundraising for quarter one. McMorrow raised $3 million. El-Sayed, on the other hand, raised $2.29 million. McMorrow spent $1.26 million. El-Sayed spent $1.75 million. McMorrow has cash on hand of $3.6 million. El-Sayed's cash on hand is $2.5 million. However, McMorrow has spent most of the campaign cash on Facebook ads to fundraise further. Abdul El-Sayed, on the other hand, has spent a lot less cash on trying to generate more fundraising dollars. Okay? We have a breakdown for Abdul El-Sayed. $1.26 million out of state, over $200 donors. 400,000 Michigan in-state, over 200,000 or $200 donors. 596K under $200 donors. More from California than Michigan. UMich Voter is trying to say, it's outsiders, and there is not really enough momentum inside of Michigan for Abdul El-Sayed, and the momentum is coming from outside of the state. People like ourselves, people that are in the state, people in California. Okay? Now, here's the situation. It doesn't matter where the money's coming from, because that money will be spent on putting Abdul El-Sayed in front of Michiganders who will vote. And because he already has the platform, and because he already is the charismatic candidate, as long as he gets in front of people in Michigan, he's going to win. Okay? It's that simple. Small tip from someone who's worked in campaign finance: you don't need more or even as much money as the opponent. You just need enough to have a real campaign. At a certain point, money has diminishing returns to electoral politics. Yes, there's also some truth to that as well. If you don't have good politics, if you don't have a good campaign, or if you're not charismatic, it doesn't matter how much more you spend than your opposition. Kamala Harris is a great example of this. Kamala Harris outspent Trump. Kamala Harris was dumping millions and millions of dollars into certain TV markets in like Pennsylvania, and it wasn't even moving her favorabilities a little bit even, right? And if you recall at the time, I pointed to that to say people are not responsive to Kamala Harris's platform. They don't like the platform. If they did, they would see a big difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump after looking at those ads, and her likelihood of winning the race would skyrocket, right? But it didn't. Abdul, on the other hand, has the exact opposite problem, where because he doesn't have, massive corporate PACs and big donors in general, that he has the good policies, he has the good platform, and he has the charisma, but he has a hard time getting in front of people. Okay? It's that simple. It's also why Mamdani didn't need to outspend Cuomo, but there's always a minimum you need to have a real operation to pay staff and comms, etc. Exactly. Seeing a big difference between Kamala and Brandon would have helped. She did the opposite. Yeah. So just remember that. Okay? Also important that Abdul is +8 in the last quarter. For the more voters hear about him, the easier he has it. So it's way more upside for him than McMorrow. Yes. And that's why I was confident that the McMorrow Jewish insider piece and like the attacks and the smears against me and Abdul would backfire on them, which it did, because it brought a lot of attention to the race for the first time ever. This race was not getting any attention at all, even though Abdul in this primary season, amongst all the Democrats, is probably the one devoid of any sort of red flags whatsoever, and only upsides, no downsides, right? He is the best on paper candidate that the Democrats have. Straight up. I stand by that. And I say that even though there are socialists that are even closer aligned with my worldview running. The reason why I say that is because, like, especially for the state of Michigan, he has he doesn't have the Graham Plattner red flags at all. He's, a Rhodes Scholar, a doctor, someone who worked in public health for the state of Michigan, someone who actually got a lot done in that position in the state of Michigan, someone who's been all around the state for years and years and years. No fucking red flags whatsoever. So yeah, the biggest issue in this race for Abdul al-Sayed for the time being is fundraising. Do you think using your controversy could help boost candidates even further than before? I don't know. What I do know is this. Okay? It seems that other politicians... Is the Islamophobic left a thing? No, it's not. I'm sure there's like Islamophobic centrist Democratic Party voters and stuff, but even then it's like not as significant as you think it is. But what I was going to say is, one last thing was, from Emerson's January poll to their April poll, al-Sayed has gained ground nearly across the board, but his biggest gains have been among voters 30 to 39. Caveat, sample sizes of subgroups are smaller, though these are all N65, so movement should be treated as directional. The millennials are rising up. Okay? So, while I don't know how much impact candidates appearing alongside myself have, right? What I have noticed is other candidates who I am not even associated with directly, okay, using me mentioning them on stream, like Chuck Park, who's a progressive running for Congress in New York 6. Like even me responding to a chatter is being taken advantage of here by Chuck Park. Now, this is a risky thing for a candidate to do, for the record. Like, it's risky because this could backfire spectacularly. I could be like, who the fuck is this guy? But I at least know enough about his background and know that like a lot of people in my community are working on his campaign that I'm not going to do that, obviously. But the fact that like he's using this as a free ad is crazy, right? Queens. I know. Everyone always tells me check out Chuck Park. Yes, we will check out Chuck Park eventually. I promise.
Why not this weekend? You can check out Chuck Park for Congress. That's me. At 2 p.m. on Saturday in downtown Flushing. Links in the bio. Hasan, you're invited. And Representative Meng, as always, you're invited too.
Check out Chuck. Like, ayo, chill. Don't expose it like that. I mean, this is a crazy thing to do. Come on, man. It's brave. You know? Damn, he might be out-mogging you. Bro is handsome. I agree. He is very handsome. Yes, Chris Rabb is another person that I'm excited about as well. Please, everybody. You know, it's Jesus. Okay, calm down. We will get to all of this stuff eventually. Okay. So, yeah, we got Oliver Larkin that's getting some traction as well. It's very exciting. And what is this? Oh, Shoykat Chakrabarty also looked at the House that just failed to pass a resolution to end Trump's war with Iran by one vote. The count was 213 to 214. Just one Democrat, Jared Golden, voted to let Trump keep waging the war. Hayır, beş. Ya guest gittikten sonra. Shoykat says way more Dems than Golden want to continue this war, but they know it's politically toxic to vote for this war. So Dem leadership gets Golden to be the one to vote to make sure this fails. He's not running for re-election, so he has nothing to lose. That's how this works. Okay, rotating villain. Remember that. Our goal is to ensure that there are less rotating villains in Congress. Okay? For the love of God, please pronounce his name correctly. What, Shoykat Chakrabarty? I am pronouncing his name correctly. Am I not? Yeah. Yes, Indians and Indian names in general, I think. I'm Bengali Hindu. You are pronouncing his name correctly. Yeah, I am. It's Shoykat. Isn't it? Yeah, it's Shoykat Chakrabarty. Strange. Trump posted. Oh, God. Anyway. In any case, he's absolutely right about this, okay? He is absolutely right about this. And you know, we have an opportunity to clean the ranks a little bit and force the party to be more responsive. And I think Democrats recognize that fear, which is why they're leaning into the right-wing attacks. Here's a clip copy from Fox News of all the times I've been mentioned in like the last 24 hours, I think.
The left's new golden boy Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hasan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hasan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hasan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hasan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left
is a very controversial guy. Hasan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hasan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history.
This is an aura edit, dude. This is crazy. Yo, this is crazy. We gotta do like a newer version of the intro song. Maybe not with this music, maybe with something else as a copyright free potentially, but god damn, this is an
We've
aura
been
edit.
showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment messages.
That's him, Hasan Piker. They should stay away from him.
God damn. This goes fucking hard, dude. Holy shit. Damn, this shit got me pumped up and I'm in it. You know what I mean? Holy shit. Is always great. Mob Deep. No, I do know where the beat is from. I was just saying it's not fucking copyright free. That's it. So this part of the VOD will be muted. Okay, it's just missing the Aussie lady going Hasan Piker. Anyway. It's like how the right is warning the left to stay away from you. If they cared, they'd not say a thing. Yeah, I know. It's awesome. I think it's less tactical for them and more just, something to fill the airwaves with. Because, I'm a target-rich environment. I will say crazy things, right? I'll say things that, they can easily pick up on and say, look at how radical the left is. Look at how crazy they are and stuff like that, right? And any moment that they spend talking about me is a moment that they're not talking about Donald Trump's failures. But what they're failing to comprehend here is that this actually ends up, engaging in culture war territory that a lot of people actually get annoyed by. Even Republicans don't give a shit about it at all. And it just boosts my visibility, especially among Democrats who might not have heard about who I am. Many of them don't know who I am. It makes sense. I'm a Twitch streamer, right? And I'm on YouTube and TikTok and whatnot. But it elevates my presence and the things that I'm actually talking about, the message in front of an audience that is infinitely more receptive than most people think is the case. So... couple other lines I was going to say. Adam Wren says a post Piker rallies data point that suggests we are entering the post cancellation political era. Okay. Obviously, I wouldn't even say this is post cancellation in general. It's because most people don't traffic in this kind of cancellation because there are people who do things that are worthy of cancellation. Like if you do something illegal, right? Swalwell is a great example of this, right? Swalwell was a monster, and of course he was yelled at once it was revealed how monstrous he was with his rampant sexual assault and horribly unprofessional behavior beyond his sexual assaults, and it was untenable for him to continue running his campaign, and he dropped out, and he also even resigned from Congress. That's very different than people being like, I don't like what you're saying, and I'm going to imply that what you're saying is the worst thing I've ever heard. You're right. Not long ago, my friend didn't even know who you are, and yesterday he asked me about you out of nowhere, and I pretended that I don't know you because you are not gaming anymore. Good. Okay? I see a GOP super PAC that won't disclose its donors until after the primary, running ads about how ABDUL is too progressive for Michigan. I wonder what that super PAC, a GOP super PAC, would be. I wonder which one that would be. Pay close attention to who the GOP wants. Okay? Pay close attention to who the GOP wants in this race. They do have a tendency to miscalculate, obviously, as they're doing with elevating my profile as well. But more often than not, they will figure out exactly who is easier to beat, who has a easier go at it. And then they'll try to pump that candidate so that they have a easier race in the general. Okay. What is this? Official Lady Bunny. The DNC and establishment are going to have to realize the effect of Hasan increasing visibility of their candidates and making people volunteer and participate in the election process. After Kamala lost in 2024, the Dem Party decided that it has a problem reaching young men that they would have to address. We need a Joe Rogan to the left, they said. Now that Hasan Piker, a handsome, bodybuilding lefty with millions of followers, has been campaigning for Democrat ABDUL Al-Sayed in Michigan, the results have been astounding. Yet many in the Dem Party are bashing him, refusing to go on his podcast, digging up his past remarks to make him sound radical or a Hamas sympathizer. Hasan voted for Kamala in 2024, so he's no Hamas sympathizer, and he's hardly a radical, or GQ wouldn't be profiling him like his Uncle Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, a progressive news outlet. Piker will always tell you to vote for the Dem Party, no matter what he says during the campaign. He recently made headlines saying he'd vote third party rather than Gavin Newsom. In 2028, yet centrist Dems are furious that anyone famous even express sympathy for Palestine, even if they fall in line for the Dem candidate every 4 years. And in one interview, Hasan actually called Georgia Senator John Ossoff his dark horse pick for 2028. I have no idea what that even means since Ossoff isn't progressive. This is such a, sure, we take those. We take those. Yeah, the Michigan GOP doesn't want the Dem nominee to be Abdul, by the way. This was very funny. This was a very funny moment where Clay Travis goes, Michigan Republicans should consider voting in the Democrat primary for Abdul Al-Sayed. He's a crazy left-wing radical that I don't believe can win in the Senate, in the state. It's an open primary. If Mike Rogers wins for Republicans in Michigan, the Senate is secure. Michigan GOP. Michigan Republicans do not do this. Why did the Michigan GOP profile urge? I was watching Midas Touch and my dad overheard it and got angry. They were saying America was getting rolled over by Iran. So he asked, is that the Hasan guy? He's 60. Why is Michigan GOP's Twitter account telling Michigan Republicans not to vote for Abdul Al-Sayed in the primary? It's an open primary. Just do it. He is the weakest guy. He is the guy to beat. He's so easy. He's so easy. Think about how radical he is. Michigan Republicans, you should vote for Abdul Al-Sayed. He is such a weak candidate. I mean, he will get destroyed by Mike Rogers. I mean, clearly, you know, Patriots, do the right thing. You want to maintain your majority in the Senate at least, because you're probably going to lose the House. All you got to do is make sure you vote for Abdul in the primary so that Abdul, the easier candidate to defeat, can go up against Mike Rogers and be defeated by Mike Rogers. Yeah, for sure. He's Muslim. Abdul Al-Sayed, scary name. Scary name.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
You know, just think about how easy that would be, how glorious that would be. Apparently I've been asked, now Dan Clancy's getting asked about me too. Sunrise Movement about you. What is this?
For the past 4 weeks, establishment Democrats have been obsessed with denouncing a Twitch streamer, Hasan Piker. Why? It's simple. They're terrified. Think about it. The corporate wing of the Democratic Party hasn't been offering anything new or interesting to its voters for almost 2 years now. These corporate Democrats have spent weeks freaking out over a Twitch streamer. Not because he's pro-Palestine, that's just the surface. It's because he and his millions of viewers demand more from these Democrats. Hasan is calling out the party's inability to inspire young voters, to organize labor, or to stand up against corporate interests. And deep down, these corporate Democrats Democrats know that he's right. Remember what happened to the Republican Party after the Bush era? The Tea Party and Trumpism destroyed their old guard. And the establishment Democrats in office right now, they watch that collapse up close. And they know exactly what it looks like when a party loses control of its base. So when they go after people like Hasan, like student protesters, AOC, Zoran, or even Bernie, it's all based on a craven interest in self-preservation. They see the next wave of progressivism coming, and it's the beginning of the end of neoliberalism and do-nothing Democrats. I've read about what happens to political parties right before they go extinct. The Whigs didn't expect to disappear overnight. The Bush-era Republicans, they didn't see it coming either. And if progressives keep building on the momentum that they have been over the past 2 years, Hasan Piker won't be a problem for these corporate Democrats any longer. He will be part of the future. However, we can't just sit and wait for this future. We have to build it. If you want to put real labor rights and progressive values on the ballot, phone bank for a candidate this week who's actually ready to build this future with us.
When the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, often referred to as AIPAC, shows up at your office, what will you do and why?
Fuck AIPAC. They're a racist organization and I will not meet with them.
That's Chris Rabb. He is running for Congress on a platform that centers organizing, fair pay, getting corporate money out of politics, and growing the power of the American.
For the record, that is how you say, that's how you use swear words, okay? Like, Democrats would be like, I'm mad. Fuck. Like, that's different. Like, that is not effective messaging, okay? Simply using a bad word is not going to have the same utility as saying fuck AIPAC, okay?
Working class. If you're ready to kick do-nothing Democrats out of Congress, make sure to join a phone bank ASAP.
Hell yeah. Another W defense.
So obviously establishment Democrats' problem with Hasan Piker isn't actually his morals. They don't think he's an anti-Semite or that he's a terrorist lover or anything like that. The problem with him is that he encourages his base to criticize them and to ask for more. He doesn't just get online and say shut up and vote blue no matter who, what you want doesn't matter. He exposes bipartisan corruption and shows how closely related the Democrats are to Republicans. And they don't like that because the Democratic establishment is very used to just being able to say, we're not Trump. That's all we have to offer. They're used to being able to run against something and not for something. And telling you that you have to vote for them no matter what, even when they are actively inching towards the right every year. And that's the reason why we ended up with Trump in the first place. Fascism did not start with Trump. The neoliberal to fascism pipeline is very real. And as I said before, I don't even think Trump is the entire problem himself. I think he's more of a reflection of it. He's like an American mirror, just all of our problems in America that we've let go unchecked for so long manifested into one person. Manifested, unfortunately, into an evil geriatric idiot who's suffering from dementia. It's a strange timeline. But that being said, I find it so frustrating when liberals hate on Hasan Piker because they will, ignore so many other issues. I'll be like, hey, I don't like this person because they support genocide and are a literal war criminal. And liberals will be like, oh my gosh, you can never be satisfied. That's the problem with you leftists, you just engage in purity politics. You expect everybody to be perfect. As if genocide is, a minor issue. But then they'll turn around and say that Hasan Piker shouldn't have a platform and try to, ban him entirely. Is that not purity politics? And, for stupid reasons, too. Usually their hatred of him either stems from a misunderstanding of his worldview, they just saw clips taken out of context and don't really understand what he was saying, or they just don't like his vibes, I feel like. I think his mannerisms, the way he speaks, the way he behaves and carries himself, relates a lot too closely to young men. It's the reason why he's able to attract a young male audience and kind of steer them away from the right-wing pipeline. But to other people, it gives them, bad vibes. They get, frat boy energy from him or something, and they're like, oh, he reminds me of people that I don't like. He reminds me of those I know who are, racist, sexist, misogynistic, things like that. Even though he's not at all. I'm just like, you can't hate on me for not liking war criminals and turn around and be like, Hasan Piker is a danger to society. He's a real threat over here.
Holy viewbots.
Even more
yeah, this is all viewbots, baby. Yeah. Keep coping. Keep coping, little man.
Strange because I will see those same liberals in the comment sections, people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson agreeing with them. They'll being like, oh my gosh, is Candace Owens becoming smart now? I can't believe I agree with her. Tucker Carlson actually has some good points, guys. They'll start siding with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson just because they're no longer in support of Trump. Even though their worldviews are still problematic. And it's like, how are you still willing to embrace somebody whose worldview is deeply problematic and so different from yours just because they have the same enemy as you? But then you're going to see Hasan Piker, somebody who likely has your worldview and also shares your common enemy, Donald Trump, and treat him as an enemy. Like, it makes no sense. I don't get it. So obviously establishment Democrats' problem with Hasan Piker isn't actually his morals. They don't think he's an anti-Semite or that he's a terrorist lover or anything like that. The problem with him is that he encourages his base to criticize them and to ask for more. He doesn't just get online and say, shut up and vote blue no matter who, what you want doesn't matter.
Again.
For my
Oh, this is 9 minutes. I can't watch it in 9 minutes. All right. Norm sounds the alarm that I've been also ringing for a minute now.
I do.
Talking about the hijacking of anti-Zionism and the warning signs that he is seeing out there, for the record. And they exist. He is talking about the exact same thing that I've been talking about with respect to... Here, I'll just repost this as well. What he's talking about is the same thing that I have also seen, which is Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens establishing credibility in the anti-Zionist space in the absence of more Democrats and more liberal content creators, more leftist content creators coming out and you know, saying the correct points. It's very unfortunate. Like even the fact that the Democratic Party is like aggressively attacking someone like myself in an effort to disparage the left flank approach, in an effort to attack the anti-Israel position without actually yelling at their whole base by saying, oh, well, you know, we are skeptical of Israel too, but like this guy takes it too far. He's anti-Semitic. That kind of sentiment, especially in the base of the Democratic Party, can have a little bit of impact. Like it actually unironically works. Meanwhile, some of those very same Democrats will still turn around and highlight Tucker Carlson's positions when Tucker Carlson is shitting on Donald Trump. Nick Fuentes' positions, even when Nick Fuentes is shitting on Donald Trump, right? They'll be like, oh, look, see, Nick Fuentes has actually dropped. Like Neera Tanden, right? Neera Tanden comes to mind. Neera Tanden has literally retweeted Sneeko, retweeted Nick Fuentes, and in the same time frame has attacked me endlessly, calling me a fucking... calling me an oppositional figure, calling me a bad person. Like it's just unbelievable. It's dangerous, really.
I do believe that we're in a difficult situation now because the right is at least on one issue masquerading itself as the standard bearer of a leftist issue. Well, it has historically been an issue of the left.
Yeah.
And it's in a very different trajectory than the left. It's a very different trajectory. The agenda of the right is not my agenda. You know,
well, certainly not. But this is a void that's not going to get...
But many people it is, unfortunately. I cannot believe that you would never believe how many emails I get. What do you mean the Israelis didn't kill Kennedy? How can you say that? You know, so irate, so indignant. You know, I don't know where things are headed, but for me, it's a source of concern as a person of the left, that these have now become the spokespersons on the leftist issue. Now they have if I can use the term, they have hijacked the issue. And I believe they can take it in places which are grounds for concern. Though it's not the priority now. The priority, as I said, ICE is not knocking on the doors of Jews. It's knocking on the doors of undocumented workers. I get that. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it.
What is this survey? Today in news is incredibly obvious. Oh yeah, new survey that came out. The far left youth are anti-Israel, but the least anti-Semitic. The far right youth is anti-Israel and the most anti-Semitic. Oh my God. I also have an issue with the statements that they're regarding as anti-Semitic regardless, because like even the way that these questions are designed could lean in either direction. But Yeah, young conservatives are much more likely to agree with anti-Semitic belief than young liberals. Number of statements agreed with from Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to America, which is anti-Semitic for sure, right? B, it's appropriate to boycott Jewish American-owned businesses to protest the war in Gaza, which, once again, could be anti-Semitic or it could not be anti-Semitic, right? It could be anti-Zionist. That one is the one I took issue with because it's like purposely obscured, right? It does the same exact thing, like tying Jews to Israel, okay? If you ask the question sincerely, if you were like, is it okay to protest or boycott Zionist institutions, right? Institutions that are fundraising for the IDF, for example, institutions that are doing fundraisers for the IDF or doing fairs, like where they're selling stolen land, illegally occupied in illegally occupied territory. That's not anti-Semitic at all. That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly valid, and more people should do that, right? Simply claiming that this is, a Jewish institution and people are like attacking it because it's a Jewish institution is an obfuscation that is dangerous, a conflation that's dangerous, right? Tying Judaism back to Zionism. And then C, Jews in the United States have too much power, which, fair. That's also, certainly anti-Semitic. So they polled the voters, all voters under 35, okay? And amongst the extremely conservative, it was a much higher percentage, right? You can't claim to defend Jews while you constantly attack Adam Friedland. True. This is like saying white people have too much power, which is kind of true. I mean, that's not the point here. In any case, this obfuscation, this false conflation, this false framing still serves the purpose of anti-Semites. Because they can just go, look at everything that people in the media are saying. What do you think? Right? Because people, by and large, at least to my knowledge, very rarely are actually just targeting a Jewish institution. Like, it is an unbelievably rare instance, all right? Like, if there's a synagogue that gets tagged or something, right? Like, that's unbelievably rare. What is actually infinitely more commonplace is people protesting outside of synagogues because inside of the synagogue, they are doing a settler fair. This is a very common thing that happens in Jewish institutions, right? Or people protest outside of places that have done fundraisers for the IDF. That is a very common form of protest. Problem is, the media will look at that protest and slap on this insane sentiment that they're just protesting against Jews or protesting outside of a Jewish institution, a Jewish place of worship for no reason. Okay? It's bullshit. Can you give a brief explanation of settler fairs? Yes. West Bank settlers will go and do a pogrom in a Palestinian village in occupied West Bank. They'll do this with the backing of the Israeli occupying forces. Okay? They'll throw Molotov cocktails. They'll kill the animals, the sheep, or whatever animals the Palestinians have, and they'll drive the Palestinians out of certain villages. And then they'll build settlements on top of these villages. This entire process is completely illegal. Okay? It's immoral, it's gross, it's repugnant, it's Nazi shit, and also it's illegal. Okay? It's illegal under international law. It's illegal under domestic laws as well. Now, the problem is, or not the problem, but rather what happens after is, now that they've acquired new territory illegally, okay, through this unbelievably violent and morally repugnant process, they'll come to the United States of America and they'll sell that new land that they have illegally acquired, this new territory, which, only a few months ago would have housed Palestinians that have lived there for centuries. Okay, they'll bulldoze their homes and they'll start the process of rebuilding settlements on top of it. Then they'll sell those new settlements as land that you can purchase to American Jews in American synagogues. This is a process known as settler fairs, okay? It's insanely illegal. It's unbelievably illegal. And it's also heinous that these institutions, these places of worship, synagogues and other Jewish institutions will open their doors to this illegal process. And the media will play along with the narrative that these anti-Semitic protesters are attacking a synagogue or protesting outside of a synagogue. It's insanely frustrating. And they've never really caved on that point as well. They do it all the time. Like the media defends synagogues that are engaging in settler affairs all the time. They will falsely smear and present every single person that protests outside, even if they're Jewish, even if they're Jews that are protesting. And by and large, there are a lot of Jews that are anti-Zionists that are protesting these events. They'll say they're all unbelievably anti-Semitic. They're attacking a synagogue. And most people will just remember that Judaism is tied to Zionism. Like that's the takeaway for many people. That's what you're teaching the uninitiated. Okay? And no, it is not a fringe thing at all. These fairs actually take place all the time. This was one of my biggest points of disagreement with Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani was anti-settler fairs. Zohran Mamdani has actively talked about settler fairs and their illegality. And yet, when he became mayor, when there was yet another settler fair that was taking place in Queens, in a synagogue in Queens, there were anti-Zionist protesters outside of the synagogue, and they were protesting. And some of them were chanting, say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here. On the other side, you had the pro-Israel protesters that were waving the Kahanist flag, Meir Kahan's flag, the JDL flag. JDL is also a state designated terrorist organization. They were talking about how they were going to rape and kill Zohran. They were going to rape and kill Palestinians, like all this insane, heinous nonsense. And Zohran and AOC and numerous others in New York politics, Letitia James, universally condemned the protesters that were saying, say it loud, say it clear, we support Hamas here, rather than the far worse and illegal action that was taking place inside of the synagogue. It was ridiculous. Imagine selling Ukrainian land in a fair inside of a Russian Orthodox church in the United States of America and suspecting or expecting everyone to be okay with it, or you're an anti-Christian racist. Yeah, anti-Russian, you're Russophobic, you're anti-Christian Orthodox. At that protest, my friends got rape threats. Yeah. It was fucking insane. It was so unacceptable. Again, it's in the rear view now, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But that was a big point of contention that I had with Zohran as well, because I think that was no longer Zohran being conciliatory to cynical people with the hopes that they'll like get off his ass, which they never did. But the reason why I thought it was unbelievably bad as a message of like what you choose to focus on, okay, and this is where I said, as a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue. For the record, I don't expect an elected U.S. politician to come out as pro-Hamas, but it's clear that many people see the pro-Palestinian cause as at least discardable if they're going to make a fuss about this instead of the Kahanist flag waving Zionist or the illegal synagogue land sale. It's crazy. You have every opportunity to talk about the real, the real unforgivable act that's taking place that is illegal, okay? Just straight up illegal. And instead you choose to focus on protesters that are protesting against said illegal act. Hyper-focusing on the aesthetics rather than hyper-focusing on the actual crime. I support the protesters. I do not support settlement fairs, but this is fringe. Most American Jews are reform, and this doesn't happen there. I know. Sure. I understand that. A lot of American Jews would probably bracket into some kind of like liberal Zionist position. They find the West Bank activities to be morally repugnant. Maybe some of them actually think that it's like indefensible genuinely because it is. And some of them think it's, you know, a bad look. But ultimately, it's happening, right? And not only is it happening, it's happening at a Jewish institution. And when you have New York politicians not focusing their efforts on stopping that from happening, but instead focusing their efforts on, you know, the language being used by people who are on the right side of that protest, it's no longer just like unproductive or conciliatory. You're basically aiding and abetting at that point. Anyway, this is, again, bygones be bygones, I guess, but still. Okay, but you're implying it's happening everywhere, man. It's happening all across the country. It is. You said it's happening everywhere. I don't know. Seems fringe. No, it is not a brother. It's happening in synagogues all across the country. It has happened in synagogues all across the country. What the fuck are you talking about? It should happen 0 times, okay? It's kind of like the age-old adage, you know, you fuck one goat and you're called a goat fucker for the rest of your life. It's kind of like that, you know? Oh, it's just a couple synagogues that are doing illegal land extraction and land sales. Like, how dare you make it seem like it's way more commonplace? It's like, well, it's happening. And not only is it happening, but also people choose to fucking defend, or people choose to attack the people that are protesting it. It's ridiculous. It should happen approximately 0 times. It's not just fringe. It's a heinous crime. Anyway, there was also this guy, Ed Elson, who I also retweeted. I didn't even realize clips are no longer the byproduct of the main product. They're the main product. No matter the size of the show, they drive the ultimate reach. Now, technically, what he's saying is correct, but he actually did this thing that I didn't even notice when I was retweeting him. He just looked at my live concurrent viewership, and then he looked at my VOD viewership after the stream is over, and he slapped that on as though that was my average live stream viewership versus clip viewership. This is just wrong. So Jules Nader went in, our resident data nerd, went in and corrected the record. He said, this graph annoyed me, so I graphed it myself. Below is Hasan the Hun's viewership on his official Twitch and YouTube channels, plus some fan channels. His Twitch viewership is lower, but it's still massive, around 646,000 per day. And combined with YouTube, it exceeds 2 million views per day. So it turns out, with the greater reach, and this doesn't even feature TikTok, right? This is just YouTube and Twitch VODs, okay? The Twitch stream at the end of one like 8-hour Twitch stream gets approximately 650,000 views. So 650,000 unique viewers, right? But then the daily unique viewership on YouTube is, you know, approximately 1.5 million as well, 1.4 million. Therefore, the total unique viewership every single day on this broadcast, just on YouTube and Twitch alone, is reaching 2 million views. Okay? 2 million views. And this is before we get to TikTok and all these other platforms as well. AIPAC blasted an action alert urging people to contact their senators and thank those who voted no on the Sanders dangerous resolution and express your disappointment in those who voted yes. It includes talking points as well, sent to me by a Hill staffer who received it. So, you know, it seems like the Clips Industrial Complex is alive. It's cooking. It's doing well. Not correct. One person could watch multiple Hasan videos in one day. It's true. They can. But, you know, the likelihood of that is far lower. Anyway, let's move on and let's get to situation monitoring now. There was this last one. It was the last two things I was going to look at. Semaphore is doing a conference. Asked about Democrats debating whether to go on Hasan the Hun's live stream, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy tells Maxwell Tawney these words. Let's take a look.
Sure, you've been aware that one of your biggest streamers, Hasan Piker, has been in the middle of this weeks-long debate inside the Democratic Party about whether people should go on his stream, as more politicians do go on Twitch. I saw Gavin Newsom was gaming on there somewhat recently. I mean, you've obviously dealt at various times with Hasan Piker. You guys have, taken him off the platform. He's kind of come back on, temporarily kind of suspended him. What's your perspective as you kind of watch this play out? Do you think that people are kind of misunderstanding, or anybody in the Democratic Party is kind of misunderstanding his audience or his kind of popularity there? What do you think as you're watching this debate?
Yeah. So look, I don't have an opinion on any particular streamer. I think it's absolutely the case that one of the challenges when you're live streaming is you're up there and you say a lot. And when you say a lot, especially as you're more inflammatory, you might say a lot of things that are over the top. Now, for us, the way we handle that is we have a very clear set of community guidelines where we do not allow certain type of behavior. If you violate that, then we take enforcement actions and we suspend you. It's designed not to kick you off forever. It's designed to say, no, you're going to have a suspension whenever Hasan has stepped over the line. We've taken action. And it's interesting now because those folks will get worked up from both the right and the left on this because we have also conservative people that are saying certain things that some people don't like. And one of the things that kind of works well on Twitch is if you don't like what someone's saying, then don't go and listen to them.
Right.
And then it's not in your face at all, literally.
Yeah.
It doesn't get injected in you like you got to go see it.
Totally.
No, if you disagree. And so, in general, we think it is important for us to allow people to express themselves.
Bro, what do you expect? He's not gonna be like, Hasan is the man. What are you, crazy? And also, not only is it it's good that he's not saying shit like that, okay? And yes, I have been justifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, and also unjustifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, oftentimes coming from the far right. But I don't, it is what it is. You just got to fucking play ball to the best of your ability. The reality of the matter is, if you're looking at like inconsistent standards, obviously Asmongold has a shit ton more violations of the terms of service than I do, right? I mean, he basically traffics exclusively in racial animus and horrible things that he says about the minority populations of the country, entire swaths of like migrant populations he calls parasites. Did you ever cover the roads crashing out about his ban and doubling down? No, I didn't even do that because there was a lot going on in the world that was far more consequential than whatever fucking Asmongold was saying and doing. But yeah, it's there is this ridiculous double standard that has always really existed. Like, because right-wing sentiment oftentimes can hide its violent commentary in the form of systemic violence, right? But even outside of that, sometimes right-wingers will engage in direct calls for violence, right? Beyond the calls for violence they can shelter in systemic analysis. However, even when right-wingers engage in direct calls to action, they oftentimes don't get hit with the ban hammer. There's a couple different reasons for it. One, ironically enough, I think left and liberal groups no longer care as much about like weaponizing cancel culture as much as the Republicans do. Right-wingers love cancel culture. They love weaponizing it, right? I mean, look at what Fox News is doing for like the past week or so, for the past couple of weeks. They do that far more than the liberals do against the right, especially nowadays. The other reason is also because I think that these platforms are genuinely worried about suspending people because the Republicans are much more aggressive in defending heinous shit that their side says. Like, there was a real likelihood when Asmongold got banned that, J.D. Vance could have said something about it. Obviously, it was like a very different media cycle at the time, so there wasn't enough backlash at all. But that was a real fear. So, I don't even know what Asmongold got banned for. I didn't even look into it. I didn't even care about it. And the reality of the matter is there's far too many things he should have been banned for that he didn't. Funny how Meek Kane video said you both react to each other for money when you didn't even farm his ban. If roles were reversed, he would have farmed you for a week. Yeah, I don't really care. I don't give a shit. Anyway. Before we get to situation monitoring, actually, there's one thing I wanted to show. This is a really good hit, I think. Drop Site found AOC in the halls of Congress, in the tunnels, and asked her about why she's a little gun shy about endorsing others. Let's take a look.
Chief of Staff, former Chief of Staff is running in San Francisco. That primary is in June. Obviously, you're not going to have a reporter tell you to endorse, but like, is that something are you at least monitoring the race, looking at it? I mean, what's your stance on Shoykot? Because like, you have a close relationship.
I think for me overall, it's more about, I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. You know, we've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And there is this kind of moment where it's like and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, a pretty amazing crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of like how much of myself I'm pouring into this and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're, pouring into the task at hand, like, what we've got going on here. So, but I think that
I'm trying to run for president. I can't be endorsing Muslims. That's not true. Come on. That's not what it is. That's not what it is at all. Look, I can only speculate. I don't know what's in her mind, right? My speculation is that she doesn't want to be disruptive. And I think she should be. This is her opportunity to be a leader in the party, okay? Like, I think playing it safe is not good. Don't let others speak for yourself. Go out there and be in the fucking front lines. I promise, as long as you're bold and unflinching, people will back you. They are waiting for it, okay? That's just the way I see it. Because, like, half of the reason why the broader left has negative attitudes about AOC is born out of her safe plays that come immediately after she actually does make a bold legislative play, right? She'll go on the floor of Congress and say what Israel is doing is ethnic cleansing, it's genocide, it's unacceptable, before many others do, before many others would ever even dare to say such a thing, right? But then she'll go and partner with institutions that are pro-Israel and will do this like she'll be apologetic almost about like being in the front of the conversation, being in the forefront of the conversation. I wish she was more bold and stood by her principles, because she has those principles. If you look at her legislative track record, it's far, far more progressive than most. And yet a lot of people on the left think she is that she is an oppositional figure to progress. And I think it stems from the fact that she always wants to play it safe, or is a little bit worried about being out front. Because when you're in the front, you're going to get yelled at a lot, right? When you're in the front, you're going to get yelled at a lot. And she does not like to get yelled at. Nobody does. And I understand nobody does. But I think it's time. It's time to be bold. It's time to be brave. And it will be beneficial.
What I will say is that I think that the primary environment that we're seeing is really great. I think that progressives have already notched some really impressive victories this early into the primary season. And we've got another, 6 or 7 months of it to go. And I'm looking forward to having a lot of new.
Cry me a fucking river. A 3-bedroom is $9,100 a month. Primary the mall. Okay, man. I truly think, like, think about how fast the entire like progressive and curious flank of the Democrats swung on the defensive offensive weapons distinction after AOC went to the DSA, and they asked about her position on this, to clarify her position on this. And in order to get their endorsement, she said, like, yeah, I'm not making this distinction any longer. Boom. All of a sudden, that was the new bottom, right? All of a sudden, that was a new litmus test. And we could go far beyond that, right? And I think AOC should be leading that charge. This has been my position from the start. And I wish that some of our representatives, some of our movement representatives in Congress were less gun shy and were more unapologetic, because I think there is a lot of upside to that kind of communication strategy. I'm not even talking about like issue specific things at this point. I'm just saying, like, vibes wise, just being unapologetic, standing 10 toes down and saying, this is what I stand for. This is what this movement stands for. I have the backing of the people, so I'm going to say this, even if you yell at me. That will genuinely benefit people, okay? That will genuinely benefit all politicians who choose to do so. A little bit of friction is good, okay?
Colleagues here in November that we can, it's been a lonely, really.
Might be one issue where you're out of touch with your viewer base. Many people see the hesitancy to be bold as the defining reason AOC is not it. No, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Like, she has the backing. It's her opportunity to seize. That's what I'm saying.
Lonely road for the first 8 years, and I'm really hoping that it'll be a little less lonely in November.
My boss has a book about that.
You keep telling us she has the backing. I mean, she does. It doesn't. No, she doesn't. She clearly doesn't. Come on. Wait, what? Chatter. I'm gonna serve you a little bit of, hard pills to swallow here. Okay, a little bit of cold hard truth time. A lot of people don't like hearing this in this community, especially. Okay. This is a real Graham Plattner situation for many of you. Okay? A real Graham Plattner situation. Most people don't make these similar calculations to you. Most people love AOC. Most liberals love AOC, and a lot of leftists love AOC as well in the broader movement. Okay? There are certainly those who criticize her. There are certainly those who sometimes even are wrong in their criticisms and will lean into fake bullshit. I've tried to work through that while still maintaining a critical framework in my coverage of things that she does, things that I wish she would do, right? Hasan, her genuinely lying about the ceasefire back in the day broke a lot of trust. I'm saying her moving this way will not win anyone back or forward. No, I think a lot of people would let bygones be bygones on that spectacular flub. If she was coming out and championing the genuine people-backed movement. Alex Thompson says this validates. In case you missed it, Holly Otterbein and I reported Sunday on how AOC hasn't endorsed her former chief of staff in the California congressional bid, part of some larger friction with some of the left-wing people who were with her in 2018. Like, even the fact that this is what Alex Thompson is saying and what Holly Otterbein are saying through their Axios article should be an opportunity for AOC to clarify her stance, to be like, no, that's not the case, right? If AOC went hard on anything, it would shut up the majority of chatters thinking she's always playing it safe. Exactly. Because people are desperate. People are desperate for a new movement leader, okay? It can't be Bernie Sanders. Let's be real. Bernie Sanders has already exhausted that role, right? He's old. Like, he has a lot of impact still. He's very popular, and he's using that impact. He's exhausting that impact to, like, set up the next wave of Bernie-crats. But the reality of the matter is, like, there's a need for a continuation. There's a need for a person to rally around, right? And I think AOC could be that person if she changed her communication strategy. Because everything that I have observed of the way that she moves is like, she'll take 2 steps ahead of other people, right? Like, she'll sometimes be aligned with Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib. And then immediately when she puts herself out there, she gets yelled at. Immediately. She gets yelled at by the groups. She gets yelled at by people that angle their criticisms in a way that actually has a lot of impact in her calculation, because she's like worried about coming across as offensive, right? And I think a lot of people manipulate that interest. And as soon as that happens, she retreats. And by my estimation, like from what I have seen thus far, she is very worried about coming across as offensive, even though there have been instances where she has been bold. Like she's come on this broadcast more than most politicians have, okay? Obviously, if she was that afraid of coming across as like offensive, she wouldn't have done that. All those quotes were already flying around the ether far before AOC has come on this broadcast many, many times over. My point is if she was more bold, I think there would be a little bit more friction for sure. But in the aftermath of that friction, she would gain a lot more. She stands to gain a lot more by being bold. It doesn't help when so many chatters have an anti-AOC perspective. They just all hate Mobber is so dumb. Invite her onto our side more and give her more support. I mean, that doesn't matter. That stuff is, I mean, she clearly does see it. And it's New Atlantic. Jonathan Chait, Israel moderates are losing the Democrat Party. Oh my God. Another admission of defeat has come from this time, a motherfucking publication whose editor-in-chief is an Israeli concentration camp guard. Oh my Lord, Jonathan Chait. He isn't the concentration camp guard, but the fact that this is like being published in the Atlantic, oh my lordy. If you recall, for the longest time, I used to say, by the way, shouts out to the Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to be on the winning team, you already know where to go. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Okay. If you want to get the news and where the country is moving towards in the next couple of months, you come here to the Piker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. That's right. Piker Broadcasting Service. The article is too new for it to be properly archived, by the way. I can't do a paywall remover on it, unfortunately. So maybe someone can send it to me if you have the actual subscription or something, and then we could do it. Yes, HasanAbi's new pharmacist. Hasan's new pharmacist, thank you for the 5 gifted. TPR91, thank you for the 10 gifted. Anyway, but like even this is a clear-cut indication that having moral conviction and having moral courage and overcoming the barrage of ceaseless smears has benefits. Like think about how much people have been yelling at me non-fucking stop, right? I didn't back away from my position. I kept pushing through it. I kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and we're on the other side already. Okay? We're on the other side of that story now. If you noticed, you got major, and this is not something that happened in the last couple of weeks. This is something that's been going on for the last couple of years at this point. Okay? But like think about the heinous shit that they said about me for the past couple of weeks. It's a 90-10 issue that we do not have to concede on any longer. We never really had to concede on it. And I'm glad that many people, not just myself, but many people who went out there, who put their careers on the line, who put their livelihoods on the line, who got, arrested, tear gas, pepper sprayed, beaten up, brutalized, ruthlessly smeared, doxxed by institutions that are backed by the Israeli Knesset, like, Canary Mission and the like. Okay? And we pushed through it. And the broad awareness initiatives shifted collective consciousness on this issue to a 90-10 issue. Right? And now people are fucking yelling and they're chirping, and they tried it, right? Centrist Democrats tried to do it for like the last month or so, leaning into the Republican forces to create this manufactured outrage campaign. I didn't fucking back away from it at all. And look where we're at now. In a matter of 3 weeks, liberal institutions are waving the fucking white flag. And the same annoying online leftists yell at you too. Yeah, but I don't care. They don't have any like material power in this country in the way that politics works. They're the people that say Hasan is a reactionary, he's a liberal Zionist, and guess what? They still come in here and watch, okay? They reluctantly come in here and watch because there's no other like real vehicle for even the marginal change that they want to see. And I think deep down inside, they also understand that like, I'm with them. And they're just being silly for the moment. Okay. So let's take a look at this article. Israel moderates are losing the Democratic Party. Their position has become untenable, but liberal Zionists can adapt. Oh boy. Hasan Piker has attracted millions of followers across multiple social media platforms, making him one of the most popular left-wing streamers. He's been the subject of several flattering magazine profiles that have lingered over what they describe as his handsome looks and bodybuilder physique. Some progressives see him as their long-sought entry point into the alternative media that can reach a young, mainly male audience. But he is most important as a stand-in for a fight over whether the Democratic Party should be open to or even dominated by militant anti-Zionism. Although he allowed, after October 7, that the Palestinian resistance is not perfect, who hasn't raped, kidnapped, and massacred 1,200 civilians from time to time. Look, Jonathan Chait, with the worst edit, that isn't what I said at all. This is unbelievably annoying as far as the framework, but it's fine. Evil edit of this fucking statement. He defends Hamas as 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. He's likened the leaders of Hezbollah, a terrorist arm of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, to Nelson Mandela. Well, technically to MK, but, whatever. A debate over American policy towards Israel is likely to divide the party in the next presidential primary cycle, and even more clearly than Medicare for All divided it in 2020, even as many voters aren't invested in the debate at all. The Democrats' establishment opposes terrorism and backs a two-state solution. Piker and his allies want to cast that position as de facto support for the status quo, which is a single state controlled by Israel. If the establishment party has any hope of holding on to the party rather than surrendering it to the Piker wing, it will need to defy that characterization by recognizing that facts on the ground have changed. Political morals and public opinions are pushing in the same direction, ending American financial support for Israel. For decades, the Democratic Party's consensus on Israel has combined diplomatic, military, and economic support, including several billions in annual aid and a friendly push for a two-state solution. In theory, Democrats have supported the national aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians while giving themselves room to condemn Palestinian terrorism, along with the excesses of Israel's occupation and West Bank settlement project. The theoretical case for a two-state solution remains as sound as ever. Sure, okay. The trouble is that the Palestinian side has rejected repeated attempts. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, it's the Palestinians that are no partner in peace, okay? Classic. There is very little difference between this position and just unfiltered Zionism, okay? It's in the same direction. It's a continuation of the single solitary state that is Israel, that remains sovereign over this territory, that will continue destroying Palestinian lives, okay? This is Jonathan Chait desperately trying to put the cat back in the fucking bag when the cat's out of the bag. Toothpaste out of the tube, Jonathan. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. What a silly approach. It's so indecent and so immoral because it tries to actively disparage the Palestinian side as aggressively as ever, while saying that the dynamic has changed. Okay, so if the dynamic has changed and we're no longer in, January 2024, you can't really write this article while claiming that you recognize that the dynamic has shifted. Because I assume his main thesis here is going to be, if we don't find a more manageable solution where we can maintain liberal Zionism and defense of Israel while still criticizing the excesses, Hasan and his militant anti-Zionist wing are going to come across as the morally righteous position. Now, there's a little bit of truth in that admission. We are the morally righteous position. It's correct. And not only do we maintain the morally righteous position, we now maintain the majority popular position. Okay? Even Jonathan Chait in this very moment cannot acknowledge that. Okay? It's fucking over. But it is unbelievably cynical for someone to openly admit that they're losing control over this conversation when their primary goal is to still maintain some semblance of aid for Israel. And this is purely about tactics, like how we, liberal Zionists, must communicate our criticisms against Israel so we can maintain our support for Israel at a time when people are demanding no support for Israel. It is evil. Yes, of course it's fucking evil. Let's take a look. Hype train level 1 achieved, by the way. Okay. The trouble is the Palestinian side has rejected repeated attempts by Democratic presidents to bring about the birth of a Palestinian state, and that Israel's longest-serving Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing coalition do everything they can to subvert such a solution. At some point, supporters of the two-state solution have to take no for an answer. The United States is effectively supporting a one-state solution whose entire strategy rests on an endless cycle of responding to terrorism with military force, a process of periodic attacks that Israel calls mowing the lawn, in place of any diplomatic path. I like that he still talks about how fucking Nazified Israel is, by the way. He's like, yeah, Israel is pretty Nazified. I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing to say. But also it's the Palestinians that just keep refusing. The big, beautiful Democrats and the wonderful proposals that the Democrats have offered the Palestinians. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? Netanyahu represents a parliamentary majority that has run the country for 2 decades. He has undermined diplomacy repeatedly by, among many other acts, lobbying against the Obama administration's nuclear deal with Iran, propping up Hamas in Gaza before October 7 to ensure that the Palestinians didn't have leaders he might be expected to negotiate with, and proposing that Trump administration go to war with Iran. This is literally, I'm telling you, this is like an October 8th, 2023 article for someone with foresight that, because if you recall, I was shocked for months after October 7, when Israel was just going through the process of conducting its genocide. I was shocked that the Democrats wouldn't even lean into a liberal Zionist off-ramp, right? Because I was like, you've lost control over this narrative. You've lost control over this conversation. The wheels have come off. This cart is, going off the hill, rolling off the hill at this point, and it's over. And it wasn't just, I wasn't alone in this assessment. Ilan Pappé said as much as well, right? Ilan Pappé famously had a very similar assessment. He said, this is the end of the Zionism project. Like, it's over, right? Israel is this uncontrollable behemoth. It's engaging in heinous acts of violence. And the more Americans in the Western world recognize that these actions are heinous, and the more they actually look at the Zionist project as not this like beacon of prosperity in this otherwise desolate, barren land, but instead an exterminationist project, which is what it actually is, they're no longer going to want to support it. And he was right. We were right. This article would have been infinitely more worthwhile to write a couple months after October 7. Writing it in 2026 is an admission of defeat and basically recycling the same exact bullshit that ultra-Zionists are saying. Maybe you're not as openly racist, right? But I don't think there is a lot of appetite for this, especially when even people like Ezra Klein have actively recognized that it's a single state and it's a dominating, it's basically a fascist state, and that it's an uncontrollable, monstrous fascist state that is killing Palestinians and ethnically cleansing other territories that they have no, religious or biblical justification for acquiring, like fucking southern Lebanon, for example, right? So it's gone. It's over. It's there's nothing salvageable here. Sentiment within the Democratic Party is far harsher than among the general public. Rahm Emanuel is now saying that Israel can buy American weapons, but should no longer get them for free. Say what you want about Emanuel, but he can read a poll. If moderate Democrats continue to support giving Israel, which is getting more unpopular military aid, which is broadly unpopular, they will sentence themselves to obsolescence. Social media accounts such as AIPAC Tracker, which defines AIPAC as including organizations such as J Street, a liberal group that now favors ending aid to Israel and is bitterly opposed to AIPAC, have gained wide circulation. Senator Lisa Slotkin of Michigan, who is not backed by AIPAC, recently was accused by a student at a public event of accepting support from pro-Israel lobbies. More and more pro-Palestine activists treat acceptance of Israel's existence in any form as genocidal. Because it is. Because it is. Acceptance of Israel in its current formation is genocidal because Israel is continuing to do a genocide and continuing to do ethnic cleansing. Sucks to suck for you guys, but the reality of the matter is most Americans are aware of that now. That's the difference, right? That's the major point of contention that these guys cannot solve. Okay? That's what it is. And that's perhaps the reason why many liberal Zionists are so shy about recognizing that Israel is conducting a genocide, right? They don't want to say it. Because once you do say it, you're like, okay, it's official. You can say Israel's a Nazi state. Unfortunately for them, the overwhelming majority, if one more person sends me the Trump tweet about Zoran, I'm just going to fucking blast you into orbit, okay? I saw, okay? I promise you, I am aware that Trump tweeted about Zoran, okay? Yes, he's destroying New York. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to put you on Artemis 3 and send you on a one-way trip to the sun. Jesus Christ. The most essential task for liberal Zionists is to separate their ambitions from a stubborn realities of Israel's government. Liberal Zionists can say that they oppose the status quo and favor two independent states, but as Israel's willingness to trade land for peace recedes further into historical memory, those pleas sound detached from reality, because it is. The traditional democratic posture is becoming outright impossible as long as the party continues to support sending billions of dollars to Israel every year. By 2028, 2 consecutive presidencies are likely to have incinerated political capital attempting to leverage the American alliance with Israel. If a Democratic president is going to succeed Donald Trump, not only must he or she, woke, emerge from a primary electorate that is likely to be highly skeptical of Israel, but the candidate must also win over a November electorate that is highly skeptical of foreign aid of any kind. The winning alternative to embracing uncompromising Palestinian nationalism will not be the reviving the American partnership with Netanyahu or one of his would-be successors, the most plausible of whom, Naftali Bennett, opposed any Palestinian state. It will be pulling up the stakes from the Middle East and letting Israelis and Palestinians figure it out for themselves. Renouncing unconditional aid to Israel may seem like a full-scale surrender to the Piker wing of the Democratic Party, but Israel can survive without American assistance. Even Netanyahu has proposed weaning his country off the American... Oh, this is just like... I'm just realizing this is literally just the J Street press release. This is just associating my name with the J Street press release so that it gets, better... It gets more eyeballs and more attention in the algorithm. Because if you were to just recirculate the J Street press release, people would be like, okay, I read this already. Who cares? Anyway. But Israel can survive without American assistance. Yeah. More important, to equate the withdrawal of the American subsidy with left-wing position misconstrues just how radical the latter has grown. Anti-Israel activists such as Piker are calling for more than an end to aid for Israel. They're demanding an arms embargo, which would prevent Israel from even purchasing defensive weaponry from the United States, which is the truth, which is what should happen, which is the right move here. And cultural and economic boycotts of Israel, but not any other human rights violator. The anti-Zionist left sees Israel not merely as a recalcitrant and overly aggressive power, but as a fundamentally illegitimate state that is the source of unique evil in the world. Okay. Because it's true. Piker's reference to Israel as a settler colonial apartheid state reflects a fashionable ideology that imagines Israel as an alien Western power that must be expunged so that the land can be turned over to its natural inhabitants. Now, this is the position of some anti-Zionists. I would go so far as to say I'm a much more reasonable and much more pragmatic person. That's why I say I am in favor of the dissolution of the apartheid, recognizing the realities on the ground that Israel is the singular sovereign state there, for a state that offers equal rights and representation to all the Palestinians, a right to return to all the Palestinians that were forcibly pushed away from their ancestral homelands, and reparations, and the creation of a Truth and Reconciliation Committee that takes a cold, hard look at the war crimes that were committed so that Israel could prop up its apartheid state that is engaging in a genocide. Okay? I think this is the bare minimum. I think it's and the mechanism for how we bring this about is the public pressure, academic boycotts, cultural boycotts, as I've also mentioned, and also a full-blown embargo of not just arms sales, but also all full-blown embargo of arms sales and potentially sanctions on the state of Israel as well. Right? That's my real position. That ideology propels activist groups that are pushing the party leftward. Every major pro-Palestinian activist group refused to criticize Hamas and either endorsed or justified the October 7 attacks. Students for Justice in Palestine, the umbrella group organizing campus protests, called the October 7 attacks a historic win for the Palestinian resistance over the facade of an impenetrable settler colony. The Palestinian youth movement asserted, "We have a right to resist in our own land." Within our lifetime stated, "We defend the right of Palestinians as colonized people to resist the Zionist occupation by any means necessary." These things come across as like scary, and they certainly were scary on October 8th. Once again, it's 2026, and a lot more people, especially armed with the knowledge of what Israel has done before October 7 and what Israel has done since October 7, are much more understandable of the mere reflection of the legal right of occupied peoples. Because remember, this is simply a regurgitation of the international humanitarian rights of unoccupied peoples and their right to resist militarily against an occupational force. So this is just a matter of international law that's being reflected. You could say it's scary, but the reality of the matter is there is a legal right for the Palestinians to resist militarily against the Israeli occupation. It's true. What they do in the process, and some of their methods, might be a violation of the rules of conduct, but the reality of the matter is they still broadly have that legal right. They retain that legal right, as a matter of fact. And they have exercised that legal right, especially when Israel started doing its genocide post-October 7 inside of Gaza. Same goes for Hezbollah in Lebanon. Anyway, among the leaders of the protests against the Democratic National Convention was Hatem Abudaya, the national chair of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network. On October 7, 2023, Abudaya wrote on behalf of the U.S. PCN, "Palestinians have an internationally recognized right to resist illegal military occupation, and today's attacks from the Palestinian resistance should be understood as a legitimate response to the unending violence from Israel's extreme right-wing, racist, white supremacist, Zionist government and settler movement." Revealingly, the movement is focused on Gaza, to the point where Gaza is often used as a shorthand for its goals. Although Gaza has seen the worst carnage, it was also the staging ground for horrific mass attacks on civilians. Pogroms by Israeli settlers in the West Bank have no defensible rationale, yet they have received a fraction of the attention bestowed on Gaza. The most convincing explanation for this selective attention is that Gaza, but not the West Bank, is controlled by Hamas, and the pro-Palestinian activist network in the U.S. is in solidarity with Hamas. Or perhaps people do talk about the West Bank all the fucking time, and people still hit the Hamas lines against them no matter what. This argument is silly. I've never encountered a single person in this movement that does not actively talk about the pogroms in the West Bank. That is ridiculous. That's so ridiculous, especially considering that a big chunk of the people that are in the diaspora living in the Western world are either directly from the West Bank or have family members that are still living in the West Bank, some of which are living in Gaza as well. But like, there's a good chunk of people that travel in and out of the West Bank as well. So they have actually been on the receiving end of the Israeli occupation directly. They've experienced it. It's fucking ridiculous. They were born into that environment. Anyway, I like that he's doing a "what about Sudan," but this time instead for the West Bank. And it's such a stupid argument to make because it's the same fucking forces. It's the same genocidal apartheid settler colonial apparatus that is doing the violence in both of those instances. There are plenty of Jewish people within our lifetime, and meanwhile, Nerdine had someone try to kill her. Yeah, exactly. The anti-Zionist left is pursuing what activists call an entry strategy, in which members of a faction try to move into an existing party and convert it to their ideology. It's having some success. Earlier this month, ABDUL El-Sayed, a Democratic candidate in Michigan Senate primary, invited Piker to speak at a rally. El-Sayed's two Democratic opponents criticized him for campaigning with Piker, but fellow Democrats such as Summer Lee and Rashida Tlaib joined the event. Matt Duss, who has advised Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on foreign policy, leaped to Piker's defense, as did the New Republicans Aaron Regenberg and the nation's president Bhaskar Sankara, among other progressives. Piker was not even the most radical anti-Zionist to appear at El-Sayed's rally. Standing next to Piker was Amir Makhlad, a lawyer who has represented Michigan student protesters who is running for regent in the state. Makhlad has written and shared numerous posts praising Hezbollah and Iran's leadership and has used Jew as a slur. El-Sayed and his allies have defended his rally with Piker as the equivalent of appearing on controversial shows such as Joe Rogan's, logic endorsed by commenters such as Ezra Klein, as if doing an interview with a podcaster is the same thing as accepting an endorsement at a campaign rally. The anti-Zionist left understands Piker's views, which also run towards broad sympathy for China, Cuba, Russia, and authoritarianism in general, are repugnant to the majority of voters, even in a Democratic presidential primary. The main defense of Piker's appearance at Al Sayed's rally, by the way, this kind of stuff is ridiculous. I'm not sympathetic to fucking Russia. And yes, I am sympathetic towards Cuba because we're fucking destroying Cuba. We're killing Cubans. Of course, I'm going to be sympathetic to the victims of American empire. And the reality of the matter is the same ideological hangups that existed during the Cold War are no longer as important for everyday Americans. So when you actually encounter everyday Americans and you explain to them the situation in Cuba and you're like, we're doing that to the Cuban civilians that we're murdering, right? And we're starving currently. They go, oh my God, that sounds insane. We should stop that. Okay? And as far as like broad sympathy for China goes, again, people, the American population's approval rating for the Chinese government and the Chinese people in general, or like China as a nation state, has actually improved dramatically in the last couple of years. There's probably a good reason for that. One, it's because people have been lied to about the way that China operates or the way that China is in general for years and years and years. But of course, now that there is a more democratized media apparatus that can actually look at what the fuck's really going on in China, where people can make up their own goddamn minds about, like, you know, Chinese tier 1 cities and whatnot, they have realized, oh, fuck, we were lied to. This is not like a backwards, scary communist nation state that was, propped up by peasants and led by peasants that is not a fucking world power at all. This horrifying like place that resembles the DPRK. Okay. But instead, it's actually a competitive superpower and one that is increasingly defeating America in many different sectors, key sectors. That's the reason why people are like, oh, wait, we were lied to about China. Maybe China is not so bad. You can go and visit. You know, it's open for business. Authoritarianism in general are repugnant. I love authoritarianism. That's why I fucking combat American authoritarianism every fucking day of the week. It's so stupid. Anyway, even in a Democratic presidential primary, the main defense of Piker's appearance came from the main defense of Piker's appearance at Al Sayed's rally is that he's insignificant. Sankara, enumerating a series of world crises, observed sarcastically in The Guardian, so naturally the Democratic Party has found something truly urgent to focus on, a Twitch streamer. Al Sayed himself made the same argument. Our president is waging a genocidal, illegal, unjustifiable war with Iran that is torching our tax dollars to the tune of $1.5 billion a day. He said at his rally, and yet apparently the most important thing happening on Twitter was whether or not we were going to campaign with Hasan. This is not about my insignificance personally, okay? This is about how insignificant my placement alongside ABDUL al-Sayed is in comparison to the world-changing events that are taking place and the fucking media hyper-focus on the less significant moment. It's a perfectly valid argument to present at that time. I am, at the end of the day, insignificant in comparison to the president saying that he's going to do a genocide in Iran. Yes. Nothing I said, especially given the lack of power that I represent, is ever going to meet the standard of what the president is saying and what the president is fucking doing. If Al Sayed doesn't think that people should discuss his rally with Piker, why would he hold a rally with Piker? The answer, of course, is that he believes Democrats should discuss Piker, but only to agree with him. This sort of deflection is a common move for political activists when their ally has done something too embarrassing for them to openly defend, but they do not wish to condemn. They are recognizing the unpopularity of the views they want to mainstream. No, buddy. They're recognizing the popularity of the views they want to mainstream. They just don't see the need to have a conversation on these incredibly cynical grounds, especially on a fucking campaign stump, because then it's going to take the attention away from the actual issues that a campaigner wants to communicate to the public. That's it. But those views can prevail within the party only if the alternative is equally unpopular. At the moment, it is. Israel has alienated public opinion, a shift that began before Israel encouraged and joined in a potentially disastrous war with Iran. Instead of meeting pro-Palestinian activism with defiance, the more intelligent strategy for moderate Democrats would be to sever their political liabilities and compromise with public opinion. Liberal Zionists can win an intra-democratic argument against anti-Zionist radicals, but they can't win it while burdened with support for subsidizing settlements and strategy of endless conflict. The most extreme anti-Zionist activists won't be satisfied with anything short of committing the Democratic Party to Israel's demise. But the most left-wing position in recent Democratic primaries, on Iraq in 2004, on healthcare in 2016, has rarely been adopted by the candidate who emerges as the party's eventual nominee. Yeah, don't you think that that's part of the reason why the Democratic Party right now is facing unprecedented unpopularity at a time when they should automatically be the popular party in our current duopoly because Donald Trump is unbelievably unpopular? Perhaps there are some questions that you must ask about the conduct of the Democratic Party, the National Democratic Party, and their inability to address certain fucking massive issues that people care about. I don't know. Again, bragging about the undemocratic nature or the lack of interest in the Democratic Party to actually, conduct themselves in a way that is responsive to the needs of the fucking population is precisely the reason why they keep losing. The decisive bloc of Democrats includes those who are disgusted with Israel's policies and are ready to wash their hands of the American support for its maximalist strategy, but wary of going full piker. Either mainstream Democrats will give up any illusions that they have about the ugly nature of Israel's current government, or they will no longer occupy the mainstream of their party. Yeah, so he's basically saying we have to sever ties with Hasan, okay? But right now, we can't sever ties with Hasan because we don't have any legitimacy in the anti-Israel space. So this is begging the Democrats to no longer come across as they're pro-Israel. What he fails to understand in this process is that the more Democrats lean into the popular wishes, the more we're going to demand they express our totality of wishes, okay? Because that is the correct position. And many people are there already. That's it. That's precisely the reason why when J Street comes out and says like, oh yeah, we don't want to pay for Israel's weapons, but they can still get those weapons, obviously, as long as they pay for it. They don't realize that there's plenty of appetite to punish Israel, okay? That's the problem. These guys want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to say, yeah, sure, Israel did a lot of war crimes, but like no punishments should come for Israel. Of course there should be punishments. What are we talking about? Accountability is what people want. When you're losing, sometimes you need to abandon your liabilities and compromise. Yeah. Why do people like to talk about you, but journalists hate talking to you about Israel? Well, one of the best parts about articles like this, what I was going to say is, for the longest time, whenever the media covered me, they would say, oh, he's handsome. They would rarely ever talk about my worldview, right? And I didn't have an issue with that because I jokingly would refer to that as terrorism insurance, right? Because like it's so silly to present me as like a dangerous radical terrorist when the very same outlets, these legacy publishers are writing very positive puff pieces in general about the space that I occupy. All right. Now they're forced to write about my positions. Now, of course, the overwhelming majority of people that are writing about my positions are writing from the most like cynical, most negative framework possible. They're trying to filter what people see about my worldview. But because I am a media personality with his own independent platform, and one that is arguably much larger than like the Atlantic readership base, for example, they can't compete. They could do that towards, college campus activists, for example, because college campus activists don't have that megaphone. College campus activists can't go on CNN and defend their positions, right? So they got away with disparaging campus activists by talking about them in this incredibly negative framework. But they can't really do that to someone like myself because I have a louder megaphone than they do. I have a bigger platform than they do. Right? And that's it. That's it. I'm still mad about the pogrom comments because on top of everyone also hating the West Bank stuff, I have a moral obligation to oppose our funding of the IDF specifically, who was much more involved in Gaza than in the West Bank, where the settlers themselves act with approval of the Israeli government, with I have little influence over. Best I can do is protest the Adelson family and stop going to Mavs games. Yeah. Anyway. One of your most impressive attributes is your ability to know who your enemies, political insiders, and journalists who can't really get away with being snarky. Yeah. Anyway, that was waving of the red flag to urge the Democrats to basically become the leaders of the anti-Israel movement in the country in an effort. It's literally what I tell Democrats to do, right? Not to this, not like limiting it in the way that Jonathan Chait wants them to, obviously. But I want the Democrats to become the true leaders in this movement in an effort not to cede territory and legitimacy to the likes of Tucker Carlson, right? That is my argument, ironically enough. Part of it, at least. Obviously, my primary argument is it's the moral thing to do. It's the right thing to do. And it's also the popular thing to do. But having said that, the Jonathan Chait article can be summarized as, if you don't want the anti-Zionist wing to win, you have to find a new way to entertain defending Israel. In order not to lose complete control over this conversation, you have to come across as like sincerely being anti-Israel. Okay? What is this? Actually, Hasan Piker is the Democrats' enemy. Democrats should go on a show and stand up for democratic values. Okay. Yeah, the billionaires and millionaires are offended. They're number one with their whole... Okay, I'm going to read the Trump criticism of Mamdani because if not, someone's going to kill themselves, I think, in this chat. Would you read Spiked? No, I'm not going to fucking read Spiked. Hasan Piker and the Hamasification of Democrats? No, I'm not going to read that shit. Sadly, Mayor Mamdani is destroying New York. It has no chance. The United States of America should not contribute to its failure. It will only get worse. The tax policies are so wrong. People are fleeing. They must change their ways and fast. History has proven this stuff just doesn't work. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. It's so funny that you guys lost your fucking minds. It's actually hilarious that you thought this was like an incredible criticism of Zohran Mamdani. Like Donald Trump, if he wanted to genuinely blister Zohran Mamdani, he would be saying he's a Mohammedan terrorist who's doing 9/11 with this tax, okay? This is not even that serious. He's just, God, you guys are so fucking drama obsessed. I swear to God. The only reason why you're freaking out about it is because up until now, Zohran Mamdani and Trump have, been side by side with one another and on fairly positive terms. Yeah. Y'all are so funny. I'm pretty sure the administration just released the Second Avenue subway funding that has been held back this whole time. Bro's just chirping into the wind. Yeah. Drama obsessed, bro. He's the president. Yeah, but you need to read. You need to read into like the severity of the statements. If he's saying, if he has a much more tempered response to Zohran Mamdani than he does to the motherfucking Pope, then understand that it's not as significant. Now, that calculation might change, right? But like clearly he's just like, I'm anti-taxing people and Zoran is taxing people and that's bad. That's all he said. That's nothing. There's literally nothing. He's over here talking about how the Pope sucks dick. And you're like, oh, dude, it's over. It's over. It's his first diss. It's baby's first diss against Zoran. Yeah, compare that to his post against Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, all this shit. It's gonna be. Is it gonna be drama when Trump finally tweets about you, Pago? When Trump finally tweets about me, it will not be as mild mannered as what he's saying about Zoran. Okay. Please pray for the troops, Hasan. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is so bad, dude. What the fuck? Images of food being served to sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Tripoli, published by USA Today. Supplies are going to get really low, and morale is going to be at an all-time low. One sailor messaged another. I don't even know what the fuck this is, bro. What is this? You can't even get steak and lobster before getting deployed? That's crazy. What the hell is that? Someone said boy dinner. Bro, this is dinner with a side of mutiny, okay? If they're giving you shoe soles to eat, it literally looks plastic. Someone said goy brick. Enjoy your goy brick, soldier. Oh, this is nasty. When that many ships are in any given area, it is really hard to do underway replenishments. That's why my food looked like. That's what my food looked like for 3 weeks on deployment ship was bleak. Bro, this food is so bad, British people wouldn't eat it. Okay? That's how bad this is. This shit ain't even scran. Oh my Lord. Too far? No, it's real. It looks worse than dog food. It really does. It really does. This is unfucking believable, dude. Y'all threw all that tea in the harbor for nothing. Yeah. You just hurt my feelings? Okay, dude. I mean, this is plastic. This is actually plastic. Also, why are your feelings hurt? I'm saying that even a British person wouldn't eat this. If anything, I'm defending the British. Curious to see how they will portray the food in the next Lego video. At this point, we're following along Operation Epstein's Fury. By imagining what the Iranians will present this as in Lego format. Okay. Great. I thought you were joking about Don Lemon being one of your peers now, but there he is on Twitch. Yeah, he is. Don Lemon. He's a brave warrior. Anyway, the Marines will starve due to lack of crayons. Don't worry, the Marines still got their crayons. Crayons are easier to transport, I think. USS Tripoli doesn't even serve. Yeah, USS Tripoli doesn't even have veggies. Families have put together care packages to send to float, but they haven't been delivered yet. These are the exact trays found on USN vessels, including here on the Lincoln in 2018. Oh, this guy's trying to fact check, saying like, look at the background on the table. Maybe my stainless steel comment was R-worded, but it sparked some debate. This doesn't look real to me no matter what. Where did you find the photo? Ha! Boom. 0-2 on this. Yeah, IRGC, meanwhile, is eating the finest CUBA day. Yeah. They're in those goddamn bunkers, dude. We have so much dominance of airspace, we can't even get a single supply drop. That sounds like winning to me. Even worse. No, I saw this already. Yeah. Bro, this is some shit that, ironically enough, like, Americans would be making fun of for like, you know, what Russians are eating, right? This is literally the type of shit that you see about the ascetic forces of Russia, because they just don't have like the supply chain that they've established. They don't have the supply lines. Like they're running out of money. This is unironically something that the American side would post, or the Ukrainian side would post about the Russians. Fun fact, Elmo is actually short for El Mohammed. Oh my God. The word of the day is Habibi, says Sesame Street. Oh my God. Oh, this is going to break people's brains, dude.
Salam alaikum, everyone. I'm Rami Youssef.
Oh, it Elmo's Elmo. Mr. Rami, what does salam alaikum mean?
Well, salam means peace, and it's a way to say hello in Arabic.
Oh, cool. Oh, salam alaikum, everybody.
Elmo and I are here to wish all of you a happy Arab American Heritage Month.
Yeah, happy Arab American Heritage Month.
I'm so proud of my Arab heritage, and I'm so happy to share this month with my fellow Arabs and Elmo. So.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is going to, oh my God, this is going to piss off. First of all, it's going to piss off every Zionist, okay? Because let's be real, Zionism is a very racist ideology, okay? It's also going to melt all the hog minds in general. Like the broader hog coalition are going to lose their minds. Someone needs to check on Jordan Peterson, okay? I don't even know if Jordan Peterson will remain barely alive as he has been. This is like current status is barely alive. I don't even know if that'll continue after this. I know he's like beefing with Elmo every now and then.
So, thanks, Habibi.
Oh, wait a minute. What's Habibi?
Oh, it's an Arabic word for a special friend.
Really? Well, happy Arab American.
Get away from him, Elmo!
Heritage Month, Habibi. We love you.
Wow. It brings me no pleasure to report that Elmo is Hamas now. Next episode, Elmo teaches you how to say the Shahada. Oh my God. Now repeat after Rami. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammad Abdul Rasulullah. Muhammad Rasulullah. Not Abdullah, right? Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, ashhadu anna Muhammad Abdul. Yeah, it's. Yeah, that is you missed the you missed the word in there. Yeah. JP responded, "Go to hell." Trump out here starting on your boy. Yeah, that's fine. Abdul Rasulullah. Yeah, first it was Ms. Rachel and now Elmo. Both are Hamas now. Why do you think Elmo is red? He's part of the DFLP. Breaking news about Elmo. Gitmo. Saying special friend the way my conservative parents explain my gay uncle's boyfriend. Oh my God, that's true. Yeah, oh my God. Does this mean Elmo is both gay and Muslim? Oh my God, it's woke Sharia. Laura Loomer on rope watch after this. Yeah, this is woke Sharia through and through. He's saying Habibi, as in a lover. He's saying my love, my special friend. See, just ask President Trump if he had a falling out with Mamdani. No, not at all. He's going to ruin the city, however. His policies are no good, Trump said over the phone. There you go. I told you. What did I tell you? What the frick did I tell you? That it was never going to be a sincerely held gripe because he loves Zoran too much. Okay. Sammy Gold had a take on Peter Savodnik's report, saying Peter understands that what the median voter is most concerned about is whether Turkey recognizes Israel's right to defend itself. Yeah. Larkin LARPing as Zoran. I mean, that's a little, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit cringe, but it's fine, I guess. We'll let him have that. Can you and Marge go to Sesame Street next? Yeah, I'm gonna link up with Elmo on Sesame Street. They would, I mean, people would genuinely kill themselves if that happened. If Elmo, like, first they lost Miss Rachel, like at least Rami's like kind, you know, he's like a media figure. The most offensive trait from their perspective is that he's Arab, right? And he's pro-Palestine. But if I were to do it, it would, you know, first of all, it would never happen. Let's be real. But if I were to do it, that would be like, oh, wow, Elmo has actually joined Hamas. That's crazy. Elmo says he loves learning new medicine facts with Dr. Jihad. What is this? The influencification of establishment politicians will be the death of me. Becoming a TikToker won't win you an election, especially when you refuse the Israel-sized elephant in the room. Yeah, it's a good take by Sean.
Hey everyone, so I'm here in Charlotte since the start of Trump's war of choice. It's $15 more every time you fill up your tank of gas. The price of diesel has now gone up 80% since the start of the war. And you best believe that's going to carry over to how much you're paying for all the goods.
What is this? Can you imagine being a 4-year-old Jewish child excited every morning to see Elmo, and then your parents are watching the news and you hear that Elmo said you should die? What? I mean, this is from before, right? Like, this is from July 14th, 2025. I don't even know what fucking Elmo was up to back then. But that is hilarious. Oh, Pete Hegseth quoted a fake Bible verse from Pulp Fiction during a Pentagon sermon. American Christianity was a 21st century syncretic religion based on elements of Christianity, liberalism, Roman paganism, and the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's centered around worship of a holy trinity consisting of Donald Trump, the state of Israel, and interracial cuckold pornography. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, this was when Elmo's Twitter got hacked? Is that what it is? Hold on. All right. My guests are here. So here, I'll play this for you now. Yeah, hold on one second. I'm going to come out.
Trump just announced a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. He did so on Truth Social. And the president said the leaders of both nations agreed to a 10-day ceasefire starting at 5 p.m. Eastern today. If it holds, and that's a big if, it could lead to a broader peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. He also says he'll be inviting the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun to the White House. I want to get straight to CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson, who is in Islamabad, Pakistan. Nick, what does this say to you?
Yeah, it says a number of things. Of course, the Pakistani lead negotiators, the most powerful politician in the country, Field Marshal Asim Munir and the Interior Minister, have been in Tehran over 24 hours now, meeting with top Iranian negotiators. That we don't know how those talks have been going, but we absolutely know that Iran had explicitly said it wanted a Lebanon ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah to be in place and part of the bigger ceasefire picture. So what does this do? This gives the Pakistani negotiators some leverage at the table with the Iranians to get them to soften some of their positions. Because when J.D. Vance left Islamabad just a couple of days ago, early Sunday morning, he said the United States has put its best and final offer on the table. The ball was in the Iranian court. They needed to soften their position. That was the implication that the Pakistani negotiators have been there trying to make that happen over the past 24 hours. But I think one of the key takeaway here for the Iranian will be that President Trump played such a prominent role, as we'd heard about this ceasefire in Lebanon as being on, as being off, that the Lebanese president wouldn't have a conversation with the Israeli prime minister. It took President Trump getting involved, picking up the phone, calling both. And of course, the Iranians will have been aware of President Trump's involvement. And there's a huge amount of distrust between Iran and the United States at the moment. So the Iranians, left the talks here disappointed, feeling that the goalposts have been moved. So they're going to be looking at what President Trump has just done in Lebanon and trying to interpret that and trying to understand, is he also going to be as serious and as committed to meeting some of our aspirations, some of the Iranian aspirations about a long-term ceasefire? So I think the President Trump's high-profile involvement is also signaling. It's not just the event itself, it's that signaling that's going to be critical for the Pakistani negotiators in Tehran with the Iranian leadership right now.
Let's go to CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem. And Jeremy, there's reporting of some real frustration among that security cabinet in the sense that this ceasefire was announced before they officially voted on it. Just walk us through the reaction in Jerusalem and what this means in terms of any action from Israel over the next 10 days.
Yeah, well, President Trump's announcement of this ceasefire in Lebanon, effectively, between Israel and Hezbollah, although it is officially between Israel and Lebanon, came as Prime Minister Netanyahu was convening a conference call with his security cabinet to discuss this very ceasefire proposal. And so what's clear is that President Trump very much seems to have been the responsible party here in forcing this ceasefire through. It came amid, days of mounting pressure from the United States towards Israel to agree to a ceasefire. You'll recall, if you think back to a week ago, we were looking at a situation where President Trump was urging Prime Minister Netanyahu to scale back strikes and then ultimately beginning to pressure him for a ceasefire. The Prime Minister, though, has been resisting calls for a ceasefire. It was as recently as a few days ago that he insisted that, the fighting was very much continuing in Lebanon, that there is no ceasefire in place, and Israeli officials telling us that Israel would only conduct negotiations with Lebanon, quote unquote, under fire. But clearly the pressure here came to a boiling point where, following the initial meeting between the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors to Washington at the State Department, it became clear that there was real momentum here towards having negotiations between these two countries. And from the Lebanese point of view, they were insisting that a ceasefire needed to be in place in order for those discussions to develop. In fact, it was only today that we saw that after the notion was floated of a call.
Okay, I think we set it up. I think I set it up perfectly, but I'll fix it in a second. Yeah, we got two chairs. Hold on, let me. Did you send me the can you send me the thing on Discord? Yeah, the link on Discord. All right, hold on, everybody. Okay. Yes, not one, but two guests. I know, exciting. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Kaya, come.
Are we being surveilled the minute we come
Yes.
in?
Oh, yeah. It's
Hi,
already
everyone.
live.
Hello.
Why don't you sit next to Hasan?
Oh yeah, we're live already.
We're on right now.
Oh, we've been on. Yeah, I've been. Chatters are saying the War and Peace Report.
Yes.
Democracy Now! The War and Peace Report.
That's right. You know, there was just a big fundraiser for WBAI with the film, and pizza. Two Boots Pizza sponsored the pizza party before, and we were coming up with names. The War and Pizza Report.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I love
I have
that.
a little gift.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh my God. No way. I have so much. I have a lot of Democracy Now! Merch because I get the fundraising emails all the time. But thank you. This is amazing. I love this.
Oh, nice. Looks good.
It's perfect. Thank you so much. And all I was going to say is if you don't mind speaking as close as possible to the microphones, the SM7Bs, they're very, they have like a sensitive noise gate in order for my chatters not to hear my mouth noises. But ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have Amy Goodman and Carl Deal here today on this wonderful day. I'm a huge fan, as you guys already know. I have the clip somewhere. I'm going to pull it up right now.
Well, we know you're huge. Like, how tall are you?
I'm 6'4".
Okay.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
I'm mesmerized by your audience here.
Yeah,
Check
there's
it out.
Around 40,000 people watching right now. So live people watching. But here, I'm gonna start off the broadcast by showing the first time I ever saw Amy in the real world, because I've been listening to your voice for years every morning on Democracy Now! As you tirelessly engage in the work of advocacy and doing investigative reporting for years and years, offering a voice to the voiceless. You were a very inspirational figure for what I do as well. And you know, I'm eternally grateful that you're here. And thank you, Carl, so much for being here as well. And also doing this documentary that we're going to be talking about. Amy Goodman, for those of you who don't know, is the legendary host and co-founder of Democracy Now!, one of the foremost independent news publications that broadcasts on radio, TV, and online, in, I believe, 1,500 stations, right? At least I got that from
Public radio and television stations.
I got that from the doc.
Globally, yeah.
Okay, so if you were wrong, that would be on you, Carl.
So you watched it?
I did, yes. Amy has been fearlessly reporting from the front lines of global conflicts and amplifying voices that mainstream media routinely ignores for over 3 decades. Her motto is "Steal this story, please," which also happens to be the name of the new documentary chronicling her fearless career in journalism. Follows Amy as she takes on soldiers, politicians, and corporate media in pursuit of the truth. The documentary has already won over a dozen awards at major film festivals. Also joining me is Carl Deal, the film's co-director and a former investigative journalist and a longtime documentary filmmaker whose work has consistently looked at power, media, and resistance from the ground up. In Steal the Story, Please, he turns Amy Goodman's story into a film about what independent journalism preserves and what the public loses when that space disappears. Amy, also you brought another friend. What's your?
This is Zazu Goodpup. She is one of the leading news hounds, and no disrespect to Kaya. She is one of the most important paparazzi of our time.
I see that. Kaya is also. I don't know. Kaya also loves being in front of the camera. She has she's gotten real used to it for the, through the many years that I've been doing, merch photo shoots and things like that. And she knows how to strike a pose, and she will get in here when she feels like she's not being sufficiently paid attention to.
Zazu's probably the most popular character in the film. Tell them what happened at Telluride.
This is such an interesting story. Oh my God, I don't know if I should spend time telling this story. There was, at the Telluride Film Festival, it's different from all others. You don't know what films are going to be there. And Carl and Tia's film, Steal the Story, Please, was invited to the film festival. When we got there, we then learned that all different films, and the film about Bruce Springsteen was also there, Deliver Me From Nowhere. And Jeremy Strong and Jeremy Allen White were there. Actually, Bruce came, and so did John Landau, because it's a story of that friendship. It's an important one. I didn't know what to do with Zazu at the time because I had to leave her in New York, so I asked a friend, Patty, to take care of her. And then it turns out that this film was there. John Landau was there. She had gone out with his brother for quite a long time, John Landau's brother, Patty, who was taking care of Zazu. And I said, oh, my goodness, this film is happening. Deliver Me From Nowhere. John Landau is here. Bruce is here. And she said, what is wrong with this picture? You are a Telluride, and I'm sitting taking care of your dog in New York.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. You said Bruce on a first name basis. Has Bruce Springsteen been on the show, I assume?
Well, we just had our 30th anniversary, and we had this big event at the Riverside Church, this famous church where Dr. Martin Luther King gave his speech against the war in Vietnam a year to the day before he was assassinated. April 4th, 1967, he gave the speech. So that's where we had the 30th anniversary event. The problem was 2,000 people were going to pack the place on February 23rd, and then Snowmageddon happened. And the day before, we had to cancel it.
Oh, no.
So then we found a date about a month later, and Wynton Marsalis was going to go down the aisle, this jazz legend, but he had to go to Japan, so he wasn't going to be a part of it. But Patti Smith rejoined. She was with us at the 20th anniversary, and now she could attend on March 23rd, as did Michael Stipe of REM and Hooray for the Riff Raff, the singing Palante, Ever Forward. Michael Stipe, Patti Smith, and to wrap up, I looked out at the thousands of people and said, we couldn't figure out how to end tonight. Oh, but I see someone in the audience who could maybe help us. The boss, Bruce Springsteen. So he got up, he sang, as he is singing all over the country now, streets of Minneapolis. And then together, they all came up on the stage, Patty, Michael, Hooray, and Bruce. And they sang Patty's legendary song, People Have the Power. And maybe that's a great way to start here, because that is the principle of independent media. People have the power. You know, when we're going to cover war, we're not brought to you by weapons manufacturers. When we're going to cover the climate catastrophe, we're not brought to you by the oil, gas, or coal companies. And we're going to cover inequality, not brought to you by the banks and the financial institutions, but brought to you by listeners, viewers, and readers who are so committed to an authentic, independent voice. That's the kind of media that'll save us.
Absolutely. What do you say about the state of media right now? Now that we have Kalshi and even Polymarket, these like gambling websites that are also purchasing ad space and doing collaborations with the likes of CNN. Do you feel like the state of mainstream media is in a worse position than it has ever been?
I mean, the legacy media is really in a shambles. I mean, we had on a few weeks ago, maybe someone could take Zazu because she's getting a little nervous here. I think she wants to investigate some news story. Oh, maybe she's just going to sit. Maybe she'll just sit. We had on a Washington Post reporter, and she'd done, okay, Kaya and Zazu getting to know each other. She had done an anatomy of the first day of the bombing of Iran, right? The girls' school in Manab in southern Iran, where like 175 people died, about a dozen teachers, but overwhelmingly primary school girls. And just watching them get to know each other here. And, you know, I think it was a U.S. missile that most likely was used in this. President Trump tried to say it was Iran was using it, but they don't use these particular U.S. missiles.
The Tomahawk missiles,
The Tomahawk missile. So she had done this really explosive expose, but she wasn't doing it for the Washington Post because she had just been laid off, as had hundreds of Washington Post journalists, right? Jeff Bezos, who founded Amazon, owns the Washington Post. They developed their motto, democracy dies in the darkness, under Bezos, but that's exactly what's happening now. They laid off almost their entire Middle East department, their division of reporters, as U.S. and Israel attacks Iran. And this is extremely serious. What is happening to the media? The corporate mergers, you have CBS and you have, Skydance merging with Paramount, owning CBS and 60 Minutes. And how did they get approval for this corporate merger? So President Trump sues CBS for its 60 Minutes editing of a Kamala Harris interview. And you know all this, and I'm sure you've talked for hours about it. I don't think it would have stood up in court, but it wasn't worth it to CBS to fight this. Instead, they paid Trump $16 million, which supposedly goes to the presidential library. Why? They had much more to make in a $6 billion merger between Paramount and Skydance that had to be approved by Trump's FCC. And that's exactly what happened. And now Paramount is making the moves to take over Warner Brothers Discovery, and it'll be HBO, CNN, already owns CBS. But that's where Carl can pick it up, because Carl Deal and Tia Lesson have joined 1,000 other directors and Hollywood stars, and we'll take it from there and challenging.
She's such a great host. She's such a great news host. See, you immediately threw it to the guest.
You can just go back and take a nap if you want right now.
Yeah, we got the real pro. We got the real pro in here.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's true though. But the narrowing of the mainstream media through all these mergers and stuff does create space for voices like yours to just sort of, proliferate now. And there are all these different ways that people are consuming news now, and it's by necessity. And I think in a lot of ways, what Amy's been doing for 30 years and what Democracy Now! Does is sort of helped widen that landscape a little bit at the same time.
No, absolutely.
So the mergers are screwing everything up. I mean, like Amy said, there's been this movement now called Block the Merger. Everybody thinks this is a done deal, but it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, Paramount, it hasn't been approved yet. And once it does get approved, the states can also get involved and try and stop this. So, Jane Fonda's one of our executive producers. Rosario Dawson's one of our executive producers. Julie Cohen, Tia. We've all signed this letter
Tom
with hundreds of our colleagues. We've signed this letter to let people know and are trying to bring some attention to it, because it not only affects the business, but it affects the consumer and what it is that we have access to, right?
Yeah.
So
no, absolutely.
Because freedom of the press, the reason it's enshrined in the Constitution is much more than freedom of the press. It's about the public's right to know. And that's how a democracy functions. And when you erode that, when the president calls the press the enemy of the people, that is taking us down an authoritarian road that must be challenged. As Maria Ressa says on Democracy Now!, that's included in Steal the Story, Please, the new documentary, the rights we lose today, we may never get back.
Yeah. So
can I see you fanning out to Amy here? Are you gonna play this?
Okay. Yeah, sure. I was going to move on to the questions, but you're right. This is the first time I ever saw Amy Goodman in real life. At the DNC last year, or 2 years ago.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Excuse me. Oh my God. I'm such a big fan of you.
And you had no idea who I was. You're like, what is this tall person yelling at me for?
Amazing. Can I take a photo with you?
Yes, you can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We're live right now. Oh my God. Chat. I don't even know if this is Hasan. Hasan. Oh, you guys have? You guys know who I am? Oh my God, that's crazy. thank you. Hi, of course. Hi, Hasan. Sharif, nice to meet you. What's going on? I got the hat and everything. I'm also a donor. Someone sent me from your donation.
Liver, organ, what organ?
No.
Not an organ.
No. This is incredible. You guys are inspirational. You literally are so important in motivating me to do what I do now. There are. I don't even know. Are we live right now? Can people see it?
We are. Check out democracynow.org.
Oh no, your work. You guys are.
Spend 2 hours a day for the convention, and so we've got endless stuff on YouTube and on our website, democracynow.org.
Can I take a photo with you? Is that okay? Oh my God. Here you go. I'm gonna cry a little bit. I'm fangirling.
Why don't you come visit us in New York?
No, absolutely. So that's what I was gonna say. Someone from your donation department or whatever sent me an email because they didn't know who I was. They just sent me an email as a donor, and I was like, I don't think they know who I am. They just. We do. Well, now I know that you do, but I meant when the donation department was like, hey, you should come check out the studio. As a big donor, I was like, no, I don't think they know who I am at all.
Let's take a picture.
All right. Okay. Is it okay? Can we hear your all right, there it is.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
that was our first interaction.
And that's amazing because I'm with all my colleagues there, and it's really a brain trust of Democracy Now! Hani Massoud almost played on the Egyptian basketball team.
Oh, wow.
He was right there, and he's the first voice you hear in Steal the Story, Please, because we were at the UN Climate Summit in Poland, and we'd just gotten off the show, and we saw Trump's sole representative there, and Honey's saying to me exactly who he is, and you hear his voice as we move forward. And then there's Nermeen Sheikh, who is the co-host on Democracy Now! In the white jacket.
Oh, where's she?
And next to him is, there's Nermeen Sharif Abdel Qaddus. He's right there. And, Sharif is now at Drop Site News. He's behind. And in the documentary, there's this whole part at the Republican convention in St. Paul where it was John McCain and Sarah Palin, and there were mass protests against the war in Iraq. And Sharif and Nicole Salazar went to cover it, our two of our producers, and they immediately got arrested, and Nicole was slammed to the ground. And so I was on the convention floor, and because you've been inside and you've been outside, it's hard to get to the convention floor. Finally, I got there. I had to ask a bunch of questions. I got a call. Sharif and Nicole have been arrested. Oh, my God. So we go racing out. We get to that corner. I try to ask for a supervisor, police officer, saying we need to have those 2 reporters released, but instead they dragged me in and they arrested me. And interestingly, after hours, we were all brought to separate places, but there was such outcry that we were released. I went back to the convention center, and someone to interview me, I think it was in the NBC Skybox. And at the end of the interview, when the camera was turned off, the reporter said, I don't get it. Why wasn't I arrested? I said, oh, were you covering the protests too? And he said, no. I said, oh, okay. So I said, I don't get arrested in the convention center either. We got to be here. We got to be in the corporate suites to find out who's funding this. And we have to be out in the streets where the uninvited guests are. And that's what it is to have a media that is independent, that is not there just to bring you the voices of power, but is there to bring you the people, as Nermeen says, that are outside the frame, and not only get them inside, but center them.
Yeah.
And look at this respect that you're getting here, Amy. I don't think Hasan's not talked for this long on his feet.
No, of course not. I had a somewhat similar experience. I covered the protest the first day of the DNC. I was outside. I was at the protest. And then I covered extensively the uncommitted movement on the last day. And I was actually invited. I took advantage of the influencer route. And I was invited by
I remember that.
Yeah, the Creators for Kamala. And they actually were pretty good at finding a space for myself because they couldn't figure out exactly what I was doing. So I took advantage of that because they didn't understand what Twitch streaming is. and they ended up giving me this like massive box seat that was even better seats than like CNN that had paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to get. But they revoked the credentials that I had on the last day because I had I interviewed the uncommitted movement, and then also was creating a big fuss about not having a Palestinian speaker, and how this was a major point of contention, how this was going to lead to real issues down the line for Harris's electability. And they revoked my press credentials in front of a New York Times reporter who was actually covering me in real time in front of 70,000 people. And I had to go and cover the rest of the event from my hotel room. They made it impossible for me to be there and continue doing live coverage.
And how do you think your coverage changed from that front row seat to being in your hotel room? Which was better, do you think?
Oh, I don't mind doing it from the hotel room at all. It didn't, like, my commentary didn't change at all. Well, I had to whisper because like someone, I was yelling a little too much in my hotel room apparently, because when I heard Kamala Harris talk about how she was going to commandeer the most lethal military, I was like, oh no, this is like disastrous. Like, this is disastrous pro-war commentary coming from the Democratic president, like the Democratic presidential contender. This is not going to be received well. Of course, none of those warnings were heard. But yeah, I had someone down the hall come in, knock on my door, and be like, "Listen, I really, I like your commentary, but you got to keep it down a little bit." So I had to whisper, yell for the rest of the night. Yeah. But I want to start off by asking the question. I think I might know the answer to this as well, because it's like something that I also embody. Why do you encourage others to steal your story?
I think of an exclusive as a failure, because just us having it, well, what matters is people talking about it everywhere. That's when people can decide what they want to do about it. So in the documentary, Steal the Story, Please, we go out to Standing Rock, to the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation in North Dakota. It's this epic struggle. It was the first presidential race between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And April 1st, the unofficial historian of the Standing Rock Sioux, LaDonna Brave Bull Allard, invited people to come because the Dakota Access Pipeline looked like it was going to be built, and they were afraid about it polluting the Missouri River, I think the longest river in North America, right next to the reservation. And she said anyone who would come could stay on her property, set up your teepee or your tent. And she thought a couple dozen people would come. Hundreds came, then thousands came. Then all these resistance camps were built.
Like veterans and
veterans,
people from all different walks of life.
Indigenous people from Latin
Water
America.
is life.
Water is life. First Nations from Canada. It was the largest Indigenous gathering in decades in the United States, and their non-native allies. And so we were covering it from afar, but came from New York Labor Day weekend. And we covered a group of people that went onto property that they said was their burial ground. And a judge was going to rule on whether it could be excavated a few days later. But they were shocked to see bulldozers there already beginning the excavation. And so girls, women, men, boys stood in front of these earth-crushing machines. It's very dangerous. I mean, we know what happened to Rachel Corrie, March 16th, 2003, 3 days before the U.S. invasion of Iraq. She was in Rafah. She was in Gaza. She's standing in front of a pharmacist's home about to be demolished. The home, she stands in front of it with a bright fluorescent vest. And she was crushed to death. So I was very aware of that. And I see these women and girls standing in front of it. It was scary. But their presence that day, Labor Day weekend, 2016, the bulldozers decided to pull back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them pulling back. But then the security guards of DAPL, the Dakota Access Pipeline, unleashed dogs on the protesters. They called themselves water protectors. And we filmed a dog with its mouth and nose covered with blood. The dogs were like about the size of Kaya. They were, I think, German Shepherds. And They were being gassed. They were being bitten. And we then had to go back to New York, and we posted it online. And within 24 hours, there were 14 million views of this video. Now, I'd been invited into CNN and then MSNBC and all these, and I would say, why don't you cover the climate crisis? And they'd say the executives upstairs say people aren't interested. There won't be any more eyeballs on us. I think any executive would drool to get 14 million views.
Oh, yeah.
So that just showed the lie that people were interested. And then media started to pick it up all over. And it was on all the networks, the video coverage that we had done. And that's what I consider successful reporting. Steal this story, please. Or someone we're going to have on tomorrow, Alia Rahman. Alia is the woman who was driving in Minneapolis to her doctor, and she was, immigration officials stopped her. This is just a few months ago, smashed her window, dragged her out of her car. As she said, I'm disabled. She's autistic and disabled. And they said too late, and they take her to the Whipple Detention Center. And we interview her then. Ilhan Omar, the only Somali refugee Congress member, invites her to the State of the Union. She goes there. She's really injured, but she felt it was too important not to go to the State of the Union. She's sitting in the gallery with all the other invited guests. And you know how that was. The Republicans.
I wouldn't. Your camera will pick up what's on your phone.
Yeah. The Republicans were standing up, sitting down, standing up, applauding, sitting down. That would work the other way too if it was Democrat. And so at one point when President Trump was denigrating the people of the Twin Cities, Alia stood up quietly, just bearing witness. And security took her out. And she had already been brutalized. And now she was being taken down again. So she's arrested. She goes to jail. She was supposed to be on our show the next day for her response to the State of the Union. She got out of jail at 4 a.m. and she says, Amy, she comes on Democracy Now! The next day, I'm wearing the same clothes I wore last night because I just got out of jail. And I thought it's important to live up to my commitment. Well, now she is suing. And tomorrow, her and her lawyer will come on to talk about their case. But when we had her tell her story of what happened at SOTU, the State of the Union, all the papers picked up the story because we don't have your typical pundits on who know so little about so much, explaining the world to us and getting it so wrong. We have people closest to the story at the target end of policy. And that's the kind of voice we need picked up and stolen to be widely disseminated in the press, because it's how the rest of the world learns about us is through the press. It's how we learn about a lot of things in this country, and it's got to be through something other than a corporate lens.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely. I have a similar motto as well, probably picked up from your assessment too, from your motto, but that is my mentality as far as the things that I talk about, where people will be like, oh, I use your talking points when talking to my family members. I'm like, well, that's the whole point. I want you to internalize what I'm talking about, and then be able to effectively communicate the right side of a lot of these issues, a lot of these causes, so that you can then, change their minds as well, in the same way that I've been able to do that to people in my audience. So
now I have a question. All these people that are writing in, which just is amazing to see all the emojis and the words.
Yeah.
If anyone's in the Los Angeles area, one of the things that we're doing as Tia and Carl take the film around, it just opened in New York and now it's in Los Angeles at the various Lemleys, is doing fundraisers for independent media. And of course, I got my start at Pacifica Radio, founded in 1949 in the Bay Area. We're going to do one for KPFA this weekend. But tomorrow is the big day for KPFK because, of course, you live in KPFK land. You live in Los Angeles. And we're going to be at the Lemley Royal on Santa Monica Boulevard in West LA. And they're having 2 screenings of the documentary at 1:10 and 7:10, and we're going to do a Q&A afterwards, and there's a dinner before the 7:10 one, and anyone who wants to come out and see these films, it's a great way to both see the films and support independent media. And you can go to kpfk.org, their website, and get tickets right there. It's tomorrow. That's the 17th of April at 1:10 and 7:10. Is this allowed on your show?
Of course.
Oh,
And
my
you should
God.
support independent media,
Yeah.
of course. If you can come out on Friday for one of those two shows, do. If you can't, you can still come see the film because we're opening at the Lemleys. We're going to be in, as long as people come, they'll keep playing the film. So,
And you've
lots of
had a
options
record.
there.
I mean, this isn't my film. This is Carl and Tia's. And Carl and Tia are Oscar-nominated filmmakers who made Trouble the Water about Katrina. Tia did The Janes, won 3 Emmys for that underground abortion network in Chicago. But you can say you broke a record in New York at the IFC where it's continuing to play.
Yeah, no, we're independent, just like you, just like Amy. And we're rolling this film out now. We're going to be opening in, probably upwards of 100 theaters nationwide, which is pretty big for a doc. But it's all because in New York, people came out and saw the film, and it was the most successful documentary opening in the last decade. So it's a big deal, and it's cool, and it's because of Amy. It's because people love this woman, and it's also because people want to hear what she has to say and what the film has to say about the importance of independent media. I mean, look, watching you two here side by side, it's really cool because, you would think you guys do different things, that you're completely different, but I can see the same spirit imbues everything you do that I've been watching Amy
And
do
you
for
see a
so
similar
long.
hat.
And it might be the hat.
Well,
I don't know.
I try my best.
No, but it's like
Yeah.
you don't care about the artifice so much. It's about what's real and what and your job is to call people out and to ask people questions, and it's really that simple. And so, people might think it's rude when the president might think it's rude when Amy asks him a tough question, right?
Yeah.
Like we see with Clinton. But that's just her doing her job, asking the question. And because she's independent, because you're independent, you don't need to stick your head in the sand. You don't have somebody above you telling you that we're going to lose advertising if you don't step into line.
Yeah.
So it's really important.
Or access journalism as well. I feel like that's become the normal state of affairs in legacy publishers, where they're too afraid of not being invited to the press pool. I mean, it's accelerated even worse under the Trump administration, especially the second time around, where they were demanding that the Pentagon press pool sign loyalty pledges to never release any information that the government could declare classified. That they had to get pre-approval before they report on anything from the Pentagon side. That's just not journalism at all. It's just you're becoming a stenographer for the state.
I call it the access of evil, right? Trading truth for access. And it's not worth it. Politicians need journalists more than journalists need politicians. It's not worth asking the softball questions, to stay there and ask the soft questions. Either ask the hard questions or do something else.
Yeah. Do you feel like there are still people that are carrying on that spirit? I mean, there's obviously independent media outlets. One that you guys also work with quite frequently is Dropsite. There's now Zeteo as well, and many others. But are there some that you feel like are not getting the same level of attention?
Well, in the documentary, you see Jeremy, and where Jeremy Scahill, who co-founded with Ryan Grimm Dropsite News, he gets his start at Democracy Now! And then Jeremy goes on to co-found The Intercept, and then goes to Dropsite News. And then you've got Dave Isay, who ends up doing StoryCorps, which is really actually very important. It's a cultural commentary of our time, just people interviewing each other, grandparents, grandchildren, and the Smithsonian is picking up all that. Sharif Abdel-Quddus, his work is absolutely critical. He started at Democracy Now! He was going to be a corporate banker, and then he went a different route. And that was right before he saw an ad at Democracy Now! Some professor sent it to him, or a friend. And it was right before the U.S. invaded Iraq. And because he spoke Arabic, we were at DCTV, which is closest national broadcast to Ground Zero, and that's a part of the film. But within a few weeks, John Alpert, a great filmmaker and journalist who runs DCTV, asked Sharif to come with him and the Renault brothers to Iraq. The Renault brothers were Craig and Brent Renault, a dynamic filmmaking duo from Arkansas. And they would go on to make many documentaries. Sharif spent that time with them. And then Brent became the first Western journalist to die in Ukraine. And Craig, his brother, to honor him so that we don't forget his memory and his great work, did the documentary Armed Only with a Camera, The Life and Death of Brent Renault. And that went on to be Oscar nominated. And I went with them to the Oscars this year, sitting with Brent and Craig's mother, Georgianne. And that work will hopefully continue in all different ways.
Okay,
Those are
so,
big pictures.
so I got some exclusives
you're good
here.
At this.
Okay, I got some exclusives here, and so I'm gonna show them one by one. These are some of these might be never before seen photos, and I wanted to ask you like what's going on in these photos.
Wow.
I got these from
Hasan,
Jeremy.
you're great.
So what's happening here? There's a young Jeremy Scahill right there.
He was like 23 or 24. Jeremy used to work at the Catholic Worker in New York on First Street and First Avenue, and that's where I met him. I was doing a story, and then he started calling. I want to work with you. I want to work with you. And as he's
stalking her,
he says it was
That's a good journalist though. That's a good reporter.
Good journalist,
constantly
instinct.
nagging.
As he said, he bothered me so much saying, I need to work with you, that he said he thought I would either take out a restraining order on him or give him a job. So finally he came to WBAI, that's Pacifica Radio, that's the KPFK of New York. And we started working together. And then I got the chance to interview Ken Saro-Wiwa. He's a great writer. Actually, he wrote a soap opera in Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, and the producer of The Greatest Oil, The Most Oil in Africa. And he was not going to forsake his people, the Ogoni people. They were taking on Shell, which had crisscrossed Ogoni land with pipelines.
Yeah.
And he started to talk about it everywhere. And the difference between him and activists inside Nigeria is Ken had the wherewithal to take it outside. And that was very threatening to Shell because he was taking a story to the Western nations where people would push back. An activist called us in New York, said, Ken Saro-Wiwa is in New York. Can he come into WBAI? This is before, this was right at the beginning of Democracy Now! And I was on a show called Wake Up Call. And I said, I'm so sorry. We are totally booked today. I didn't know who Ken was. And he said, but he's only here for this morning. I said, 2 minutes. He can come in and he can say what he's going to do.
Classic.
And as he started
As the credits are rolling.
No, but this was at the beginning as opposed to the end. You're right. As the credits are rolling, yes,
I love
people
that
get
every
into
time.
that. But at the beginning, as he started talking, and I said to him, you know, he said that the oil companies like dictatorships because they can crack down on the people who protest the despoilation of their mangrove forests. And he said, I am a marked man, which was to say the least chilling. He left our offices. We at that point bumped everyone else on the show to hear what he had to say. And he would go back to Nigeria. He would be executed with 8 other minority rights activists. And I mean, Tia and Carl show this section in the film, and it just chills you to the bone. He was killed, and then we went to investigate another story that we learned about on the way to Nigeria, which was the Chevron Corporation in the Niger Delta. And we went through the nooks and the crannies of the Niger Delta, Jeremy and I, with a number of Nigerians who took us there. And we learned of the killing of 2 Nigerian activists and the jailing of many others. And we went to investigate that and to then question Chevron about it.
And that picture, look how young Jeremy is.
Yeah.
Jeremy's, I think he's 22 there, Amy, actually. And they came back from Nigeria and did this report, Drilling and Killing, about multinational oil companies' complicity in putting down these protests. and they won a George Polk Award. I mean, Jeremy must be the youngest person to ever win a George Polk Award for journalism.
It was called Drilling and Killing, Chevron and Nigeria's Oil Dictatorship.
When you say it like that, it almost feels like I'm hearing you in my ear in the morning. Okay, we got another one here. Is this? It might be from the same
And as
trip,
you look for
potentially.
these pictures, I just want to remind people, if in your LA area, I love your emojis, but I want to see you in person. So if you're here tomorrow on the 17th, 1:10 or 7:10 at the Laemmle Royal. And by the way, the other thing, because we have to look at the whole constellation of independent media, these independent art houses around the country, I especially appreciate these theaters after the pandemic. You know, media was so important, Pacifica and public radio and television during the pandemic keep us safe at home, but we can all engage in a dialogue from the safety of our isolation. But now there's nothing that compares to people being together. We just got word from Tia Lesson, the co-director of the film. She's at the Full Frame Festival. Maybe one of you guys in North Carolina listening, in Durham. 1,000 people packed into the Carolina Theater to watch it today. I mean,
on a Thursday afternoon, at 1 in the afternoon, 1,000 people came out to see the film and to hear Amy. It was something else. And what's really cool about this film, I got to say, because T and I produced a bunch of Michael Moore's films, and we've been around a little bit. And when you get an audience, you can tell when you have an audience on your side. You get instant gratification here, Hasan, because you're getting these constant feed.
Yeah.
When somebody's looking at it on their telephone, they could be scared. You don't know what they're doing with it. But when you see it in a theater, and with this film, it really feels like you're at a No Kings rally, except the sound is really, really good. And it forces you to have an experience with strangers, and it can be really cathartic. And especially when it's somebody with the charisma of an Amy Goodman, who's opening up and sort of letting you get a peek into her life, but also understanding the bigger issues that are so important today, probably more than ever in my lifetime. So.
I've been saying go to LA, but I know that you have like a global audience, and people can check it out at stealthestory.org. And that's the website of the film, and it's showing all the theaters, and more theaters are being added all over. And they've won all these audience favorite awards at all the film festivals from the United States, Santa Barbara, Santa Fe, Seattle, Woodstock, to Oslo, Norway, the Human Film Festival. If anyone's watching from Norway right now, it's just been amazing to see what you guys did with this film, with the 30 years of Democracy Now! It's not easy. Hi, Jeremy.
Yeah, another photo of young Jeremy. Not exactly sure where this is from. Where is this? It looks like an amphitheater, but this one, I personally, this is my favorite. I just recently came back from Cuba, and I saw this young Jeremy with the fitted backwards hat next to Asada Shakur. It's an Amman Jordan. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how you let this guy be around you with this outfit.
But wait a second. Can you tell us a little about your Cuba trip? Because it's amazing what you did.
Yeah. So we went alongside Progressive International. I'm good friends with some of the organizers there, and I hit him up right as Trump had accelerated the oil blockade. It actually started in 2019 with the secondary sanctions. A lot of people don't even know that, but like it got significantly worse in the last couple of months, where the Trump administration decided no oil shipments from any country whatsoever. This was right after the Venezuela operation, where they kidnapped Maduro, cutting off a lifeline that Cuba was relying on. And I hit my friend up, David Adler, and I was like, what do we do? And he's like, I'm already working on it. So we put together this group. We worked alongside Code Pink, the Answer Coalition, brought an international a group of artists, activists, politicians, and the like, and we brought in 40 tons of aid medical aid, food, necessary supplies.
This is after one blackout after another in Cuba.
Yeah. And at that point, it was, they had experienced, I think, like 36 hours of rolling blackouts, and it was devastating. I had talked to Ben Rhodes prior to going, to get a feel for what it was going to be like. And he said to me, like, you're going to be very sad when you see it. And he was right. I was very sad when first I was taken aback by how beautiful the island is, but then I was very sad about all this poverty. And then I got very angry because I was like, we're doing this to this country of 10 million people that's unfortunately 90 miles off of our coastline. And I say unfortunately because I feel like we've never allowed this island nation to breathe, and we've limited so much potential that Cuba has, and all for an ideological purpose. At first, because there was a lot of industries that Cuban Americans owned that I guess the American government was not fond of the seizure of. But then after that, it turned into this ideological war, and it still carries on in that similar vein. But yeah, it was a total devastation. I interviewed doctors, both responsible for the medical missions. They were so sad that Marco Rubio had successfully severed medical missions in Jamaica and numerous other countries. Some of the countries had said no, like Italy had said no to severing the medical missions. But it was...
I was in Haiti after the earthquake.
Wow.
And the number of Cuban doctors who were there helping. I mean, some whole hospitals were run by Cuban doctors.
Yeah. They're tremendous. The Cuban government, I believe, sends more doctors to poor countries around the world than the G7 nations combined.
Yeah.
And I think Marco Rubio said he wanted to have them investigated for human trafficking.
Yeah. That's...
they tried to send doctors to New Orleans after Katrina.
Yeah, exactly.
And were denied, but because we couldn't take care of our own, or we wouldn't.
Yeah. And I guess it's a technically principled stance against any sort of socialized medicine that the American government carries on, where they're like denying other countries. But I was talking to the head of the medical missions, and he was telling me that like they had 100% coverage in Jamaica. And now there's so many parts of Jamaica, we're just never going to see another doctor ever again. And he was telling me like, the Jamaican politicians that responded to this pressure, they can maybe get platinum healthcare in their countries. They can even fly to America to get this. But like poor Jamaicans that live in the countryside are never going to be able to see another healthcare professional because of this decision. It was devastating. One of the things that I also was shocked to find out about was the resilience of the Cuban people, the amount of biomedical research they've conducted. They've had a lung cancer vaccine since the 90s. America's restricted the distribution of said lung cancer vaccine, even though I think it was a collaborative effort with a Colorado university. They have currently they have a diabetic ulcer treatment that is that America is doing its very best to block the distribution of. They were forced to create an indigenous COVID vaccine because the American government stopped Jack Ma's shipment of Sinovacs from entering the island. And not only that, but then also the American government created another vaccine hesitancy campaign. We know about the one in the Philippines. That was covered extensively. But apparently there was another vaccine hesitancy campaign in Latin America because they wanted to stop the Cuban vaccines from being distributed in Latin American countries. And they created more vaccine hesitancy campaigns in Latin America. And what's really interesting about the ties of, I guess, American empire and how, all of these foreign adversaries that we've designed as enemies collaborate with one another, oftentimes forced to collaborate with one another, is the fact that the American government, alongside Israel, bombed the Pasteur Institute in Iran. That was the institute that was in coordination with, I think, Havana. That was the institute that created that indigenous COVID vaccine that made its way to Latin American countries. So all of the death and destruction, the wars of choice that we engage in are not only totally unnecessary, but it's just like rank cruelty. And seeing it firsthand in Cuba, like seeing the impact of it on the Cuban population, it was devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's why it's important to be places, to be witness.
Oh, yeah.
That's what journalists do. And it's such an important job, and it's such an important service. And, it shouldn't be a business. It shouldn't be dictated by the business interests of the parent corporation. And that's what the problem seems to be right now. It's not a new thing, but we just happen to have an openly transactional president who has, pulled back the curtain and doesn't even try and hide it.
There's a little bit of opportunity there, though. At least in my experience, what I've found is that the way in which Trump communicates the vulgar nature of American empire has been illuminating for a lot of people that may have inadvertently believed in the liberal interventionist attitude, where they thought, sometimes America engages in cruel actions, but it's all for a good purpose. Now that Trump has just ripped that shroud and is very open about how violent he is and how he's doing this for extraction of natural resources and the like, I think that there are a lot of liberals that might recognize the true nature of American foreign intervention.
And not only liberals. I think what Trump is doing is really cutting across the political spectrum, in some cases uniting people across the political spectrum against him.
Yeah.
But how long were you in Cuba? How long?
Only for 3 days. Yeah.
Our motto is, and it's exactly what you did, is go to where the silence is.
Yeah.
And often it's not exactly silent. It's raucous, it's rowdy, people are organizing, but it doesn't hit the corporate media radar screen. And that's why it's so important to break the silence.
Yeah, offering a voice to the voiceless. There's always a perspective of the populations that are withstanding American intervention, sometimes even violent intervention. And I always find it interesting that we never get to hear from them, right? Even if it doesn't suit the purpose of the American State Department, like, we should still hear from them. This is one of the things that I really appreciate about like what DropSite does as well, which is to go directly to the Hamas Politburo and to talk to the Ansar Allah movement and hear what their attitude is and where they're at. I think everyone in mainstream news also has that opportunity. They just choose not to engage in that because they're terrified that they might hear an argument that they understand, that their audiences might be receptive to.
Yeah, and I think also they don't have the freedom within those institutions. I mean, let's give the benefit of the doubt to most of the people who decide they want to be a journalist and that they want to do it because they believe in the public's right to know. But, people choose to work in these institutions that don't give them the freedom to really live up to that ideal. And, it's one of the things we're seeing now with so many people fleeing and going on their own, not unlike what you do, but there are people who've been in the legacy media for a long time who are either out of a job now or they're leaving because they don't like what's happening and they're finding ways to do it on their own.
I'm just making sure there's a human at the other end of the leash of Zazu.
Yeah.
Is Zazu okay there? Oh, good. Okay.
And it's why this idea of trickle-up journalism that Amy and Democracy Now! Practice, where you want the stories to infiltrate and to come up, is why we called this film Steal This Story, Please, right?
Yeah.
It's not Steal This Story, Please. It's not, hey, you want this story. It's Steal This Story, Please, do your fucking job.
Yeah, and this experience for yourself is not always a comfortable one, right? Your career is filled with incredible moments of standing up to power, from being the only reporter aboard the plane with the ousted Haitian president Aristide when he attempted to return to Haiti, to being badly beaten by Indonesian soldiers in 1991. You've literally risked your life for the truth. sure a lot of people have asked this question already, but what keeps you motivated after all these years? And in retrospect, do you think you're crazy for doing everything that you've done?
Well,
have you ever been asked that question before?
You know, covering President Aristide was an amazing experience because he wasn't the victim of one U.S.-backed coup, but two. And the U.S. took him out of Haiti. He was the democratically elected president, him and his wife, Mildred Aristide, and sent him on a plane to the Central African Republic. This so enraged Trans-Africa, which is an amazing group that was founded by Randall Robinson, who has since died, that Maxine Waters, the congresswoman from here, Los Angeles, a Jamaican parliamentarian, got a plane and went to the Central African Republic to bring him back. He was basically under house arrest there. And I got a call from Randall Robinson, and he said, would you want to cover this? And I said, absolutely, I want to be there. He would later tell me that his wife, that Randall's wife, had said to him, what are you doing? You're a small plane of black people. This was under George Bush, Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice. And he said, you're a small plane of black people. You could be blown right out of the sky. You have to have someone white with you. So I didn't realize that's when he called me, Randall Robinson. He said, would you like to come cover this trip? And so then when Randall Robinson's wife said, I don't understand, you're going? Did you get someone? He said, yes, I called Amy Goodman. And she said, oh, no, you're going to get blown out of the sky even faster. But anyway, we all went to Bangui, and they negotiated with Bozize, the CAR leader who was in power for a year and wanted to look like he had the imprimatur of his country, and they got the Aristides back. But as they were coming back to Haiti, Rumsfeld and Powell and Condoleezza Rice threatened them and said, you are not to come back to this hemisphere. To which Randall Robinson replied, whose hemisphere? Like, what are they talking about? They would go into exile in South Africa for 7.5 years. And then I went to South Africa with Danny Glover, who had always wanted to make a film about Toussaint Louverture, the independence leader of Haiti, and followed them back in a plane to Haiti when they successfully landed. And the response was enormous in the streets. I mean, that was an incredible experience. From that to, East Timor is a story of epic horror. It's one of the great genocides of the late 20th century. A third of the population was killed by the Indonesian military, which was armed, trained, and financed by the United States. They invaded December 7th, 1975, and for the next quarter of a century, they killed off the people. And I covered East Timor, went there with my colleague Alan Nairn, who was writing for The New Yorker, and on November 12th, 91, we witnessed and survived a massacre of over 270 Timorese. We thought our presence as Western journalists could head off the attack because we came from the same country the Indonesian soldiers' weapons came from.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it did not head off that attack. But as information came back to the United States, and you see that scene in the film when I'm questioning Mike McCurry, the spokesperson for President Clinton, Congress actually had cut off military training aid to Indonesia. Was Clinton really going to restore it? And he got angry, McCurry, and he said, the turnip is dry. And what was most interesting about that whole interaction with the White House press corps is that a bunch of the journalists giggled with him, laughed, and that kind of peer pressure. Who cares? Because we're talking about lives here. We're talking about life and death situations. But in 1999, the people of East Timor got to vote for their freedom in a UN-sponsored resolution and a referendum. And 3 years later, they became one of the newest nations in the world.
Yeah. So democracy now, throughout the last couple of decades has been competing with corporate industry titans like CNN and Fox for 30 years while sustaining itself on a financial model of newer, leaner publications like Dropsite or Zeteo. How do you view Democracy Now!'s role in this transition towards viewer-supported news? And how do you expect the news landscape to change in the next 30 years?
I can't predict how it's going to change. Couldn't have predicted social media platforms. But what we do is go to where people are. And so we started 30 years ago. There wasn't even the word podcast. We had to figure out how this 59-minute show was going to get to radio stations. So we put it on the intertube. So we put it at democracynow.org, and radio stations could take it. Other networks, would pay money to put it on satellites. We didn't have the money.
Mm-hmm.
But because we established democracynow.org, we immediately, before almost all other networks, had a global audience. And then we'd have, you have the headlines, and then you'd have segment 1, maybe someone in Mexico would transcribe it. Segment 2, someone in Montana. Segment 3, someone in South Africa. We'd have our transcription coordinator post it online, and we'd have the full transcript. This built the audience. And then reporters could take these voices to the press briefing of the Pentagon or the State Department or the White House. And these are the original voices, right? Not like those pundits, what I was saying before, who know so little about so much, explaining the world to us and getting it so wrong, and asking the president, the Pentagon spokesperson, the Secretary of Defense, and others. Thanks. I'll take the lead. Zazu wants to get involved with this conversation too, and might be becoming friends with Kaya or not. We'll see. Kaya's checking her out.
So they weren't podcasts then, though. I was just talking to Amy's colleague Dennis yesterday about this, and they called them I think, is it
MP4s?
RSS enabled MP3.
And that's how stations started taking it. And then that was 1996. And 5 years later, the week of the 9/11 attacks, we were the closest national broadcast to Ground Zero. I was telling you, we worked out of this downtown community TV where the Renault brothers worked. And we just kept broadcasting. The first plane at the first tower minutes before we went to air. The second plane hit the second tower at 9:03. We were broadcasting at the time 9 to 10. Now we do 8 to 9. And we didn't know what had happened, but people started running down the streets covered in ash. And we broadcast for hour upon hour. And then I knew we couldn't leave because we were within the evacuation zone. If we left our broadcast site, we would not be allowed back. So we stayed there. There was this hammock that I would try to sleep in at night. I'd walk around near the pile. Everything was covered in this, just in ash. And then station after station, TV station, then it was public access stations, started to ask, can we run Democracy Now!? Those are TV stations. We're sending out so many video cassettes. I bet half your audience doesn't even know what a video cassette is. And then when we would send out those, the college station would ask in a town, a radio station, can we run you? Then the PBS station, then the NPR station. All the Pacifica radio stations were running us, and that's how it grew to almost 1,500 stations. Also, our headlines available in Spanish. We have them translated right after the show. So many in Latin America also take our headlines.
And that's how they stole the story.
And that's how, you asked, so listener, viewer, reader, supported. That's who we turned to from early on, but it was global, and that's what made the difference.
In the film, the interviewees often say that other journalists simply do not ask the important questions that you do. Why don't they ask those questions?
Well, part of it, I think, is the access of evil, trading truth for access. That's pretty straightforward. And it also, Democracy Now! Is a brain trust of all those people we've been talking about, just people dedicated to the mission of independent media. And we work really hard. I mean, the producers comb the world looking for people who are closest to the story. And then with that knowledge of what has happened, questioning those in power. And also having debate and discussions among, people who deeply care about issues, but they don't necessarily agree. And I think that's what makes for this vibrant, really a vibrant grassroots global news hour that Democracy Now! Is. And stations every month are picking us up. But online, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, wherever people are, we go. We don't expect people just come to us.
Mhm.
We have to reach out.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed is that you rarely offer your own personal opinion when you cover a story, your own personal commentary. But I'm sure you'd be the first to say that the very language we use to cover an objective story is always going to have its own bias. For example, passive voice whenever mainstream reporters are covering incidents that pertain to police violence, or even that translates to state violence. No matter how closely it resembles terrorism, like in the case of Israel. How do you view your role in shaping narratives and providing your insight into current events?
Again, speaking to people closest to the story and hearing their descriptions of what's happening. I mean, the horror of Gaza, hundreds and hundreds of journalists have been killed there. Most recently, just last week, an Al Jazeera reporter, and Israel completely admitted it. I said they targeted him.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about Rafat Al-Adir, because for our 30th anniversary, in addition to the musicians, and by the way, I don't know if you knew this. Do you know Peaceable Kingdom by Patti Smith was actually written about Rachel Corrie, who I was talking about earlier?
I did not know that.
About what she did in Rafah, in Gaza, which was fascinating. But Rafat Al-Adir, he is the poet who wrote If I Must Die. We interviewed him in Gaza, revered poet and professor, teacher. He was killed with his family. And at Democracy Now!'s 30th anniversary, we were joined by Mossab Abu Toha. So we played Rafat on Democracy Now!, and then we played Mossab remembering Rafat. And we played Brian Cox, who is the star of Succession, reading If I Must Die. And then Mossab came out trying to keep his composure. He just won the Pulitzer Prize for his essays in the New Yorker and his poetry. And he read his poem, Under the Rubble. And there is nothing more eloquent, more real, less debatable than someone describing their own experience. And, I go back to the beginning of Pacifica. Pacifica was founded like 3/4 of a century ago, 49, by a war resister, came out of the detention camps in Berkeley, founded KPFA, 1949. Here in Los Angeles, 1959 was KPFK. In New York, 1960 was WBAI. 1977, Jazz and Justice Radio, WPFW in Washington, where we're going to be going and doing a big event with them on May 1st. And in Houston, KPFT. We're also going to be having a big fundraiser there with the film coming out there. KPFT goes on the air in 1970. Within a few weeks, the Ku Klux Klan straps dynamite to the base of the transmitter and blows it up. So KPFT acted fast. The community built this station. They rebuilt the transmitter. And right in the middle of Arlo Guthrie singing Alice's Restaurant, the Klan strapped 15 times the dynamite to the base of the transmitter and blew it up a second time. And I thought Arlo Guthrie's song is good. I like Alice's Restaurant, but it was blown off the air. So then it takes months to go to rebuild. And January 1971, Arlo Guthrie comes back to Houston and finishes the song on the air. And it's never stopped broadcasting. I can't remember if it was the Grand Dragon or the Exalted Cyclops, because I often confuse their titles, the leaders of the Ku Klux Klan. But he said it was his proudest act. And I think that's because he understood how dangerous Pacifica is, how dangerous independent media is. Dangerous because it allows people to speak for themselves. And when you hear someone speaking from their own experience, whether it is a Palestinian child or an Israeli peace activist who lost his parents on October 7th, like Maoz Inam, who's working together with Aziz Abu Sara, and they just wrote a book, The Future is Peace. Whether it is an aunt in Afghanistan or an uncle in Iraq, you may not even like the uncle he reminds you of, that uncle, but it challenges the caricatures and the stereotypes that fuel these hate groups. It makes it much less likely that you'll want to destroy someone when you simply hear them speak. I think the media can be the greatest force for peace on earth. Instead, all too often, it's wielded as a weapon of war, which is why we have to take the media back.
Absolutely. It was powerful. Okay, so you've covered stories all around the world. We briefly talked about it, but what was the trip that had the biggest impact on your life? I don't know if it's a corny question or not, but what was the biggest trip? What was the trip that had the biggest impact on your life? And do you ever take any fun, relaxing vacations that don't involve paramilitary groups?
Oh my God. Sitting on my couch with Zazu is like, for 20 minutes, is like a month on the Riviera. Is that a good enough answer?
That's a great answer. It's one that I would probably give because it's a question that I get asked all the time as well. So I wanted to carry it over to you.
I'm not broadcasting live 24 hours a day.
I know, but you have been tirelessly doing this, you know.
I wouldn't say it. I'm tireless. I can still be tired and do it.
Yeah, well, but you've been doing this for so consistently for so many decades that it's just like I do. You know, it's I had to ask you that question. This is one that I receive all the time.
Well, let me try though. Let me try. I know you're asking Amy, but Amy's so used to centering other voices and other people that I think it's sort of ingrained in her DNA not to be able to answer a direct question about herself.
Yeah,
because she's very selfless. But she talked about it earlier, and I'm just speaking because I immersed myself in the last 30 years. My partner T and I did, and when Amy, there's no bullshit coming out of Amy when she believes everything she says, and she lives her life by these ideals. And so when she says that surviving the massacre and witnessing those murders in East Timor by an army that was armed and financed and trained by the United States, that changed her, she means it. And then off of that, her reporting changed what was happening in East Timor because it became part of a much larger movement. And that's, I think, so objectively speaking, as an outside observer who had nothing to do with what Amy did, seeing the power that you have as a journalist, that your voice can have to change the course of history or to influence the course of history, I think was the most life-changing thing that I've seen her experience.
I mean, in that case, it was the people on the ground, especially these young people in Timor. They weren't even born when Indonesia invaded and illegally occupied them, but they were the ones who were standing up. And that is incredibly inspiring, even when their friends, when their neighbors were killed. And so many of these interviews in Timor, in Haiti, here in the United States, interviewing people in Gaza through this period, in Iran. I mean, it is amazing to talk to Iranians in the diaspora, Iranians in Iran. But I mean, the professors, the artists, the poets, the people who themselves have been victims on the regime, of the regime, on death row in the Evin prison, notorious prison. But they are saying now, no, this is not going to improve the situation for us and our colleagues, the dissidents, our compatriots in Iran right now. It will harden this regime. This is not what we think will further any kind of democracy. It's just amazing to hear people speak for themselves. And they're the ones who change history, to point a mic in their direction, to shine a spotlight on what they're doing. That's the honor of my life.
Wow.
I wanted to give you a poster.
We got one right there.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
But check this out. You know who Shepard Fairey is?
Yeah, of course.
The artist. Yeah, the amazing, started as a street artist. He works in all kinds of media.
He did the Barack Obama Hope and Change poster.
The Hope and Change poster. Yeah. Well, he did this. He's also a fan of hers, not of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And he offered to do this poster, and it's just beautiful because what I love about it here is it's the fist in the air, and the weapon is the microphone.
Yeah.
And we just went to Shepard Fairey's studio, and we told him we wanted to give this to you. And again, at the top, it says, "Go to where the silence is and say something." And that's really very much where Carl and Tia end the documentary.
Yeah.
But
you have to sign this for Hasan.
Oh, I'm going to sign it.
Yeah, that is what an honor. I have another question for you. Again, somewhat of a corny one, but you've basically interviewed every single person, from Bill Clinton to Noam Chomsky and some of Jeffrey Epstein's other friends as well. What was the most important interview that you've ever conducted?
Oh man.
It's tough. It's a tough question.
I cannot say the most important interview.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Oh. And then look, I have to show you something. In the background, this is when Sharif got arrested. And then I also got arrested along with him. This is the standoff at Standing Rock covering it. And these underneath these, what are called laurels, I'm only learning this world of the film festivals, but they are amazing, these film festivals. And this is not my work. This is Carl and Tia's work. They have won so many awards, grand jury prizes, as I was saying before, and audience favorite documentaries, which is why I want all you guys who are watching and listening right now to go out to your favorite movie theater and either get them to run it or go to the theaters that are running it. And we're here in Los Angeles to really, well, one is to talk to you and, do these fundraisers for Pacifica stations like KPFK. And do you think I avoided your question?
A little bit. It's okay. You can do that.
I'll have to come back. I have to think about the answer, but I will. I know one thing is I won't choose just one because so many are important for so many reasons. Each story I've described to you now includes so many interviews.
Yeah.
Whether it is Rafat Al-Harir, whether it is covering the journey of President Aristide of Haiti, whether it is talking to Alia Rahman, this remarkable woman who stands for so many people who've been brutalized in this immigrant crackdown. It just goes on and on.
Carl, I got some tough questions for you too. Don't worry.
Every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Okay, so you took 30 very memorable years of Amy's life and you condensed it into 98 minutes. Okay. What were the hardest editorial sacrifices? And was there anything you cut from the film that you wish you kept in?
Oh, yeah. It's a process. What you do is real time. What we do is a couple years of work. And especially when you immerse yourself in 30 years of somebody's career and life, it's really hard. I'd say in a weird way, Steal This Story, Please is also a very personal story for me and for Tia, because it's a reflection of the things that Amy has done throughout her life that have impacted us the most profoundly, and that sit with us to this day. So I'd say, the choices are difficult to make. When we had a hard choice, when we had 3.5 hours of a film, and we knew that we couldn't put out 3.5 hours of a film, we had to impose some process, and that was whatever was speaking most clearly and profoundly to the moment that we're living in now stayed in the film. That, and the other big rule, which has always been a rule, which we learned from Michael Moore, is you never take a laugh out. And Amy Goodman is a barrel of laughs. She has so much fun in this life. She is surrounded by so many great people. Amy never says no to an invitation to do something fun, to be out on the town, to be walking on the street, and she's always laughing. And so we wanted to, that appeals to us. Who doesn't like somebody who likes to have fun and finds joy? And it's important for telling the story about a person, even though the film is admittedly, it's about a much bigger thing than Amy Goodman, but it makes Amy so relatable.
I was just looking at this picture you have up of
drilling and killing
Jeremy Scahill and much younger me. Drilling and killing Chevron Nigeria's oil dictatorship. I think this was at the,
that Polk?
I think this was at the Polk Awards, and they had us do a large poster. But it made me think about the Overseas Press Club Awards, because we'd won an Overseas Press Club for the award for this, and I'm not here to boast about that, but we learned about the ceremony. It was at a Midtown hotel, and we thought, okay, I think it was in the midst of the bombing of Yugoslavia, and we had so much work to do, but we were supposed to go and collect this award. So Jeremy and I raced over to the hotel, and we couldn't actually afford to sit and have the meal because it was expensive. It was hundreds of journalists who were there. So we went as press covering our own awards. And but what we saw there was Richard Holbrooke. And he was the U.S. envoy on Yugoslavia at the time. And this was, oh my gosh, it's almost exactly like 27 years ago. And we said, oh my God, this is fantastic. Because we're at this award ceremony, we get to speak to people you wouldn't normally get to speak to. And so this is a real opportunity. We had our tape recorder because we're going to cover our own award ceremony. So we ran up to Mr. Holbrooke, and we said, he had just given a speech talking about how how NATO had bombed the RTS building. That's Radio Television Serbia. Right. They were taking out the body parts of the makeup artists, of the camera people. It was horrifying. This is a civilian site. And so we wanted to ask him a question. And
here he is at at a prestigious award ceremony, surrounded by journalists.
That's right. This was the perfect moment.
Yeah.
Right before he spoke, we went up to ask him because we thought maybe we won't get a chance to. Actually, he was going into the bathroom, so we were following him to the bathroom. But he said, no, they made a deal here that I would not answer questions. And the head of the Overseas Press Club came over and said to us, what are you doing? And so I said, well, we were asking Mr. Holbrooke a question. He's the point person on NATO bombing Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
And they said, no, we made a deal. We're not going to ask him questions because he's our keynote speaker. So then we go back in, and they're announcing the awards, and they come to the award that we were winning. And it was one of the network news anchors, and I think it was Tom Brokaw. And he said, and now the Overseas Press Club Award goes to drilling and killing Nigeria's oil dictatorship. Jeremy had gone up right before when Mr. Holbrooke had just finished his speech and said, Mr. Holbrooke, because he wanted to ask him a question then. That was our second
Jeremy
attempt.
doing that.
And I was standing at the back of the room, and they had security take him out. And so I was at the back, and as they're taking Jeremy out, I said, release that man. He's just about to win an award. And they were very confused. They didn't know what to do. And when Brokaw announced that we had won the award, I went up. Jeremy had already been taken out, so now it's just me. And I go up on the stage, and I said, Mr. Brokaw, I want to thank you for the Overseas Press Club Award, but we're going to have to refuse it. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, oh my God, I didn't even ask Jeremy, but he's been taken out. I didn't have the opportunity. I hope he's okay with us refusing this award. And I said, we're going to have to refuse the award because we came to this event, which honors the highest in journalism, and yet we were told that a deal had been made, that an agreement had been made with a person who's a key player in the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, that we're not allowed to ask him questions. So I want to say thank you, but no thank you. And Brokaw said, well, that's why the First Amendment is great. And that was the end of that. So when I see that picture of us, I asked Jeremy after, did you mind that I'm so sorry that we're not bringing home this award. And so given that he had been taken out, he definitely understood and supported the decision.
Yeah. It reminds me of, I think it was during the Columbia campus, student encampments that were taking place. I believe it was like the Pulitzer Hall that was like offering, or the journalism school was setting guidelines on what their students were able to report in the student newspaper, because they were worried that the Trump administration, or not even the Trump administration, the Biden administration at the time, was going to enforce these restrictions. Or was it under the Trump administration? But I just thought that it was very interesting that, like,
I think it was under Biden.
Yeah, we're teaching this next generation in an incredibly prestigious university that is the same, that carries the same name as an award that is given to reporters, where we were teaching them that you have to censor yourself ahead of time instead of conducting what you're supposed to do as a reporter, as a journalist. It's a very interesting lesson in, I guess, that hypocrisy that has been going on for far longer. There was a question I had.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you have the trailer?
Do I have the trailer? I can find it. I don't think I have it right here, but no, I don't have the trailer here. I can find it though.
StealThisStory.org.
Oh, it's there. Oh, right.
It sure
it's right
is.
there. I think you hear Jeremy in it, right?
You hear Jeremy in it.
And you hear Sharif in it. Hi, I'm Amy Goodman from Democracy Now!
Right.
Can you tell us what you think about President Trump saying climate change is a Chinese hoax?
This is so funny. Yeah.
Right, but you weren't running late when you were just standing there. But this is the trailer, yes.
My first impressions of Amy.
What did you say to those who say that you're a war criminal?
I was asking Bush that.
No.
Journalist there. Independent media is the oxygen of a democracy.
What do you mean by independent?
Not being sponsored by corporations.
Amy's chaotically brilliant at the spy game.
We began on 9 radio stations.
If she believes something, she's going to fight for it and get it out to the world. Straight up journalism.
It came from my Jewish education that you ask questions.
Sharif, can you talk about what's happened on the Gaza Strip? From Ground Zero from East Timor, as we deplane in Haiti, from Georgia's death row prison.
We had to smuggle in our recording equipment. This was extremely dangerous. We're accusing a powerful American corporation of murder.
Without any warning, the military opened fire on the protesters. They put the guns to our heads. It is critical that we expose what is done in our name.
Patti
Donald
Smith
Trump
doing Bob Dylan.
understood corporate owners of the media would do anything for money.
She taught me, speak to the people at the target end of the bomb, speak to those who are being deliberately silenced.
When you hear someone speak, it's less likely you'll want to destroy them.
We expand the frame and center those voices.
There is a great force that would like to silence us.
The press, you're the enemy of the people.
And that's the only thing news won't look. And we're not going to let it happen.
Wow.
One thing missing from that. A pull quote from Hasan Piker. That's what we need.
No.
You mean wow?
No.
Yeah.
Just wow.
Yeah, just wow.
Oh, I have many words to say. Yeah, you could have put the me fangirling. But
hey, it almost made the film. It was in the cut for a little while.
oh, really?
Absolutely.
Damn,
yes.
you put me on the you edited me out. Now we got to get the real deal, the Carl Deal cut.
Yeah.
But also Juan Gonzalez throughout this film, who's
Yeah.
been with Democracy Now! For 30 years. He had 2 DNs, like the New York Daily News he was with for 29 years. And he had Democracy Now!, which he's still with. And his wisdom, his journalistic prowess, he began way back. He was part of Columbia student strike of 1968, one of the leaders, and then went on to found the New York chapter of the Young Lords with a group of people. And one of the things he says in the documentary, which is so profound, you see this group of Puerto Rican, they're like the Puerto Rican Black Panthers.
Yeah.
As he says, we managed to frame our own story, to shape our own narrative. When you look at that circle of Puerto Rican activists, you realize almost everyone became a journalist.
Yeah.
And he said, that is the most important thing you can do. And that's the whole idea behind Steal This Story, Please. It's really about shaping the narrative and putting it out there.
Yeah. Last question, because I feel like I've kept you here for far too long, and thank you so much.
You mean you're going
for-
to make us late to the screening tonight? We're doing it with Pamela Adlon, right?
Yeah, Pamela Adlon. We're going to
Is going to be the moderator of this. And then tomorrow, it's a surprise, the 2 KPFK fundraisers. Again, go to kpfk.org and get your tickets there. But you could even show up at tomorrow if you're here at the Laemmle Royal in West Los Angeles, and I bet they'll be able to have tickets for you. But if you're in Seattle, Washington, or you're in Portland, Oregon, if you are in
Seattle,
IFC in New
if you're
York,
in San Francisco, if you're in Berkeley, if you're in Sonoma, if you're in Chicago, if you're in DC, Boston,
we're going to be all
Cleveland,
over
just
San
run down the
Francisco this
list.
weekend.
Everyone keeps saying
Coast to
you got to
coast.
hit her with the. You have 10 seconds left. You hit her with the. You have 20 seconds. You have 30
Okay,
seconds.
that's right. That I do. Okay.
Every time when I
This is
hear that,
exhilarating, getting the instant
I
feedback.
can't get over this.
Every time I hear that, I'm like, no, I need to hear more. But what I was gonna say is there's been a real sea change in attitudes over Israel's conduct in the last 2.5 years now. And I feel like that is, of course, the lion's share of that burden comes from the Palestinians, who were able to communicate the atrocities that were taking place in real time, sometimes in their final moments. And
again, think of all those hundreds of journalists.
yeah, and not even just reporters who are unbelievably brave, but even regular, ordinary Palestinians under constant threat by the Israeli occupation, being bombarded, having their lives destroyed. I feel like that was like in large part due to their bravery, and also because of the fact that independent media, by way of both social media and places like Democracy Now!, were able to take that footage and try to honor the sacrifice, the martyrdom, honor the work that Palestinians put in to showcasing the reality on the ground. Do you feel like there are lessons that mainstream media could learn from that? How do you feel? I mean, you've covered this issue you've covered the apartheid for decades. It didn't start on October 7, as many people might think. Do you see that sea change? Do you feel like it was rapid?
Completely. And I completely see a sea change. Yes, I was there covering the first Intifada, and carrying through to today, the strength of voices there and also here. And being a Jewish journalist and coming from a religious Jewish background, my grandfather was an Orthodox rabbi on my mother's side, and my great-grandfather on my father's side was a Hasidic rabbi. He was the Henry Street rabbi in Lower East Side. I also really carefully monitor the Jewish community and the sea change, especially among young people.
Yeah.
I know this causes APEC great concern.
Oh, yeah.
And why I've always been amazed at the universities going after students who are part of the encampments is so much of what students learn, yes, from their own background, but when they come to college and they take human rights classes and they learn about what's legal and illegal and international law, universities should have seen it as such a tribute of the learning and the education of their students. But from my perspective, steeped in the Holocaust, as my family was, my grandmother, a woman of 3 centuries, born in 1897 in Rivne, Ukraine, though it was Poland and Russia at the time. She lived till she was 108 in 2005. She died in Brooklyn. I was steeped in who died and who lived, what family members were able to flee and what weren't able, and who wasn't able to flee. And I was always struck by non-Jewish people and families who would harbor Jews, protect them, put a child in the basement or the attic or in a barn simply to protect them from the Nazis. And I'd always wonder, they're called the righteous. Why would they do this? Risk their own families' lives? And we learned a deep, deep lesson through the horror of the Holocaust. And that was never again for anyone, anywhere. And I think it is not only my Jewish education, I think for Muslims, Hindus, Christians, agnostics, atheists, this is a humanistic education. We cannot afford war anymore. We cannot afford this mass victimization. As reporters, we know no borders, and it is absolutely critical today that these issues be solved on the ground, empowering people to live in a more just society.
Oh, powerful words to end it on. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, this was a real honor. I listen to you every morning, so I hear your voice all the time.
Well, people can check it out on the video and audio podcast at democracynow.org and all social media.
Yeah. Thank you for having us on, and thank you for what you do. You know, and don't let them silence you.
Oh no, I'm good. I it's not happening anytime soon. I didn't want to get into any of the drama. I don't know how aware you are of like all the other stuff that's going on. I'm a little bit of the main point of contention in a lot of legacy publishers right now. My affiliation with campaigns has been brought up by right wing think tanks. APAC, ADL, and numerous other organizations are trying to forcibly sever my ties with Democratic elected representatives and people who are campaigning, but it hasn't worked so far.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think it'll work at all.
Yeah.
Because we are now, due to, in large part, your work, your tireless work for many, many years, we're in a very different media environment where the independent media that is truly independent, independent of the corporate shackles, the golden shackles that corporations offer, can communicate truth to power, and the audience is much more receptive to it, and they demand it. Hopefully, the lesson that they can learn from that is to reestablish credibility that they've lost and do true contentious adversarial reporting, investigative reporting, and not just investigative reporting every now and then so they can like claw back a little bit of that legitimacy that they've lost, but just like consistently engage in that. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. This was a real honor.
Thank you so much, Hasan. And thank you so much to this amazing tens of thousands of people who are listening and watching right now. This is what community looks like.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, let's take a photo as well. And we're gonna get back to
and steal the story, right? Steal the story, please. That's what makes it all worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's. Here, I'll just play this right
Between
now.
the Israeli prime minister and the Lebanese president, the Lebanese basically said that that was not happening, and that seems to be largely in part because a ceasefire was not yet in place. And so very shortly following that, within a matter of hours, we now have this announcement from President Trump that there will be a ceasefire agreement taking effect officially at 5 p.m. Eastern time, so less than 5 hours from now. And in addition to that, we also saw this quite striking announcement of the president inviting the Israeli prime minister and the Lebanese president to the White House in order to engage in peace talks, in broader talks about normalizing the relationship between Israel and Lebanon. These are by far the most substantive negotiations we've seen between Israel and Lebanon in more than 40 years, since 1983. But even since then, we have never seen fully normalized relations between these two countries. And now that very much seems to be the aim of this White House. The bigger picture, of course, is the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. And President Trump seems to have brought this pressure to bear on Israel, in part in order to keep that U.S.-Iran ceasefire alive and to kind of continue pushing forward the diplomatic solution on that broader conflict, very much needed to be tied to a ceasefire agreement in Lebanon as well. The Iranians have been insisting on it for some time now. And now, again, we do see this announcement of a ceasefire. A number of questions still remain, but a major announcement now from the president.
And Jeremy, so how will Netanyahu, though, frame this ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon domestically? I mean, obviously, yes, it's temporary, it's only 10 days. But for voters who are a bit more to the right, who are a bit more sort of security-minded, he doesn't want to look like he has backed down or offered sort of too many concessions. How will he frame it?
Yeah, and it's not even just the right in Israel. I mean, 80% of Israelis, according to recent polling, wanted Israel to continue striking and fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. They were, this is a country where the majority of the country was not in favor of a ceasefire with Lebanon, and that is a very real political reality that the Israeli prime minister is and will have to contend with. I think he will certainly lean on the fact that it is a temporary 10-day ceasefire, that it is in order to allow for the possibility of negotiations. Maybe he will signal that he sees a potential major breakthrough on the horizon that could kind of begin to change the face of this region. But so many challenges still remain. As Israel and Lebanon engage in these negotiations, the key will be disarming Hezbollah. And while the political will certainly now exists in Lebanon in a way that it didn't before, the capacity to actually carry that out on the ground is still lacking. The Lebanese army is incredibly weak, in particular as it vis-a-vis Hezbollah's paramilitary strength inside of Lebanon. There's no desire in Lebanon for aggressive action that could potentially tilt the country back into civil war. And so there are a number of considerations, and Lebanon is going to need some real international support in order to actually carry this out, and a broader kind of political and diplomatic framework in order for it to happen. One last thing that we're still waiting to hear about is what happens to the Israeli military position positions inside of Lebanon, because we have Israeli troops right now inside of Lebanon, as far as 10 kilometers inside of Lebanese territory. There's nothing about this temporary ceasefire agreement that indicates that they are going to be withdrawn at this moment.
So as we just heard from Nick, Pakistan, Iranians, as we're hoping to see renewed negotiations in Pakistan, Iran is watching closely and seeing that the president, in fact, is delivering a ceasefire. But they're also seeing something historic, the fact that the president has brought together the Israeli leaders and the Lebanese leader for perhaps a summit imminently. You had officials meeting in Washington earlier this week. How is that angle of all of this sitting with Iran?
Well, this puts Iran in a very difficult position. The Iranians would not like Lebanon to fall under the Israeli sphere of influence and the American sphere of influence in the region, and perhaps be the next country to normalize relations with Jerusalem. So while as the Iranians need a ceasefire, and I think Nick Robertson made it clear that this might be a piece of that to get to a better place in terms of negotiations between the United States and Iran, it is a challenge for the Iranians because Hezbollah is quite unpopular. Israel and Lebanon can be partners in undermining Hezbollah further, and they'll have support, outside support from the United States.
Wow. That was crazy. That was... Trump delayed for you? Delayed what? Trump is running an hour late and counting, so now his fans are doing some sort of sing-along? Oh, Trump is about to go live on No Tax on Tips in Vegas? That's interesting. I don't think you get... I'm going to go tomorrow to the... I'm going to go tomorrow to the later screening. That... You guys don't understand, okay? Well, maybe my goal was hopefully for the uninitiated, for people who haven't watched Democracy Now! Or who are unfamiliar, to understand that, like, I am, like, this is, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. It's, you know, Amy Goodman is such an important figure in my life, both from her principles, both from her, you know, tireless work, her advocacy, her journalism, her reporting, the fact that she always tries to offer a microphone to those who rarely ever get that coverage, you know, putting a microphone in front of the people who are under the bombs rather than those who are deploying these weapons of war. That's the same exact principle that I try to maintain as well. So, you know, that's it's like she's been doing this for so many decades. It was a crazy experience. Anyway, that was crazy. Do you want to be doing this as long as Amy has? Yes. I mean, that's the other side of the story that I think is like kind of similar. You know, this is her life's work. She's dedicated her whole life to this, and I totally understand it. You know? Did she do a peace sign in her photo? Of course. Dude, that's the other thing. I also do always a peace sign as well. You should start thinking of increasing the size of your PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. I'm from Pacifica and I grew up watching Amy on PBS, KQED. She's an icon for journalists. Yeah. Yeah. Was this her first time on the stream, or have you been on Democracy Now? No, they've asked a couple times for me to do it, but because they film super early for LA time, I haven't been able to do it. And the times where I'm in New York, I haven't been able to do it either, because I had some other obligations at the same time. But eventually I will, of course. Did you guys like the personal touch with young Jeremy? He had to ask his mom for these photos. It's also a network of like sometimes the same people, you know what I mean? Like these are people who've been at this game for a very long time, you know? It's just in your Nardwar era, yeah. Every time we gotta drop in a little Nardwar. Anyway, are you gonna have any candidates on soon? Yo, can you talk a bit about upcoming candidates you might have on? I don't know who I'm gonna have on soon. There's too many candidates that have been asking, and I've told you guys this so many times. I hate. What is this? He's locking you down. Sam Piker said yes to collab with me on live stream. Hasan, I'm ready when you are. New York City or LA, your call. Yeah, I hate doing Canada stuff, but we got some. I can't tell you exactly who or when. Everybody, this is not your opportunity to start spamming which candidates you think I should be interviewing. Trust me, I know. We're already in contact, okay? I promise. Why do you hate it? It's just like it's not my forte. I've talked about it already. It's like it's not is that because you lose viewers? No, it's not that. I don't really give a shit about that. Avi Lewis. Ooh, that could be interesting. Adam Freeland 2.0. Are you going to do any gaming soon? Probably not. Trump is crashing out watching the 5. Get her off the air. Trump is late. Trump is late to his event where he's supposed to be talking about no tax on tips. And instead of doing that, he's on the plane. Instead of doing that, he's on the plane watching the. Wait, they didn't cover me today on the Fox 5, right? I didn't. That didn't happen today, right? Because that's a big uh-oh moment. They absolutely did. No. They didn't. They probably didn't. I guess he does watch Fox every day, so he might have seen it on another day. But yes, they're going to clip that.
Penis goes right through your mind. I want the penis. They're going to clip that.
Trump, I'm on Air Force One heading to Las Vegas and Arizona for greetings and speeches on no tax on tips, a windfall for our great American citizens. I'm watching one of the least attractive and talented people on television. Jessica, stop coming after my queen. Okay? That's ridiculous. How dare you? Her voice is so grating and terrible. I had to turn her off. Her Democrat soundbite are fake. She makes up poll numbers and nobody challenges her because she is so boring. I have the best poll numbers I've ever had, and why shouldn't I? All the country does is win. CNN had me at 100% saying they never saw that before. Get her off the air. She's bad for our country. I hear Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens are dying fast. Their numbers are terrible. This was the clip that he saw. Nobody believes them anymore. They were fake MAGA, and now they've been exposed. President Donald J. Trump. So, one, just throwing it right back at Jessica is the way that she threw it for me. Jessica is objectively attractive, okay? Not that it matters. We don't objectify women on this broadcast, only men. So how dare you, sir? Number one. That's number one. Number two, we will always fight for the queen, okay? Jessica escaped from Tarkov. We ride at dawn, okay? You tell us where we need to go, we will ride for you. Okay, that's number one. Number two, it kind of feels like Donald Trump is feeling the pressure a little bit because obviously if he was comfortable about his position currently, his approval ratings, he certainly, Mejia wins the special election to fill Cheryl's seat, New Jersey 11, quick AP call, boom, 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 easy peasy. Okay. You were on Fox and Friends today? No, I watched this earlier. Yeah. Yeah, but not on Fox 5. Thank God. So, congratulations to Ana Lilia Mejia. But, as we were saying, clearly, if he was confident about what was going on, he wouldn't be this mad that Jessica Tarlov is saying the truth, right?
So you want her to be the nominee in 2020?
No, but the twisting of what I was saying is crazy, Kellyanne. I did not say I want Kamala Harris to be the nominee. I said that the argument that you're making against the Biden-Harris administration falls flat when you look at what the Trump administration is doing.
I'm going to look at the fact that Trump got elected on running against the Biden-Harris economy. And what do people think of him now? He has a 35% approval rating in most polls.
He's not a politician. Yeah. He doesn't care.
He's not campaigning.
Stop saying that he's just the host of The Apprentice who came to save us.
Look,
the guy has been in office
you can't understand Trump because his political decisions align with his personal and patriotic ones. You understand Kamala. You understand Gavin. You understand Biden because their political decisions are divorced from the things people want. Why are you on the 20 of every 80-20 issue? Is because you divorced political desires from human needs. And then you have to dress up your decisions as compassion when they're merely wants from an activist class. The thing about Trump is, I don't care whether you like him or hate him, you're suffering from the Trump-America alignment problem. Political, personal, and patriotic desires all stack up, which means what he wants, the country tends to want. If it's 80-20, he's on the 80, you're stuck on the 20.
They wanted the tariffs.
Your defenses are getting more and more narrow because you say, we keep saying the same thing every day. It's because we have to, because you don't listen.
I do. All I hear in my head is your voice.
You know what? You're lucky.
This is why I respect Jessica. She goes into the Lion's Den every day, and she has to sit next to Jesse Waters and Greg Buttfeld. Okay? It's unbelievable. Like the torment that she puts herself through. There is no amount of money. There is no amount of money that would make that a worthwhile experience. Okay? The whole time his feet are kicking because they don't touch the ground. Exactly. Exactly. It's ridiculous. And now Trump is coming after her for no fucking reason. You think you can get her on? Yeah, of course I can. I've met her. I did a whole appearance with her at the Pod Johns.
This is the
no
voice
Americans
of
wanted
God.
the tariffs. They didn't want the war in Iran.
They
and they don't want
him.
the ballroom.
What do you got?
What do you got?
Look at what you have on your side. It is a
more
clown
jobs,
car
more
of,
GDP.
of carnival atrocities.
I can't wait for elections.
Does she know you're anti-Semitic though? She literally did talk about my quote unquote controversies. I think I forget where, but there was it with the Bulwark? It was something. She was on a show. Might have been with like Tommy Vitor or something. I mean, she's also literally talked about my controversies on the show, which is why, you know, it's a little bit worrisome that Trump is watching and is mad at Jessica. Yeah, but I've met her. I've done a whole thing with her. The legend Jessica Tarkov. Jessica escaped from Tarkov. New Trump truth about Hezbollah. Okay. What is this? I hope Hezbollah acts nicely and well during this important period of time. It will be an great moment for them if they do. No more killing. Must finally have peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. So I don't fully understand. Are we good? Is there... Did he do the boss call? Like, did they lean into Iran and the demands of Iran? Because I just don't believe Israel will ever cease to fire, right?
Saudi Arabia and other players like the French. So,
dude, I know. Stop, chatter. I know the one that's spamming about the fucking pin code. I know, man. Calm down. I saw it. It's gonna be fine. Okay.
So, perhaps the Iranians will
Jesus
support
Christ, dude. Holy shit.
This from a tactical perspective, but over the longer term, I can expect them to try to undermine any kind of rapprochement between Israel and Lebanon.
Stephen, I'd like to get your perspective on how this 10-day ceasefire between the Israelis and the Lebanese will affect Netanyahu politically. You know, while in this country, here in the US, the number one sort of main political issue, at least right now, there's a lot of talk about gas prices before the midterms. In Israel, the number one political issue is, of course, security. And there's going to be a lot of fear and concern among Israel.
Oh, my God, you're mad. You're mad now, okay? You're mad. Wonderful. Your aggravation is totally deserved and normal. I'm aware of everything that's going on, chatter, okay? It's fine. If I'm not responding to you, I promise you I've seen it, right? If you've been in here long enough, you know, if you spam something, like I'm definitely seeing it. I'm just like purposely not talking about it, avoiding, responding to it. You spammed it 7 million times over.
That this temporary ceasefire, that all it does is going to allow Hezbollah to reposition, rearm, regroup. And then on top of that, you've got the fighting with Iran paused without either side, either the US or Israel, anywhere close to achieving their objectives, be it of regime change or, this idea that Iran should never be able to have a nuclear weapon. How will that affect Netanyahu, Stephen?
Oh,
yeah. In fact, there was a poll that was released by the Israel Democracy Institute just today, which indicated that about 80% of the Israeli public supported continuing the fight against Hezbollah. This is sort of the post-October 7th mindset among Israelis, where they don't want to necessarily manage their security threats on their borders. They want to resolve them. And so Netanyahu is clearly being jammed by President Trump. His security cabinet could not come to a decision last evening on a ceasefire, and the president went ahead and announced one anyway. So Netanyahu is already in a difficult political position. His coalition is only polling the implied number of seats in the legislature, only about 50 seats if the election were held today, which is far short of the majority he needs to form another government. So he is in a difficult position. Recently, you've seen him put spin on it, show that, you know, a lot of damage has been done to the Iranians. And he's right. A lot of damage has been done to the Iranian war machine. There's been a lot of damage to its proxies, but they have not been able to translate those tactical accomplishments on the battlefield into Israel's strategic goals. And that, I think, is frustrating Israelis. And I think it's frustrating Israelis with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
People who, quote, manipulate religion for political or military gain. Do you think that he was talking about you, sir?
It's very important that the Pope understands. Very, very important. It'd be nice not to say it. Iran killed 42,000 people that were totally unarmed. They were protesters. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they did, every country, including Italy, where he's stationed, every single country in the world would be in trouble. So we're doing very well with respect to that, having to do with the whole situation on Iran. The blockade is amazing. It's holding up very strong, very powerfully. And I think we're making a lot of progress in that. But the Pope has to understand Iran, very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The world would be in great danger.
Mr. President, would you meet with the Pope to even out your differences with Catholics or Torah?
I don't think it's necessary.
Mr. President, you spoke with Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago. What was the conversation like? What is it that is on the table now?
I had a very good talk with him, and he's a friend of mine from India. And he's doing great. We had a very good conversation.
He's a friend of mine from India. Oh, really? The Prime Minister of India is a friend of yours from India. Thank you, sir. I love when he just adds stuff like that to be like, look how knowledgeable I am, you know? I know he's from India. Modi, he's from India. Many people are saying, I don't know which country, which leader's from, but I know. I always know.
Are you considering extending the ceasefire with Iran?
With who?
With Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
Do you have any news about Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine? Will Hezbollah stick to the ceasefire? Are you confident about that?
I think they will. I think it's going to be, actually it's very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me.
Mr. President, do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine? Do you have any news regarding peace in Ukraine?
Ukraine is moving along. I wish they could get along, frankly. A lot of people are dying in Ukraine. We'll see what happens. There's things happening there. We're focused so much right now in Iran, seeing if we can get that completed. And I think we're going to be able to. And I think if you look, the stock market is good. The oil prices are coming down, and it's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. It's going to be a deal with no nuclear weapons.
When is the next in-person round of negotiations on the war in Iran? When will that take place?
Important. I mean, it's not a question of around. All of them are important.
When will the next in-person
Probably, maybe over the weekend.
Will you send the Vice President? Mr. President, will you send the Vice
Just so you understand, the blockade has been incredible. It's held. They're not doing any business. They're unable to do any business because of the blockade. And so the combination of having no Navy, having no Air Force, having no anti-aircraft equipment, they have nothing. Everything is gone, including their leaders. Now they have a new set of leaders, and we find them very reasonable.
And Mr. President, on the 20-year minimum to stop enriching uranium, would you?
Well, we haven't agreed to any. We haven't agreed to any.
To you, sir, if that's the final sticking point.
What we have is we have a statement, very powerful statement, that they will not have beyond 20 years. that they will not have nuclear weapons. That's beyond. There's no 20-year limit.
Anyone interested? Can you please give us more information on it? They'll go against the weaponization.
I think that Todd Blanche is doing a very good job, from what I'm saying. All I can say thus far, I think Todd Blanche is doing a very good job.
If there's no deal, would you be willing to extend the ceasefire, or will the fighting resume, Mr. President?
I would say the fighting. If there's no deal, fighting resume.
Okay. And then on gas prices, how much longer will Americans continue to see these high gas prices?
Well, they're not very high. If you look at what they were supposed to be in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon, with the danger that entails, so the gas prices have come down very much over the last 3-4 days. I know, that's what ABC says. But the fact is that if you look at the stock market's up, everything's doing really well. And the big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive. Very complicated subject. It's. I don't think we're waiting. I think we're moving very fast. It could happen pretty quickly. Say it.
How long you could sustain the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
The what?
How long you could keep the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz?
We're doing very well with the blockade. It's very routine for us. The Navy is incredible. And I think the blockade is doing very well. It's no ship is even thinking about entering. No ship is going past our Navy.
Why are you fighting with the Pope? And are you worried it's upsetting your...
No, I don't. I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
That's not what the Pope said. That would be really funny if the Pope said Iran can have a nuclear weapon. Nuclear Pope. The Pope is very weak from the standpoint of crime. The weakest crime pope of all time. Previous popes, very strong on crime. This pope, all he cares about is war crimes. Believe me. Not good.
And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people that were killed over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope.
What do you say to people who see that, who see your criticism of the...
Look, nothing. I have no disagreement with the fact the Pope can say what he wants, and I want him to say what he wants, but I can disagree. I think that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they do, the whole world would be at jeopardy. The Middle East will be blown up, and the whole world will be at jeopardy. We're very close to making a deal. That'll be a great thing. The Pope has to understand, Iran has killed more than 42,000 people over the last few months. Think of it, protesters without guns, without anything. They were totally unarmed protesters. The Pope has to understand that. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and saying what he wants, he can do that. Now, I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis.
Why does he keep bringing up? Like, does he not realize that when you're the Pope, you're just the Pope? Like, you're no longer the person that you were. Like, the things that you're communicating are no longer the things that you would communicate as a normal human being. Like, his brother is totally immaterial, totally irrelevant to this conversation. His brother is not like Pope, He doesn't become like half pope by kinship. Well, I'll have you know, the Pope's brother agrees with me is a crazy statement. He's the vice pope. They should make him the pope. Yeah, like what about the Pope's, I don't know, fucking girlfriend when he was in high school, you know? Like, who cares? Oh my God, do you think Donald Trump thinks that the papacy is like monarchies? Like, because it's old. So and there's a lot of, you know, funny outfits that you wear and stuff. I just realized he might legitimately think that he could just like replace the Pope with his brother or something if he felt the need to do so. Listen up, Pope. Don't make me change you out with your brother. Back in the day, that's what they would have done. They would have swapped the Pope out with the brother, put the brother in. Brother's better. New Pope.
He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
There are people that are saying that the Pope is not.
Anthony Mershak from MTV. No, not really.
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon.
What?
Anthony Mershak from MTV Lebanon. I would like to ask you regarding congratulations for the 10th board.
Yeah, it's very exciting. With Lebanon, it's very exciting. I think we're going to have a deal. We're going to have a meeting, first time in 44 years. And Lebanon will be meeting with Israel, and they're probably going to do it at the White House.
When do you think, President, when do you think they will?
Over the next week or two.
Or the next week, and do you think this agreement can reach?
I do. I think we're going
Hezbollah.
I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
Will you support our Lebanese army as well?
I would. Yeah.
Iran's going to execute.
Has Hezbollah agreed to this ceasefire? I mean, how do you even?
They're all agreeing. It's a very nice little package for about a week, and we're not going to have lots of bombs dropping, and we're going to see if we can make peace between Lebanon and Israel.
And this one more on the Pope, Mr. President, because there was a group of bishops that did put out a statement saying the Pope isn't merely exercising his opinion, he's preaching the gospel. I mean, what do you say to people that do this?
Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that you cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. If they did, they would use it, and I think they'd use it quickly, and they would kill many millions of people. So, you know, the Pope could disagree with me on that, but certainly we're allowed to have that. I'm all about the gospel. I'm about it as much as anybody can be. But I can't allow, as President of the United States of America, I can't allow Iran.
I'm all about the gospel. I can be about it just as much as anyone can be about the gospel.
To have a nuclear weapon. And here's the story. They won't have. They've already agreed not to have. That's good news, and I think the Pope will be very happy.
The Federal Reserve should wait and see about this Iran war before lowering interest rates. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree. I think we should have lower interest rates.
Iran's going to execute 4 more protesters, reportedly, including the first woman protester. What do you tell Iran?
Well, tell that to the Pope. What did you say? Tell that to the Pope.
You want to patch things up with the Pope?
That Iran is going to... Did you just hear that? Iran is going to execute 4 people, including a woman?
Bro's beefing with the Pope, man. It's so weird. Bro is straight up beefing with the motherfucking Pope. He's like, tell that to the Pope. That's a good line. Tell him. Yeah.
Would you visit Lebanon? Do you extend the ceasefire? What makes you extend that?
I don't know if we're going to have to, but if we need to, I would do that.
Wait, that's important. Sorry.
What are you telling the airlines and the oil companies about the way you're going to open up the Strait?
So if you look at the oil and if you look at the price we're paying, it's about half what people thought it would be if you did what I had to do. We had to take this journey to the Middle East in order to get rid of a nuclear weapon. There would have been, if we didn't hit it with the B-2 bombers, or if I didn't kill the Barack Hussein-Obama deal, the nuclear deal, which was a disaster, we would have had nuclear weapons exploding in the Middle East and beyond. I believe I've been able to stop that. I think we have a very successful negotiation going on right now. And I think it'll be, if it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon. And that'll give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait, everything will be nice. And I think your oil price will go down to lower than what it was before. And I think a lot of good things will happen.
Just for clarity, you're willing to extend the ceasefire through?
Well, we'll see. I don't know that we'll have to. Ideally, we'll, but if I needed to, I would.
The Lebanese people love you so much. What do you say? The Lebanese people love you so much. What's your message for them? And you will visit Lebanon after this deal?
I will do that. At the right time, I would certainly go there.
You think this war in Ukraine, Putin doesn't want to stop it apparently. He keeps bombing Ukraine. Do you think this war has the potential to go on for years more?
Well, it should have never started. If I were president, the war in Ukraine never would have started with Russia. But
you tell that to the Pope. The war in Ukraine. Why does the Pope not talking about Ukraine? If he's so good, how about he stop that war?
It's going on. Hopefully it'll get over soon.
The First Lady came out last week and said she had no link to Jeffrey Epstein.
Who did?
The First Lady, Melania.
She had none.
Why did she come out and say that last week?
Because the fake news was saying she did, and she had none, and I think that's been proven. It bothered her that the fake news was being fake news. That's all. She just wanted to clarify.
Are you surprised?
Who's taking care of Hezbollah? Do you think that they are destroying the deal that you are trying to make?
We're going to see how it all works out, but they'll be working and coordinating. If you know Lebanon, right? So they'll be working with Hezbollah.
If they fire Jay Powell,
interested in acquiring Iranian oil?
What?
Are you still interested in acquiring Iranian oil after the?
Well, we'll see. I mean, we have a very good relationship with Iran right now, as hard as it is to believe. And I think it's a combination of about 4 weeks of bombing and a very powerful blockade. The blockade is maybe more powerful than the bombing, if you want to know the truth.
Are you going to make the Arab countries pay?
That's... I mean, what do you say to that? What can you say to that? That is such an insane statement to make. First of all, there are tankers going through the blockade. That's number one. Number two, he keeps saying that the new administration is much better. When that's not happening. Like the new admin, the new government is comprised entirely of hardliners. Everything he says is the exact opposite of what's going on. As I've said earlier, Donald Trump is the last person to ask about any event, really, because he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And not only does he not know what the fuck's going on, but he doesn't even know what he's going to say next.
I think they'll make that. I think they're going to make that contribution. I think the Arab countries, because we've done a lot, I think they'd make a contribution toward the cost. Not been involved.
Iranian states without any conditions if you make a deal?
We're going to see what happens, but I think we're very close to making a deal with Iran. You'll be the first to know, but I think we have a chance. And if that happens, oil goes way down, prices go way down, inflation goes way down, and you're going to have much more importantly than even that.
Wait. But I thought there was no inflation. I thought that there was no issue. Now it kind of sounds like there is a real price issue here. You just said the prices aren't up. What happened? Now you're talking about inflation will go way down. Democrat Ana Lilia Mejia wins the New Jersey special election. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. One of the funniest things that could have happened is that Saudi Arabia pulled funding from Live Golf, which of course is like the worst thing you can do to Donald Trump. Off topic, took long enough to arrest him. David has been arrested for the murder of Celeste Rivas. Jesus Christ, that took like a year.
You won't have nuclear holocaust.
Happening now. What's happened, Mr. President?
Well, Donald Trump there talked about a whole range of issues, including his relationship with the Pope, the war in Ukraine, and, of course, the unfolding situation in the Middle East. He said that we need to make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. And
people that are a lot different than we were dealing with at the beginning. As you know, they're no longer around. They're no longer with us. But we have a very good relationship. And I think there's a very good chance that we're going to make a deal. Also, Israel and Lebanon, I think there's a good chance that they'll make a good deal. So,
oh, he's still answering questions.
Any reaction to Russia's overnight attack on Kiev? They killed 21 Ukrainians.
I think it's terrible.
Mr. President, members to China before your visit?
Well,
Okay, fuck it. All right.
יש לנו הזדמנות.
All right. Benjamin Netanyahu came out talking about Israel will remain in security zone in Lebanon despite ceasefire, Netanyahu says. Once again, classic case. You cease, we fire. What kind of ceasefire means that you still continue occupying the territories? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Another yellow line, just like in fucking Gaza. Because as always, we have to care about Israeli security needs, you know? Primary concern here. Primary concern always is Israeli security needs. Yeah, they're literally just begging. The ceasefire from their perspective is just like Hezbollah doesn't get to fire on our tanks as we keep moving them further and further north. Great stuff, obviously. Pressure growing on DNC to release the 2024 autopsy. Secrecy around the 2024 election. Autopsy is dogging the DNC's Ken Martin with more than a dozen members and leaders telling us they want it out. Genuinely, what did you all find out that we did not? North Carolina Party Chair Anderson Clayton says DNC materials give a glimpse into problems with field operations and canvassing with Harris's 2024 run. Saw the new Shoykov video. I never want to hear chat bitch about chewing. They don't know how good we have it. Oh, is there too much mouth noises? Dropsite interviewed Hezbollah MP about the ceasefire. Do you have the link? Chatter, do you have the actual short link? Breaking, Lebanese army reports Israeli ceasefire violations. There's a Twitter link. Ceasefire is bogus. Israel, under the 10-day ceasefire agreement, is permitted to carry out strikes in Lebanon as long as it claims they are in self-defense. Article 3 reads, Israel shall preserve its right to take all necessary measures of self-defense at any time against planned, imminent, or ongoing attacks. Planned attacks. Oh, so they can do another a first strike, self-defense first strike, preemptive first strike. Yeah, this seems like bullshit, but who knows? IDF setting up more outposts in southern Lebanon. We're behaving just like we did in Gaza, one army source said. There's a list of homes to be demolished, and we measure success based on a number of buildings destroyed in one day. I can't, dude. It's just a fucking Nazi country. It's a fucking Nazi country. It must be brought to heel. There has to be punishments. There has to be accountability. The world cannot continue existing in the ways that it has with, this much bandwidth given to this psychopathic Nazi state. What the fuck are we doing, man? It's just crazy because everyone knows too. There's no defense of this, right? Everyone knows exactly what's going on at this point. Everyone in Lebanon already knew. Everyone in Gaza already knew. But now people in the Western world know too. It's like, oh, here we go again. Another fucking fake bullshit ceasefire where this demon still continues to fire as the other side ceases. No accountability. We're going to send them weapons.
לעשות הסכם שלום היסטורי עם לבנון. הנשיא טראמפ התכוון להזמין אותי ואת נשיא לבנון כדי לנסות לקדם
In order to try to advance this agreement, this opportunity is because since the War of Revival Gaza War, we have fundamentally changed the balance of power in Lebanon. We've remained in Lebanon in a thickened security zone. It is not the 5 points that were before the Roaring Lion Iran War. It is a security strip that begins at the sea and continues to Mount Dove on the outskirts of Mount Hermon, a security strip of 10 kilometers, 6 miles in width, which is much stronger, much more intensified, much more continuous, and much more solid than what we had there before. There we're staying. This allows us, first of all, to break the danger of infiltration into our communities, and secondly, it allows us to prevent direct anti-tank fire into the communities. I spoke to President Trump now in these past 2 days. He told me that he's extremely determined to continue also the maritime blockade and to bring about the dismantling of Iran's nuclear capability, what remains of it. Yeah, he's the real president. I'm glad that we heard from the real fucking president, Israel strikes 3 paramedic teams in South Lebanon, Health Ministry says. Every time. It's crazy because he just openly says, oh no, we're gonna keep bombing them. It's fine. Don't worry, folks. The bombing will continue. And territorial acquisitions will continue. Lebanon has already taken a step in the meeting in Washington. It will not be drawn into another step that would hand Netanyahu a moral victory he has been unable to achieve on the ground in Lebanon. David finally arrested. Yes, I saw, man. I saw. Okay. I can't believe it took this long. I don't even understand what the fuck they were thinking. What the police were doing. Maybe the first month. I mean, it was suspicious from day one, right? It was unbelievably suspicious from day one. But the fact that it took months and months Sorry, hold on. The fact that it took months and months and months is, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. No, it's not that they it's not that they didn't want to fumble the case. It's been said that cold case files are so because the primary suspect is often a cop. I just don't understand how they just took their ass. They took their sweet ass time. Law enforcement only likes to take cases they know they'll win for sure. No, dude, what the fuck? This was a lock. What are you guys talking about? Also, no, that's not the case. Police have a dog shit clearance rate. And no, you're wrong about that. There was plenty of evidence to actually apprehend these guys. I mean, there's plenty of evidence to apprehend him. They were big fans of his music and also dumb cops. Yeah, none of it makes sense. Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons resigns. He will stay on until May 31st. Wait, what the fuck? Why? He was smart and lawyered up. I think it's largely because of the victim's demographic background. Poor girl, poor Latina girl from a poor family in like a poor neighborhood. They just didn't give a shit enough, maybe. It doesn't really make sense other than that. And the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, was wealthy and famous. Because I can't see any other reason as to why they would take their sweet ass time like this. It just doesn't make any sense. You know? Anyway, skip this.
A note to the press corps.
Pete Hegseth calls press unpatriotic and compares them to the Pharisees. Dude, one of the funniest parts about this Pete Hegseth shit is that, like, apparently he did he did the Pulp Fiction thing. He did the Pulp Fiction speech, right? Like, as though he quoted Pulp Fiction as though it was like a real part of the Bible or something. Do you guys have a link to that? Pharisees just mean Jews, by the way. He's showing his hand. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't think these guys are, I think there's a higher likelihood that they're philo-Semitic rather than anti-Semitic. You know, it still comes from a place of otherizing Jews, but like, these guys literally are operating with the same mindset that like most evangelical Christian Zionists are, where they literally think like Jews are the chosen sons of God, and that and therefore, you know, they have to carry out the extinction of the world. The extension of the end of the world and all this stuff, you know. Pharisees doesn't just mean Jews. I don't know. Anyway.
The prayer is CSAR 2517, and it reads, and pray with me, please.
The
path of the downed
righteous
aviator
man
is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness.
Okay, I don't know enough about Christianity, but that's not a Christian, that's not a Bible thing. Like, that's just Pulp Fiction. Like, that's not a real quote from the Bible. Quoted Quentin Tarantino as scripture. This timeline blows is a fake quote from the movie. That's it. So it's not like there's nothing in the fucking, there's nothing even close to it in the Bible is what you're saying. Like Tarantino made that part up. Wow. In the movie, Samuel Jackson says he made it up right after that.
He is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down.
Look at all these fucking dildos like closing their eyes and going, yeah, he's being real godly right now. My goat. My goat. He's speaking the word of God. You know what I'm saying? He's doing the damn thing. That's the word of God.
Upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon them.
And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my...
That's wrong. There is, in fact, an Ezekiel 25 or whatever the number is in Pulp Fiction, but it exists in the Bible, and it's about vowing vengeance to the Pharisees and other neighbors of Israel. It's a real verse in the Bible. The version in Pulp Fiction is rewritten. So he took not the real quote from the Bible, but turned around and took the, like, because he's doing a 1-to-1 with the Quentin one. So he just straight up, oh my God. Bro, these guys can't even do Christianity right. You got the president beefing with the Pope. You got the fucking Secretary of War trying to quote the Bible, but then ends up quoting Pulp Fiction. Like, it's just, they're all con men, bro. Every part of this is so performative and such a sham. And there's so many dumb fucks that eat it up, you know? They're like, well, I don't even care if it's not from the Bible. I love Pulp Fiction. It was great. It was a great movie. Libtard, shut up.
To the American media, as I just can't help but notice the endless stream of garbage, the relentlessly negative coverage you cannot resist peddling, despite the historic and important success of this effort and the success of our troops. Sometimes it's hard to figure out what side.
Oh, he's doing my favorite thing that Trump does too. It's like, oh, well, if you criticize me, that means you're criticizing our brave troops. No, they're just criticizing you, man. That's a separate thing. Oh, that's, I bet you wouldn't say that to the men and women in service. Yeah, they wouldn't, because it's not about the troops, it's about you. Okay?
You're actually on. It's incredibly unpatriotic.
Yeah, anytime you guys do investigative reporting, or not even investigative reporting, because these guys don't even do that much. Anytime you fucking... anytime you make fun of me for being a drunk asshole, you're actually calling the troops drunk assholes, okay? And that's really fucked up of you. Oh, I bet you would spit on the American flag right now if you could.
I sat there in church and I thought, our press are just like these Pharisees. Not all of you, but the legacy Trump-hating press. Your politically motivated animus for President Trump nearly completely blinds you from the brilliance of our American warriors. The Pharisees scrutinized every good act in order to find a violation, only looking for the negative. You see, on the battlefield, these are demonstrations of uniquely American capabilities, strength and resolve. It's all around you each and every day. But in the press, you only seek the negative, earning each and every day.
Dude, that's awesome. Complaining to the press pool in the Pentagon as the Secretary of Defense, now known as Secretary of War, about how big of a meanie they're being is fucking awesome. It's like, you're tactically destroying troop readiness by talking negatively about me personally, and because like a lot of the troops, they look up to me, and you're destroying troop readiness, and you're actually shitting on the troops. So please stop doing that. Why won't you look at the positive side of this failure of a 48-day military campaign. Why are you looking at only the negatives? I don't know, because there's a lot of negatives. What's the positive side? That you blew up a fucking little girl school? That's the positive? What is the New York Times supposed to report on? Like, well, actually, Donald Trump destroyed the dinghies and the jet skis, which was the majority of the Iranian Navy. And also, on top of that, he killed a 87-year-old man with cancer and 160 little schoolgirls. What a brilliant military achievement this has been, sir. Thank you so much. Since then, the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. The global energy markets are collapsing. And there's no end in sight to the pain. Again, Donald Trump has brilliantly navigated this treacherous field by consistently lying about what's going to happen next in order to engage in market manipulation. But fear not, he has done the market manipulation very successfully, and it's good that he did the market manipulation. The market was actually too stable, is what we were thinking here at the New York Times, and we've realized that it's actually a little bit of volatility is good for everybody, you know? It only makes me grind harder.
Fake news label. But the American people, with goodness in their hearts, see past the Pharisees in our press.
When you fire criticisms at Pete Hegseth, it's like firing missiles at our troops.
So to those troops, stay focused, block out the noise, stay aggressive. You are showing the world what it means to be an American warrior.
Dog, they are. But it's not as good as you think it is. Like, you're not. That's not.
You are making this building and the American people proud.
Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In February, the Trump administration, in conjunction with the Israeli government, launched an illegal and disastrous
AOC goes nuclear on Trump admin. Okay, let's see. Let her cook.
war in Iran. They provided no rationale to the American people. They sought no legal authority from Congress, and they have since descended our world and our global economy into chaos. And that was just the beginning. Now, President Trump has threatened to use the United States military to carry out acts of genocide against the Iranian people, innocent civilians. Up until today, he has done this on his own, a rogue actor. But today, we vote on whether or not he will do this in the name of the American people. Congress must vote to exercise our power to stop this chaos, or whether we sanction it. And we must vote to restrain it. I urge our colleagues that we vote yes, and that we end and stop all that is imperiled before us. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York.
Last night, we got 40 votes in the U.S. Senate to stop providing U.S. military support to the extremist Netanyahu government, which is causing so much devastation in the Middle East right now. And that's far more than we've ever got before. And I think the answer is not complicated. The American people are hurting financially. They can't afford to fill up their gas tanks, can't afford food and housing. And you know what? They got better things to do with our money than provide it to the destructive policies of Netanyahu and his military. So we're making progress. We've got a long way to go, but I was pleased with what happened last night.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani capped off one of the most impressive rises in modern political history when he was sworn into office in January. The Democratic Socialist became the first Asian American and the first Muslim mayor of New York City. Mamdani is also the city's youngest mayor in more than a century.
New level of glaze unlocked. GOP Congressman Troy Nelson says Trump is almost the second coming of Jesus Christ. Let's go.
Is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming, in my humble opinion. I believe that Donald Trump is is better than sliced bread. I think he's almost the second coming, in my humble opinion. I think he's done a fantastic job. He's got a very difficult job. Pope's got a tough job, got issues in the church. But Donald Trump has a very, very difficult job to do, the toughest job in the world.
When asked about Donald Trump and the beef that he has with the Pope, this guy says he's almost the second coming of Jesus Christ. Bro, American Christians believe in anything but Christianity. Okay? It's actually unbelievable. I think I have more respect for this fucking religion than the average evangelical Christian does. Actually, I know that for a fact. It is insane. Everything that they do is blasphemy. What is going on? I swear to God, American white evangelical Protestants are anything but Christian, okay? If anything, they're closer to the Antichrist. Every single day, everything that they say, everything that they do, everything they believe is unbelievably not only just not Christian-like, but just satanic. It's insane. It is so fucking insane that people don't even look at this stuff and go, what the fuck is happening? These guys are just actual freaks. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. What? How do you not call into question these people's supposed beliefs? Oh. I've seen it in Central Texas. An evangelical read the Bible with their eyes closed, tracing papers with a finger like it was magic. They believe whatever the grifter pastor says. It's so unchristian-like, man. I don't know what else to say. Dude, my dad is a recent convert to evangelicalism. Literally grew up with him voting for Obama and him being atheist. How does that happen? What is happening? Is it lead poisoning? To be clear, evangelicals often hate Catholicism and many claim that they're not even Christians. Religiosity isn't just a cultural flavoring for these ghouls. It's a cancer in their minds. Call me a Reddit atheist, but is there a point where the left actually positions itself against evangelicals just in general as a cancer on the nation? I mean, I'm sure there's normal evangelicals out there. It's just their representatives are so psychotic, though. Holy shit.
So how's the mayor doing in his first 100 days? We're going to ask him. But first, we asked New Yorkers for a letter grade.
I guess they're just straight up fundies, right? They're like ISIS. But instead of Toyota Hiluxes, they have F-450 pickup trucks, and it's just ISIS in much wealthier neighborhoods. So they don't do the ISIS shit that ISIS normally does, right? It is. It's just they're straight up fucking insane, dude. The average evangelical Christian is not that different. You put them in Syria, they're ISIS, okay? You put them in an environment like Syria, they're gonna behave like ISIS. They're not gonna be oh, we shouldn't be, throwing gay people off roofs or whatever. They're gonna be oh, hell yeah, it's time to throw some gay people off roofs, because why? I don't have jalapeno poppers to soothe my bloodlust with, to satiate my appetite for bloodlust. I could normally go and get a tall marg at Applebee's alongside $5 jalapeno poppers and watch football on the TV, right? But now I don't have those things. I don't have my material conditions have deteriorated to a degree where I'm in fucking Raqqa. I'm gonna throw gay people off roofs now. I'm ISIS now. That's literally put them in Syria, and they're ISIS.
Here's what some of them said.
B+,
this is what gay people
I think a C+.
Okay,
An A. I feel like he's doing an amazing job. I guess it would be an A-, B+, A-.
Give him an A. He hasn't done it.
B+, A-, bro. What are you taking points off of? That he hasn't been able to magically do the billionaire tax by himself?
Anything too bad yet, and he hasn't done anything too good yet. So I think a C is perfect for him.
A+.
Mayor Mondani got a sense of humor, it seems, joins us now. You haven't done anything too bad yet. You haven't done anything too good yet, so we'll give you a grade. How do you think you're doing in your first 100 days?
You know, I'll always leave it to New Yorkers to give me the grade, but I will say that I'm proud of what a team has accomplished over the 100 days. I mean, we saw $1.2 billion secured in a partnership with Governor Hochul to deliver universal child care in our city. We held bad landlords accountable for $32 million, fixed 6,070 apartments. We filled 102,000 potholes, and we did all of this while also returning $9.3 million back to workers and small businesses that have been ripped off by mega corporations.
Yeah, that's all the good stuff, Mayor, but people will talk about the promises that you made during your campaign. 3 of your signature issues: universal free child care, freezing city rents, making city buses free. Promises haven't been materialized yet because the rent isn't frozen, the buses aren't free, no universal child care.
Okay, CBS, chill. Classic. ZBS. Yeah, Z doesn't stand for Zoran, though.
And so New Yorkers are saying, you know, it's been 100 days. Why haven't you done it? What do you say to that? Well, because your campaign promises were big for a lot of people.
As they should be, because New Yorkers are facing a big crisis of affordability. So I'll go through one by one. We said that we would deliver universal child care. On day 8, we announced that agreement with Governor Hochul. For the first time in New York City now, we are delivering universal child care for 2-year-olds. 2,000 this year. 12,000 next year, every single 2-year-old by the end of year 4. We said we believe that the rent should be frozen for New Yorkers who live in rent-stabilized housing. There are 6 vacancies on the board that determines that. We filled those vacancies. They're going to make their decision. They're an independent board. They'll make that decision this summer. And then we said that we would speed up the slowest buses in America and make them free as well. And we're proud to say that we're already speeding up buses for more than 1 million New Yorkers, putting 6 minutes back in their pockets, which, as you know...
W toddlers. Bro, the toddlers didn't do nothing. They're fucking... They're getting a free ride, actually. It's L toddlers. If they were W toddlers, they'd be working hard. Okay? They'd be working hard at the mines, at the factory, chimney sweeps. You know what I mean? These dumbass babies, these little ass toddlers don't know the value of a goddamn dollar, getting a free ride. It's what I like to call a moral hazard. Okay? Get to work.
In New York City, time is money, and we're working with all...
No, I'm not pro-child labor. I'm pro-toddler labor, okay? Get them started early.
Albany to make them free. And so what I would say when we look at these 3 main campaign promises is we're seeing the kind of progress we were told was impossible, and we're doing all of it while also accomplishing the same thing that we said we would do before.
Yeah, it's not the saddest story of all time is not baby shoes never worn. The saddest story of all time is baby shoes, no bootstraps to lace, okay? That's right. Lace up those bootstraps to get to work, baby.
Or even affordability, which is public safety. And that is a key part of our agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I want to widen the lens a bit. After your campaign win, there were a lot of questions about whether Democrats across the country could have similar success. Do you think it's possible a democratic socialist platform can translate into something that's electorally viable in a statewide election or a national election, given that, according to Gallup, many older and rural voters still have issues with the label socialist?
You know, what I find is that New Yorkers ask me less about how I describe my politics and more about whether my politics includes them. And I think what we can see is that a democratic socialist politics is one that should be judged on its delivery, like any ideology. And what we're showing in this city is we can pursue the big things like universal child care and do the pothole politics at the same time that we're showing, and not just filling in the potholes, changing the catch basins, but also repaving over 1,000 miles of roadway.
But Mr. Mayor, presidential and statewide elections are often decided in battleground regions that do not look like New York City.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. Before I was the mayor, I was an assembly member of Astoria in Long Island City. At that time, I was told that you could only be a democratic socialist in Northwest Queens. Then I became the mayor. Now the next question is the state. Then the next question will be the country. I think that this is a politics that can flourish anywhere because, frankly, there is only one majority in this country. That's the working class. And it's time we have a politics that puts them at the heart of what it is that we're pursuing and not as part of the appendix.
I love that. There's only one majority, and that's the working classes bars. I'm stealing that. That's boop, downloaded. Okay. Downloaded. It's mine now. I'm saying it. Did you see this? Yeah, Grant Plattner praising Hamas. Yeah, I did. It's also really funny because I feel like all the people who are like, we fucking hate Grant Plattner. He's a baby killer. Like he's fake. He's an agent of the CIA. They're going to be like, okay, this time they have to hand it to him, right? Like all the people that have been saying he's a baby killer, all the troop exploder leftists are going to look at this and be like, okay, never mind. Maybe he's, you know.
Can we talk about
act like a chud, think like a woke, man?
President Trump for just a second, and specifically your relationship with President Trump? I think you guys raised a lot of eyebrows, and people were like, we weren't expecting that, because both of you seem to enjoy that moment in the Oval Office. What is your relationship with him today? Do you talk to him on a regular basis?
I would say the two of us are in touch. We've had a number of meetings now in the Oval Office, and we are honest, direct about the fact that we have many disagreements. There is one place of agreement that we have, which is that we both love New York City. And that's, I think, something that is at the heart of every conversation we have. It's how can we make this city better? Because both of us have said publicly that the better the city does, the better we feel.
Were you surprised that the two of you seemed to get along well? Because most people thought, no way these two are going to work. No way.
I think in many ways it's a New York story of people who have vehemently differing views and have said many things about each other and can also still work together on the points of agreement.
You have vehemently different views on the war in Iran, for
Absolutely. I'm deeply opposed to the war. I think it's something that should be opposed not just on a political level or an economic level, but frankly a moral level. We're talking about spending close to $30 billion to kill thousands of people an ocean away, while we're told that we don't have even an ounce of that money to help working class Americans across this country.
Have you spoken to him specifically about that?
It's no secret of how I feel about the Iran war. The president and I are very honest about those disagreements, and I'll give you another example.
But I know it's no secret that how you feel.
Oh my God, they're fucking... Okay, let's be real. That's actually a very direct question, and it's actually a good question. These people remember that they're journalists whenever they want to cook someone. It's so fucking annoying. It kind of pisses me off. I kind of want to answer. I want to answer myself. Like, I personally think it's good that she's grilling him a little bit, but also I feel a little at odds because, like, the reason why she's doing this is because he's going to be dodgy. Because the answer is no. I don't think he's fucking talking to Donald Trump about the Iran war and how he fucking hates the Iran war. That's insane. Okay? Let's be real. He's not doing that. That's Trump. He's the president. Okay? But they want, it's a win-win. If they get an answer, they can either, if it's a yes, then they can draw a wedge between, drive a wedge between Zoran and Trump. That's beneficial for Barry Weiss. If he says no, he looks weak to his base. So that's what's going on. Stop shocking your dog, weirdo. No.
Because you've told us, but have you two had a conversation about that specific issue?
Let me drop that and hit the unfollow.
A number of issues, and that includes our disagreements on foreign policy. And I'll keep the frequency and the nature of those conversations private because that's the premise of them. But I will tell you that in those conversations, it is one that is driven by actually being candid. And the last time that I sat with him, I was there to speak with him about the potential of the federal government to invest in what would be the largest housing development this city had seen since the early 1970s. In the same conversation, I mentioned to him, President Trump, that, just this morning, ICE had detained a Columbia student, I told him. And I said that this was part of a pattern of 5 individuals who'd been detained in or around Columbia.
Remember that story?
And I put the list over to him. And then 30 minutes after that meeting, he called me and said, I've made the decision to release her.
Your administration, speaking of the president, you released a plan to eliminate racial inequity in city government, including addressing pay disparities, anti-racism training, other things. The president's assistant attorney general for civil rights called it fishy in a tweet. She called it fishy and illegal. What is interesting about this is your administration is being accused of scrubbing references to diversity, equity, and inclusion in this report. Did you do that to appease the president?
What we did is we inherited a report that had been diluted by the prior administration, one that hadn't even been released, had been stonewalled for hundreds of days. And we strengthened that report because, frankly, the truth is, and that many New Yorkers know, that we can't speak about the affordability crisis if we're not also speaking about the way it's been intertwined with the history of racism in this city. The very same neighborhoods that are being hit hardest by rises in rent and affordability are also the ones that have been overlooked by city government time and time again. So we laid out this plan that's both a racial equity plan for how government can do better and also a true cost of living plan. Now, if you have federal administrative officials who are saying that this looks fishy or illegal, I wouldn't trust their barometer of what's fishy or illegal because they've been doing a lot of fishy and illegal things in the name of the law.
Can we get your take on the story that's making national news of police officers, the undercover police officers
in Brooklyn,
in Vlad's neighborhood, who you can see physically beating a man? Turns out this guy apparently hadn't done anything wrong. I want to get your reaction to this and what you think should be done.
Democratic mayor in New York City doing opposition media on CBS. What a time to be alive. Yeah. Why even grace CBS with a sit down if you're Zoran? He's feeling himself. He's feeling himself as a flex. It is kind of funny, though, because they would never in a million fucking years do this if it wasn't Zoran. Again, on the one hand, I think this is good. This is good media. This is good journalism. On the other hand, can you ever imagine in a million fucking years any mainstream media outlet talking to a Democrat mayor or a Republican mayor about police brutality like this? Can we get your take on police brutality on this in this instance? Okay? No. They 1,000,000% would never do that. As a matter of fact, if people were bringing up, if there was a mayor that was actually complaining about police brutality, they would be like, well, don't you think some people deserve to be brutalized? Like, here's a case of, I don't know, here's a case where this guy was a really violent, dangerous criminal, and the cops had to apprehend him violently. Don't you think that that's appropriate use of force? It's kind of crazy. Again, they turn into like real reporters whenever there's a character that they want to attack.
It's very tough to watch. We give everybody, we say it's disturbing, heads up, very bad. But as mayor of the city, who's in charge of the police department, what do you say about this?
It is
you and the commissioner, yeah.
It is incredibly disturbing, and it is unacceptable. What we are seeing on this video is the kind of behavior that should never be condoned. And I not only have made that clear, the police commissioner has made that clear. It's being investigated as we speak, because as New Yorkers see this, this is not what it looks like to deliver safety or justice in this city.
I know, but you know, whenever we see video like that, that's always the line. It's disturbing, it's upsetting. I think people want to hear, what are you?
Oh my God. They're literally holding his feet to the fire. They're like, what kind of reforms are you going to commit to the NYPD? Like, this is, again, I feel like they have turned into journalists. Like, this is Gale. This is a different kind of Gale. Can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine CBS mainline turning around and talking to any fucking mayor or any politician? Like, what kind of hard line commitments are you offering to reforming these unaccountable thugs of the state? No, it's not the Overton window that changed, chatter. No, they're doing that because he's anti-cop. That's why they're doing it. They're doing that because they're holding his feet to the fire. It's like when, like, the question's like, oh, don't you feel like the things you're wearing are too expensive? Would not be a question you would ask any political commentator except for me. Why? Because from their perspective, that is my worldview. That is like an inherent hypocrisy, right? Even though this is not a perfect analog, because there's nothing hypocritical about the, you know, wearing nice clothes or whatever the fuck, as opposed to like, well, being a socialist. But there is genuinely a hypocrisy here, at least, with Zoran not delivering a stronger stance against police brutality, like what the investigations are, what kind of reforms are going to be committed, right? Anything to make you stutter can be clipped. What do you mean? They don't genuinely believe that police need to be fucking reformed. What are you, crazy? I've heard how they talk about police for years and years. The only reason why they're doing that is because of Zoran.
What are you going to do about it?
These officers have already been shifted in their duty. They've already been put on desk duty. And the point of this investigation is to ensure that we get to the entire set of facts here so that they're actually held accountable, because no one in government should be above accountability, and that includes myself as well.
Mr. Mayor, before you go, Governor Kathy Hochul has been adamant about not raising income taxes on the wealthy, which is key to getting much of your agenda accomplished. How do you...
Oh, that's duty. Gail's about to push, be like, we've heard that before. Gail's about to be like, we've heard that before. Desk duty, huh? Don't you feel like your predecessors would also do the same thing? Isn't desk duty simply a way to sidestep accountability? She about to cook them. It's crazy. The Zoran made CBS woke. Okay? She's out here being like, yeah, this is, Black Lives Matter. she's about to be like, listen, I've been a big fan of defunding the police. Very disappointed that you won't do what's necessary. Everyone knows everyone knows pigs are class traitors, Zoran. It's time to bring this unaccountable, these unaccountable agents of the state to heel.
Get her on board for what you're trying to accomplish?
Well, I'm actually really excited.
Yeah, she's about to be like, what's next? You're going to cut the library budget again? Huh, Zoran? Some more homeless sweeps, Zoran?
You asked that question just a few days ago. The governor announced that we are going to be pursuing the city's first ever pied-à-terre tax. This is a tax on secondary homes owned by non-New Yorkers that are worth more than $5 million. We're talking about...
Gail coming out and being like, why won't you commit to supporting armed resistance against the armed resistance against the occupying state? It's international human rights law, after all. Do you not care about that? It seemed like you cared about that when we were talking about holding Benjamin Netanyahu to account and arresting him. CBS coming out pro-Hamas to cook Zoran would be very funny.
Oligarchs from across the world. And these are homes that when they're built, developers even tell local elected officials, don't worry, it's not going to be an increase in city services because no one's going to live here.
She's like, Gail be like, I'm a prison abolitionist. And as a prison abolitionist, I want you to stay true to your word and abolish Rikers, if not all prisons. Why haven't you released Maduro from prison?
We're going to be raising $500 million for the city directly from this new pied-à-terre tax. And it is a clear example of not only a system of taxation that has been hurting working people, but now one that will be fairer by taxing the wealthiest just a little bit more.
You still enjoying this job?
I am.
You are?
It's truly...
Would you tell us if you weren't?
Yeah,
everything you expected?
I would blink twice.
All right. Blink twice. He's not blinking. Thank you for your time.
We're going to tell Rowan.
Bro, she even cooked him on the blinking, dude. That's crazy. What is this? Anyone else black in the chat not finding something you can laugh at? Like, I get the hypocrisy, but still. They do Brandon Johnson the same way. He should say something. Actually, it's a good take. Yeah, they cook Brandon Johnson on a similar vein as well. All of a sudden, the media is like the woker. All of a sudden, the media is the woker when they're talking to a left mayor. I just watched a very interesting interview with Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Very cool to see Democratic compatriots having a spirited conversation. I do feel your soundboard could have enhanced the experience. Perhaps a tasteful fa here and there could have really enhanced the experience for me. Is there a particular reason you chose not to use it? Yes, because it was Amy Goodman, okay? I would use the soundboard with Obama, but I wouldn't use it with Amy Goodman. So you admit the board is a disgrace? Got him? Yes. Sure. Yeah. All right. I'm fucking tired, dude. I traveled this morning, everybody. I apologize for only doing 7 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. It's messed up. It's messed up, I know. But that is all I got for today. I am going to be live tomorrow as always. Same time, same place. You already know what's up. Peace, everybody. Love you. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait, sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.